Gak. Welcome, Gak. It's down bad. I'm down bad, bro. I'm down bad. What's up, guys? What's up, PUBG fans? Today, joining us. What am I saying? I don't even know what I'm saying. Like, what's up, PUBG fans? It's time for another episode of PUBG Trivia. Today, we have the SSG boys joining us. Sharpshot, 4K, and Keenan. Recently qualified for the PCS. Super excited to get into it, and let's see who's got the smarts.
Easy.
Yeah, that's so easy.
My God.
That's easy. There's multiple. There's Aches left as well.
Aches left on Sparrow?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
Literally just an underhand.
Yeah, I feel like that was
easy question.
Look, what are these questions? Unreal. Unreal.
You know, Godvy's the god of 4am, man.
I was actually watching God V VODs this morning.
How did I know this? I don't play darts. It's directly opposite of 1.
I want to say 20, but I don't know.
20 are on the sides, right? Left and right?
I mean, where is a 1? Is the answer? I mean, it's a circle, right?
One would have to be on like the very ends, right?
The outskirts.
The outskirts.
But if it's a circle, shouldn't like directly opposite it be the same number? Maybe it could also be.
You would think so.
It could also be a 1.
It could be a 1. It should be a 1 on the whole outside. No, it should get better as you go inside.
Yeah. So if it's opposite,
you'd think it's 1. I think 1's a great answer.
I think 1.
Yeah.
19.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, 20 minus 1.
What's 9 plus 10?
21.
You stupid.
See, that's the numbers were there.
That makes sense. What is this?
What?
Yeah, I did not hear the question. I did not hear the question.
How many colors are there in a rainbow?
How many colors are there in a rainbow?
Yeah, in a rainbow.
Dude, see, like, this is what I'm talking about.
Yellow, green, purple, red. 5?
I feel like purple isn't in there, but I feel like you could get the colors wrong and just guess the number easy anyways. Bro, I feel like there's some nursery rhyme that's like supposed to tell you the colors of the rainbow, and I just don't remember it because I don't care about rainbows. I mean, like 5, 6 is the easy guess, right? I'm down. Listen, if you think you know them, I'm down with 5. It's on you though. Let the record show.
Send it.
All right, 5. Lock it in. Deal or no deal?
Oh, that was my first guess, actually.
7 was the first number that came to my mind.
Yeah,
but then I tried to list 7.
I actually thought 8.
I knew it was 7, but then I tried to list them in my head, and I was like, I just felt 5. I was like,
5 felt a little light. Not gonna lie.
I don't know.
Fed.
Do we have a box?
No, I mean Fed is orange and X is purple, or is it the other? No, yes.
I actually think you're right.
Yeah, the X is purple.
Well, we're gonna lock it in. God damn it!
What was the question?
Bro, me and Sharp are just here, and we can't hear Luke, and then it's just like you just see their facial reactions of how bad the question is, and we just have no idea.
The question is, what color is the X on a FedEx logo? Oh my God.
Oh my
Is it blue?
Or
like purple?
No, it's orange. I thought it was purple because I thought the Fed was in orange and the X was in purple.
Bro, I'm Canadian, Sharp. This is all you.
He's like, Cuban. I'm Cuban, bro.
You literally use these like
No, you
in
don't
daily
use
life.
$2 bills.
You've surely used a $2 bill before.
I've seen a $2 bill like twice.
The $2 bill doesn't even exist.
Do you want me to start naming presidents?
No way. What's that guy's name? The guy with the lightning
really
rod,
rare.
bro.
I've never seen a $2 bill in my entire life.
Jefferson?
Use a
Thomas Jefferson, yeah.
Bro, he's the fucking. Was he even a president?
I think he was.
Was Thomas Jefferson even a president?
I'm pretty sure.
You said the guy with the lightning rod.
That's the guy that made the
I don't know who else it would be.
That's Thomas
But
Edison.
I feel like that is not
That's
it.
Ben Franklin.
I feel like that is not it.
No? What?
The lightning rod?
The lightning rod. Isn't
The key?
Isn't that Thomas Edison?
No, that's Ben Franklin. Am I trolling? No, Thomas Edison is the light bulb.
Yeah. But didn't he get that idea?
Thomas Edison is the
Ben
light bulb, right?
Franklin.
Ben Franklin key lightning. Look it up.
Key lightning.
Okay, Shermsy might be right.
The kite experiment. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, that's crazy.
Bro, ask me something about like Canada or like fucking the ocean.
The ocean. What do you know about the ocean?
Wait, so do you guys have an answer?
Who's the president, Shark? It's literally the country that you live in.
Bro, there's been like 51 presidents.
Please!
Oh,
Don't you dare.
Can we get a time limit here?
is there a Thomas
Just
Jefferson?
locking any president. It's not Thomas Jefferson.
James Carter.
He's looking up presidents. This man's looking up. Oh shit!
Wait, I said John. I said that.
You had it.
I said Thomas Jefferson.
Bro, it's 1-0 still. This is embarrassing.
I told.
This goes hard.
Oh my
You're saying this is hard.
God.
All right.
Go next.
The most expensive spice by weight.
Expensive
What's the
spice
question?
by weight. I don't know. The only one I even know is pepper.
All right. Well, I mean, like, when you say spice, is that like individual, like a type of pepper? Like,
This is a name of a spice.
all right, like a category. It could be like turmeric or something, bro.
What the fuck is that? I've never even heard of
I
that.
don't know. That shit's everywhere, though. That shit's everywhere. All right, lock in turmeric.
Turmeric's good for
Lock in
weightlifting.
Saffron.
I've never even heard of saffron.
Yeah, I don't know.
What is
Saffron
that?
is nuts in your mouth. You know what I'm saying?
Like,
chartreuse is a color between yellow and what?
You said spruce?
Chartreuse. Chartreuse.
Cruise?
Chartreuse.
What is that?
You want to just say
Is that
brown?
an English word?
Brown chart.
I don't know. It sounds like chartreuse. Kind of sounds like a color of wood
If
to
that's
me.
the right answer, I'm gonna be pissed.
I think
Wait,
brown's a good fucking
chartreuse
guess.
is a color between yellow and blank?
Yes.
Yeah.
Guess
Don't
blank.
you think it's like brown?
Let's just start
Like
thinking of what
like the
colors
color
go
of your
together
bed?
here.
Let's go with
I'm
brown.
not trying to use any logic here. I'm just I'm down to guess. Like
Let's go with brown.
I'm down to guess, go again. Brown?
What's-
You think yellow
what,
brown?
What do you think yellow and brown is? Like
What does yellow brown to make?
the color of your bed. Look at your bed right now, the wood
Yeah,
frame.
wood.
Chartreuse. I'm thinking chartreuse is wood.
I feel like
Send
it's a
it.
trap question, bro, but I'm down. Listen, I didn't trust you on Thomas Jefferson, whoever the hell that is. I'm down to go with brown.
Okay, it's
All right.
green.
Green?
I would have never guessed.
I would have never
Green?
guessed green in a million.
Green.
Green, yellow and green,
I'd
yeah.
never guess.
Like it has
Wait,
to be like
that's
brown,
blue.
orange, green.
Yellow and green is
something.
blue.
Grand piano.
Oh my god.
It has. Is this including the little fucking black things? Is that has to be a note, right?
I mean, those are minors and majors. Technically, that's not a note, right?
okay.
All pushable buttons.
It has to
I don't
be
know.
like-
Alright, hold up, wait. So it goes A, B, C, D, E, F, G. There's no H key, right?
I don't know.
All right, it goes
It's
A,
like-
B,
there's like
C,
20
D,
of them,
E,
and then there's
F,
one in between
G.
each.
Wait. All right, so 7. There's probably like,
I'm thinking 3. It has to be 3 of them.
I'm thinking at least 4 sets of.
4 sets.
At least 4 sets of A through G. Yeah, just think about it. Like 7 piano keys. It's like.
It's
Yeah,
That sounds like a
32.
lot.
52 was the first thing that came to my mind. That's the first number that came.
That's a lot.
52. I reckon lock in 52. 100%.
All right,
Yeah.
lock it.
88.
88.
oh.
What?
Oh, bro.
What the?
Dried plums.
Aren't they called dried plums? You just said.
What
it.
is it? What is a fig?
Wait, what's the question?
What is a dried
What's a
plum
dried
called?
plum called?
What is a fig?
Yeah, what is it?
I don't.
Just like
It's
code
really
names.
vegetable.
Just
It's
like
a
code
secret.
names.
It's a
Just like
secret.
code names. Keenan, say what it is.
It might be a date.
A date?
Yeah.
Do you feel confident about
Don't make that face. You're gonna give it away.
I don't feel confident, but it might be a date.
I couldn't help
Cannot
it.
confirm.
I don't
Yo,
know.
guys, I
my
think
mum
it's a-
always
I'm
puts
pretty sure
dates
it's a
in
raisin.
milkshake, and they're like yay big, and they look like raisins, but they're like yay big. So like if something was dried, like a raisin that was bigger than a grape, you know, a plum size, it would be about yay big. It would be a date size.
You want to lock it in?
Not really, no.
Do you have a better answer?
No, I don't.
Well, then it seems like that's our answer.
I can't even visualize
raisin.
a plum. I just know it's about yay big. Dates are probably their own thing. I feel like it can't be a date. I feel like we should just send in date. We don't have a
Date
better
sounds
answer.
good to me.
We don't have a better answer than dates.
It's prunes.
Oh, I knew that.
It's a
I
prune, right?
knew
Is it a
that.
prune?
Yeah, it's a
so
prune.
stupid.
Yeah.
Nasty. Okay, sharp shot. You were a beta gamer. I did not
He was
play the
actually
beta.
a beta
I was
gamer.
literally
I didn't play
asleep.
beta.
I didn't play the beta.
Well, we know it's this.
Bro, I started playing in like 2018.
Can we mute on Discord so we can talk?
Well, no.
No.
Yeah, because they
What do you
can't
know?
talk. They can't talk.
Let us
can
listen
talk?
in, man. Let us
Wait,
listen
so
in.
they
Just decide.
Deafen on
let's
Discord.
let our strat's gonna be let them go first.
When 1.0, when the game updated to 1.0, they changed the recoil, they changed the look of everything, and they brought out Miramar.
Whenever it was officially released.
What?
This is closed beta.
Closed beta.
Closed beta.
I don't know why I have this random date in my head, May 5th, but I couldn't tell you why. It's not significant to me in any way. I mean, it's 1 month off. Like at that point,
Yeah. No, I'm down to do May.
I think it was actually March. No, I think it was March.
Do you think so?
Because it's the closed beta. It's not the open beta. It's the closed beta. March. All right, I'm down.
down to-
I'm down. I'm down.
All right, but
right.
do we have to give a day?
Yeah.
Let's put it in the middle. March
15th?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
All right, March 15th.
March only has 28 days, though, right?
All right, we do too.
We don't have a prune.
Shit.
Trust
We
me,
do?
trust me on this, bro.
Okay, first month or the second
I
month?
feel like they looked it up.
First month.
They looked
He's
it up.
going, trust me, bro.
I'm
trust me."
down. I'm down.
I
I didn't play the beta. I saved us with the one hint of knowledge. I think I'm down.
All right.
Wait, can we?
Don't pause.
Once you
down,
guys
yeah.
say the answer,
Alright.
it'll be locked in.
Okay.
No regrets.
November 28th, 2017.
November 20. We're fucked. Nah.
No regrets,
wait,
man.
For the closed beta?
Closed beta released on, I think it was March 17th,
For closed beta?
2017.
Oh, it's huge. Yeah,
Oh.
okay.
Holy shit, we're 2 days off. So that was the end of the trivia with us and SSG. As you know, reigning champs, 2-0 world champs. We just don't lose out here. Make sure to like, subscribe, and comment in the video below. Hit the bell for the notifications. We'll see you guys next time.
Peace.
Hello, PUBG friends, and welcome to another episode of PUBG Pull-Ups, the show where we study how your America's pros fight it out in the ever-shrinking competitive circle. Last week was no exception to this, as the circle was absolutely cruel to all of our teams. We're going to be taking a look at Week 2 match number 10 Dignitas win and how their awareness and movement set them up for a chicken dinner. Yumba is weak in having 2 members, so it is a 2v2. Shinboy's got to be careful. He's got the zone right back behind him. Long-range toss going to come in. That looks like it might be lined up pretty good. Is it going to go far enough? And Eme's going to run ahead at that toss! That toss cemented it for Dignitas! Due to the nature of so little cover, we're already seeing at Circle 6, we're down to our top 4 teams already. Let's try to keep our focus on Dignitas and how they use the choices of other teams around them to their advantage and make it to the end game. Dig is already rough off in a pretty difficult position. Down to 3 members already, and at the edge of a zone, and there is an absolute drought of cover in front of them. Outside of Dignitas, everybody is to the north. TSM to the west, Fiumba to the east, and Sonics very close to TSM's position, but all of these teams have vision and potential firing angles on Dignitas the moment that they have to move. There are several key factors to look at. Terrain. To the south, there's only a couple of trees and very little cover to the west outside of Dignitas' present position. The road. That's cutting right through the center of the circle and provides absolutely no cover at all, and also opens up clear sight lines from the other teams. There's a small dip just north of the road that people tend to like to play from, because there's a wall just a little bit north of that provides a little bit of cover to both sides if you can manage to make it into the dip. Lastly, there's all the airplanes that are the wreckage inside the airplane graveyard itself. Another factor against them is time. We are still in Circle 6 at this stage, and Dignitas is already at the edge of the circle in a difficult position and likely going to have to move. Circle 7 pops, TSM is going to have to now move into Sonic's direction. They choose to do so by doing a little bit of parkour and climbing up on the wrecked planes to get an advantage and a surprise position on top of the Sonics. There's only 2 Sonics alive at this time, Hambino and Shrimsy. TSM's surprise angle absolutely catches them unaware, and Hambino goes down and is quickly flushed. Trimsy, though, quickly responds, realizes what's going on, and at least manages to do a little bit of damage control and stay alive, but he knows he is in a very precarious position. Whenever TSM takes those shots, it's going to allow Dignitas and Fiumba to spot them and take counterplays, shots against them, forcing TSM back away from Trimsy before they can get the kill onto him. After a few adjustments, Trimsy manages to drop 2 grenades right on top of Luke 12 to wipe him out. Dignitas decide to use this moment to hop in their vehicles and hopefully try to make it into that covered position into the west. Unfortunately, while all this was going on with Sonics and TSM, Fiumba still has that vision, and the distraction isn't long enough as one of the members for Dignitas instantly gets dropped while they're trying to make it to the new cover point. With Dignitas repositioning, Trimsy decides to take advantage and make a shift around and see if he can maybe push onto TSM, surprising them this time. Valiant though the attempt is, it comes to nothing except for another bit of distraction. Fiumba now needs to make their move, and that distraction that Trimsy provided is going to be the opportunity that they choose to take, as they're going to use that to try to send it to a hillside right next to the wall we were talking about beforehand. TSM realizes that the close threat is now Fiumba and has to move close and focus their attention on that direction because they themselves were wanting to move to that wall and set up on a point. Dignitas uses this opportunity to make a very bold reposition. Shinboy runs out into the open to the nearby tree, gaining a new firing angle with Sparking staying behind, hoping that these two lines will provide them something that they can work with here in just a second. Fiumba opts to res, while TSM uses this opportunity to move to the opposite side of the wall, to the south, closer towards the road, so that way that they have the wall in between them. After stabilizing with their reses, Fiumba opts to do the same. Now TSM and Fiumba are too close, and they have to deal with each other in a very dangerous position. The fight destroys each other, with the last bit of damage being done to TSM by the blue because there is so minimal vision on what's going on. Now at this point, the game has shifted into a 2v2 situation. And remember, Dignitas has those 2 different firing lines. Fiumba is now up against the blue wall. They've got a little bit of a dip that they can play right next to the road, but they can't even stand up without having harassing shots coming out from Dignitas. They start trying to crawl their way forward, but just like with TSM, it's going to be a combination of the blue zone ticking in for a little bit of damage and a beautifully long-range tossed grenade coming out to finish off Fiumba to give Dignitas the victory. Inside of this fight, Dignitas should have died multiple times, across multiple circles. But due to solid timing and mitigating their risks and realizing when other teams are fighting, they found a way to navigate what should be a very deadly situation and survive it by the skin of their teeth. And that's it for this episode of PUBG Pull-Ups. I hope you guys had fun. If you're down for some more America's action, don't forget the fact that we still have PCS5 that's going on right now, and whoever wins this is going to be moving on to PGC that's popping off in November. Make sure you guys stay tuned. I'll see you then.
This is Hollywood Bob, diving deep into Taego. I'll be breaking down the self-AED mechanic and showing you how to crush the airport, Gangnam, and school. It's showtime. We're gonna check out the airport. Let's do some exploring. And we got company on the north side. Okay, there's pretty good cover. There we see him. I like the layout of these buildings. Plenty of loot. This is awesome. Let's check out the hangar. Woo, here's a self-AED. The self-AED is another Taego exclusive second chance mechanic. Once you press the interact button here, it's gonna start the self-AED. Let's show you how it works. The self-AED activated. I'm back. I want to go get a little education. We're gonna go to the school. Let's check it out. People here attending the assembly at school. There's plenty loot here. There's loot outside on the front patio. A great design of a building. I like buildings that have multiple ways to get in. Come get learned with Hollywood Bob. My opinion, school, it's an A+. We're gonna go to Gangnam. I like this little town. Let's go kill this guy really quick. The layout's pretty nice. This is the downtown area. I'm really liking Gangnam. Want to party? Win at all costs. Rated T for Taego.
Welcome to Deep Dive Taego. My name is Taryn and today we'll be checking out Army Base, Shipyard, and the new comeback VR mechanic. Let's dive right on into it. So here we are at Shipyard, kind of northeast side of Taego. It has a very industrial feel to it. But yeah, I really like Shipyard. It's fun to fight at. Oh, so this is the comeback arena. The comeback arena is a Taego exclusive where players who end up dying before phase 1 get to fight for a second chance at survival. I survived the comeback arena. Now we get to go back to my team. I'm going to be showing you Army Base. It's the furthest north city. We do have people coming with us. We're going to go exploring. Little military style tents laying around. Nice trade. I'm trying to survive out here.
What's up, everyone? Who Built the Ark here with a deep dive on Taego. I'm dead. I'm very dead. Today we'll be looking at the Pony Coop and seeing what it's capable of, as well as getting the lowdown on hotspots like Palace and Yangqion. Let's go. I like Palace. Open sight lines, lots of loot. I'm dropping center. Super open for fighting. It's got guns, it's got cover, it has sight lines. Dead. I want a coop. I want the Pony Coop. Listen to that purr. Definitely the best feeling car to date in PUBG. Throw the car. Oh no! We can drop Xi'an. Xi'an is ours. Woo! Woo! Oh, let's go!
This town is broken. You fight, but what do you fight for? I came to you with an offer to buy your town and make it a battleground. But you all refuse to deal with me. Now you will deal with my daughter.
They've come for us, they've come from the darkness to burn it all and bury what's left. Who can we trust when we're always the target? I cannot be broken, I cannot be wronged. Hunting season is open, so we're marching on. Against the wall, against the odds, lone survivor. I cannot be broken, I cannot be wronged. We set our sights as shadowy figures, we make it right and never recoil. Can't pull it off till we're pulling our triggers.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back to PCS5 North America. My name's Toffees, and I will have the pleasure of guiding you through this weekend's festivities, but I promise I won't be doing it alone. I got the best and brightest North American PUBG has to offer over on the couch in the Analyst Lounge. It is Clover and the Cammy D, who will be breaking down all the action and answering your questions live. Glad to have you here, and I'll be joining you in just a second, but first, let's talk about the format. As a quick reminder for you guys as to what the players have had to deal with over this grueling 3-week event. 6 matches a day, 12 matches a weekend. For 36 total matches is a heck of a lot of PUBG to play. But they're competing for some of the most important prizes in the world. And in order to do that, they need to be crowned Grand Champion. That is the person with the most money at the end of all 3 mini events. The big win is what you see here on the left side. That is the PCS5 Americans Grand Final Champion, who gets an automatic bid to PGC for the big show. Let's look at those PGC points right now. First place, whoever wins, they're in. They don't need the points anymore. But under that, 330, 265, that's a big jump. Cameron, are there teams who need to get second? Maybe third is not an option.
Yeah, there is definitely a thin margin for a couple of teams. We're going to be breaking this down in just a second, so I don't want to go into too many details, but a couple of these teams, yeah, that difference in second to third might just be the make or break point.
So let's talk here for a second. There are 3 teams, Sonics, Oath, and TSM, that unless some earth-shattering changes happen, they're going to the big show. Clover, are there any other teams on this list that you think they're pretty much on their way to PGC at this point?
At this point, Fiumba, right now we're seeing them in 7th place, but their PCS5 performance has been phenomenal. They're going to walk away with good money, and we do know LATAM is guaranteed a spot going to the global finals. So even without that guaranteed spot, I feel strongly that Fiumba right now is pretty much locked in going.
And they're looking good on the prize leaderboard. A lot of money on the line here this week, but the overall earnings determines the big winner. As you can see right now, this is where that leaderboard is stacking up with Oath, Sonics, and Space Station Gaming up on top. Cameron, Space Station Gaming seems like they're really here for the race.
Yeah, as they should be, because we just talked about those 4 teams that are essentially guaranteed passage to PGC. Those last 2 slots are being fought over by essentially 3 different teams. That's going to be SSG, Dignitas, and the Gas Cans. And I think there's a couple of wild opportunities for maybe Wildcard as well. But generally, those are the 3 teams that we're going to be looking at. And so for Space Station, their performance so far being where it's at is definitely in the good position.
We will break them down in just a little while, but what are they all playing for? Not just the chance to go to PGC, but if you're playing at this level, it's because you want to be the best in the world. And the key to that, the way that you show everyone that you're the best, is that PGC trophy. Being able to get there, being able to hoist it at the end of the event, just like the Sonics did last year. That trophy lives wherever the champions are coming from. It's lived here in North America for the last year. Currently, it resides temporarily in a box on its way back to Korea. I'm gonna ask you, Clover, is it hubris on my part to assume it's a waste of shipping and it's coming right back?
You know what? The Sonics are still looking fantastic. We know how well that they've performed at Globals before. And taking a look at the way that things are shaping up for PGC points, I think we're going to be sending some amazing teams to this event.
I agree 100%. No matter how it plays out, North American and Latin American representation is going to be awesome at this event. We'll see. But before then, I want to remind you guys, while the ability to vote for Pick'ems is closed, there's going to be lots of opportunities to get even more esports points.
Hello, PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Continental Series 5 is just around the corner, starting on September 16th, as the finest teams from around the world prepare for battle. It's time once again to learn about everything new with the Pick'em Challenge, and how to earn those sweet esports points and free voting coupons. That's right, the Pick'em Challenge is back with brand new PCS5 esports items to purchase and earn. PCS5 sale items are available for purchase until September 30th, so don't forget to pick up your items before they go away. Purchasing PCS5 items will award you with up to 14 voting coupons to use in Pick'em Challenge events. A free voting coupon can also be obtained by watching PCS5 live streams, which we'll get into later. Each purchase directly supports the PCS5 teams, with 30% of net sales going right back to them through equal distribution and via the prize pool. It's a great way to get cool stuff while supporting your favorite teams. And hey, those coupons could earn you even more. Now, let's take a look at all the ways to pick 'em and win. The first event in the Pick 'em Challenge is the Pick the Winner game. Use your voting coupons to predict the overall winners for each participating region. If your chosen team is declared the winner of their region, you'll receive 100,000 EP to spend in the esports shop. With 4 different regions, that's 400,000 EP up for grabs in this game, so plan your picks out and rake in the rewards. The second game is Team Face-Off. In Team Face-Off, you can earn EP without needing a coupon simply by picking the winner between 2 rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. Prizes range from 400 to 7,600 EP, so choose your team and cheer them on. There are also ways for you to earn a free voting coupon as well as bonus EP. To do so, tune into the PCS5 live stream for a special code that pops up randomly during the games. Enter it fast enough and you'll pick up some free EP. You can also earn a free voting coupon through a broadcast code. Right after the last match of the week finishes, a code will pop up on screen. Enter it fast enough, and you'll earn a free voting coupon to use in the Pick'em Challenge. The Pick and Go game on official PUBG Twitch channels is a new way to earn some free EP. Pick and Go replaces the Chicken Challenge from PCS4, letting you choose 9 teams you think will perform best in the next match. Compete against other randomly selected players and watch your score grow as the match goes on. Earn the highest amount of points, and you'll earn some EP. To check out the teams and cast your votes, head on over to the PCS5 Esports tab. You can get info on the overall details of the tournament and real-time standings, or click on the top right button to learn more at the official PUBG Esports website. The Esports tab will be operational from September 8th for PC and September 16th for console until October 20th. You've picked them, now it's time to spend them. Browse through the Esports shop at any time and plan out the items you want to buy. Then come back once you've raked in all that EP. The shop will only be open from October 5th until October 20th, and any leftover EP is lost after the store closes, so make sure to use it all. The road to PGC is quickly narrowing as teams battle it out for placement. Which squads will be victorious in their region? Find out when the PUBG Continental Series 5 starts on September 16th. Pick your teams, cast your vote, and tune in for all the great PUBG esports action.
Welcome back to the Analyst Lounge. It's time to get into the action. Game 1 about to get underway, but before it does, I'm here with Clover and Cameron, and we're going to break it down. So we've mentioned the 4 teams that are pretty much going to go through unless something earth-shattering happens. We'll track it for you. But that's TSM, Sonics, Oath, and Fiumba. Let's focus now on the other teams, the ones that are in what's becoming a 3-ish horse race, chief of which is Space Station Gaming. Clover, talk to me a little bit about this team.
You know what? This is a team that I think had a little bit of a rough start early in this year. We kind of saw them go through a couple of iterations, and now really looking healthy with the inclusion of Oldless in this roster. I mean, you can see these stats. That's probably the best Keenan's looked in a while. Sharpshot still looking phenomenal. Roth leading the team, and Oldless really picking it up. And I mean, I'm just so excited. This is kind of, I think, the best that we can really see from them, and I want to see them take that momentum to PGC.
When I look at those numbers, they're good. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. When I compare them to like the Sonics, I'm not necessarily as smitten. So what is it about their gameplay, Cameron, that's really making them shine?
So the problem with SSG, and I feel like a broken record at this point because it's what I've been saying multiple times, but the problem with them up until this point is that they were just a collection of really, really good individual players, and they played like good individual players. Their best moments were always a solo individual clutch, and as great as they are, that doesn't give you like amazing full week-long performances. Coming into this event, they have really worked on their ability to play as a full group together. They are getting into late games with multiple members alive. They're rotating together in a clump, in a cluster, and even though they're still playing slightly edge style, they're really making it work as a full team. Are they still in a, like, I think they still have some room to grow with their team play, but Oldless being brought into the roster has been a great grow for them, and in week 2 especially, he's come out with amazing kill numbers, not the highest damage, but he's really being able to thrive in the chaos that SSG are creating while they are still in sort of like the development phase of themselves as a team.
Absolutely. And, you know, we've heard from you guys as to what your opinion on Oldless is. We actually got a chance to catch up with the IGL of the team to see exactly what his perspective on their newest member.
Oldless brings so much to the roster that, not that we were missing before, because I don't want anyone to take that the wrong way. It's not a knock on anybody. He's just very good at communicating, and he's kind of aggressive. I've alluded to this in the past. He's as aggressive as the rest of us, so it kind of just all gels really, really well. which makes it really easy to not only fight other teams consistently, but also to do that without, sometimes you have the lapses in communication that's normal, and sometimes when you're all on the same page already, you just have that natural chemistry and you can just close the fight out even when you forget to communicate certain things.
I like that he says that they gel well. I gel well, clearly. What's your thoughts on Oldless?
Definitely. You know, especially when teams kind of come in from different rosters where they have slightly different roles or responsibilities. Oldless is a person that has so much good mechanical skill with the leadership like you've got for Roth as an IGL, and just that fragging power allows them to kind of, as you heard him say, gel, sit back, and do what they need to accomplish, and know that they're going to get, even as Cameron said, kind of winning those fights on the edge. And that's just something that you really love to see with this team.
You mentioned the edge. Let's talk about another team that's in the race, a team that I always seem to see in highlights with the blue right next to them. Cameron, talking about Dignitas.
Yeah, so coming into week 1 of PCS4 that was the event that was like the full-on format change of the year. It looked like they had almost cracked the code. It hasn't really been all that great since. They are, I like how they are committing to their playstyle of trying to work the edge and really force in full aggression come late game. And they've been able to be very successful at it in some very specific games. In fact, their win from the previous week shows an example of just how they can really work on incredibly chaotic moments. It's just getting that on a regular basis seems to be a bit of a problem for them.
Yeah, if I was skeptical about the stat line on SSG, Clover, I guess I should be significantly more skeptical about Dignitas in this race.
A little bit. I mean, I think a big problem with Dignitas, if we stay with Edge, I mean, they're really in a place where this is an offensive team traditionally, but they've had to play heavy defense. I mean, this instance, EU crashing them. This is the types of fights that they've been taking time after time, and why sometimes you see them enter the late game pretty badly damaged. But you give them the space they need to breathe. Sparking and Shinboy, specifically, two of the best hitters on this roster right now. They're finding the kills, they're finding the damage, and so when you give them that ability to shine in the late game, they're showing it. And last week especially is when we saw Dignitas get those wins, the thing that sometimes eludes them, which to me is a little bit kind of wild, because this is also a team with a ton of tenure. Sparking played with the Crushe during PGIS, the last international. You had Honey Badger with Gascans, and then as well, I mean, the rest of the roster playing together as Zenith. They actually play second behind Sonics, and I think that's something that sometimes we kind of miss. You know, the North America did really well at the international in this format. So that said, you know, if they can figure out this week, they need to place, I want to say, probably top 5 overall to make sure that they can get that PGC invitation.
We'll see how it goes. You brought up a lot of experience with Pro PUBG. Well, you guys can have a lot of experience with Pro PUBG. Let's take a look at the schedule for the last week of play. APAC already underway. America's here right now. We're back tomorrow with even more action. And then Asia and Europe will take the torch for Saturday and Sunday. Get as much as you can, because, Cameron, this is kind of it until PGC. This is the last chance for all these teams to dance.
Yeah, this really is the last moment for a bunch of these teams to make their mark. A couple of them have even expressed how once this is over, if they don't make it to PGC, that's their season over, which, you know, that happens in any competitive circuit. There's going to be a time that if you don't make it, you're just going to be sitting there. But no one wants to be sitting there while their competitors, many of which they might assume they're better than, are going instead of them.
Yeah,
absolutely. All right, so I want to know real quick, are there any other teams besides the 3 in the horse race that we talked about? You know, winning this weekend gets you an automatic bid. Is there anybody else on the docket who could really be in the PGC race?
I mean, we'd mentioned a little bit earlier, Wild Card. They had a decent week 1, obviously, but they would have to pretty much win this week at that point. And the cash that they've got already on the hand puts them in a good position, but they also would have to have a lot of people do poorly. We haven't really talked ad nauseum yet about Gascans, but Gascans just had a disappointing week 1 and 2, and so you're kind of a little bit concerned into week 3 if they can do anything.
Gascans are in a different situation from Wildcard because they have more PGC points coming into this event, so they don't need to be performing as well as Wildcard do in order to advance. Wildcard, though, as you said, they need to perform well, and other teams also need to perform not so great. So I think we're going to have an answer as to whether that's happening in, I think, only a few games, whether they're going to be a topic.
So right out of the gate, we'll see if the other team, it's more about if the other teams fail than if they essentially do well. All right, so talking about who's going to do well this weekend, it is its own event. I mean, $29,000 for whoever wins this thing. I want to know who you think it's going to be. Cameron, who wins this week?
Sonics.
That's it. That was incredibly easy. All right, Clover, who do you think wins this week?
You know what? I took the oath last week. I'm going to take the oath again this week.
Okay. All right. I am going to go a little bit outside of that box. I'll pick Dignitas because it's the situation where they need to win or their dreams come crashing down around them. So maybe the impetus of desperation will pay off. Maybe. It's a long shot.
Maybe.
It's the Sonics are
The Sonics, yeah.
No, I'm standing by you, Jake. I dig you. All right, let's ask this. Since we have a second before the game starts, there is a situation here, and I don't know if it's going to come into play. This is my job to raise these conspiracy theories. Okay. It's a 3-horse race, right? Yeah. Dignitas, Wild Card. Who's our 3?
Dignitas, Gas Cans, and SSG.
SSG. Teams that have qualified already, like Oath and Sonics, could essentially choose which 2 teams go to PGC with them. Do you think they take that action, Clover?
I don't think so. In the past, there's always been good opportunities for Sonics to try and run things, even Oath. And we've even asked them this in interviews, and the answer has always been, we're just focused on winning as far ahead of everybody else as we can win. So I still think they're going to focus on getting chicken dinners, on getting kills, and not necessarily try to push anybody out. That is, of course, to say, unless it becomes a close race, and maybe the end of tomorrow, we might see some teams start to hot drop. And we saw very similar style of chasing play, actually, amazingly enough, from the Gas Cans and SSG at the previous PCS. So I actually think that's where the aggression is going to come from.
Interesting. You have any?
Yeah, I mean, there aren't enough strong rivalries within the mix that you're talking about. Like, if we're looking at ATC-TSM rivalry, where they drop right next to each other on every single map, then something could come into play if, like, TSM had the opportunity to try and ruin them. But with the relationship between the teams that are already qualified and the teams that are still in the running right now, the connection is too tenuous, especially since we don't even know who the rest of the PGC is going to look like. Though the way that the dominoes are going to fall isn't like, we don't have enough knowledge to be able to make a designation one way or the other who is going to benefit whom by going or not.
So let me ask you this. Right now, Fiumba looks like it's going to be our Latin American representative, right? They're guaranteed one spot. Even if they win this weekend, they don't necessarily, there's not necessarily another team that we think will make that top 5 grouping.
Yeah.
Does it matter, though, to Fiumba? Do they want to win this event so that it gives them maybe bragging rights or a little bit of flex, if you will, as they go into PGC?
Oh, absolutely. And I think, too, I mean, Fiumba, just the way that we've seen them play this mixed lobby, even against like some of the American teams versus the Latins versus America, they're probably one of the best teams that I think has a feel for both styles and play both metas. It did take them a little bit to get going. I think that their original plan week 1 wasn't quite as solid. Week 2 looked phenomenal. It's the Fiumba that we're used to seeing. And if they play that way this week, I mean, again, I think they're 4th right now in the prize pool. If Fiumba plays just as good this week, maybe even places out the top, they'll win PCS5 or be at the very top. And then at that point, they've earned the PGC points regardless of the guaranteed Latin.
It gives you confidence maybe going to the big show.
Yeah.
Do you think that there's an advantage when we talk about the sort of PGC and all these different teams that are competing to going in as an underdog, maybe making it as sort of that 5th place qualifier because nobody's watching you?
Maybe, but again, this goes back to what Stephanie said, how so many times in Battle Royales, because there are so many variables, it does unfortunately drastically reduce the amount of really preparation that you can even do for other teams. So whether you're a favorite coming in or you're a dark horse or you're an underdog, the team's approach is going to be 80% or more on themselves, no matter who their opponent is.
Sure. And I mean, I want to follow up on that as well. We've had some crazy circles the last 2 weeks, and that's been something that has really been hard for some teams. You know, I think in the past we've talked about if a team has center circle when they've landed, whether or not they do good or bad, and then the teams that have to travel thousands of kilometers throughout the week just to try and stay up through the late game. And so it's been a struggle for some of those teams to play in areas that we don't often see circles, especially on some of those Miramar games.
Let me ask you a quick follow-up here. I talked to TSM after last week. I wasn't here, but I got to watch, and I saw some real struggle bus in terms of closing out games from them. And Purdy told me, Toffees, it's just really hard to win a game. I mean, are you seeing that from them? Why is it teams like Oath seem to be able to close out 3 or 4 at a time, and teams like TSM, who are huge kill counts, can't seem to get that chicken dinner more than once?
I think TSM are victims of their own strength as well as experience as a roster with the old format. it's trying to get into a completely different headspace with the tools that they had was not easy for them as compared to Oath, who have made multiple roster changes.
Let's see if they've made it into the headspace. I'm getting word right now the plane is in the air, so let's head over to our casting duo for the weekend. It is Matchroom and Godspeed.
Thank you so much, Toffees, Clover, and Cam. We are moving as fast as we can into this game. Matchroom, Godspeed. We had a hell of a week last weekend. I had a time for my voice to repair. Are you ready for what the craziness that we're set up for here at Godspeed?
I'm pretty ready for this, man. It's actually my first time casting, finally, I know. I've been on the couch, which has been great. It's been fantastic, but I do miss sitting at a desk, especially next to you, so this should be pretty tasty.
I know. I've been really enjoying our cast together. I don't know if the rest of chat enjoys it as much as we do with each other, because we just go off on these random tangents, but we'll have to see as it goes. Plane is up in the air, as the desk was talking about, so it should just be a second before we get an update, but it's nothing too crazy. We're not going to be looking at too much action. Plane path's pretty much coming in from the south, going all the way up to the north, pretty centralized, so no big rush on that. Whenever we're looking at the early stages of these games, though, what do you have your eyes drawn towards?
Early stages on the game, honestly, it's just that first circle pop, and then looking at which teams are deciding to rotate or how they rotate, which teams are in the circle, stuff like that. Because again, we know generally it's fairly stale in the beginning. I mean, we don't see too much, but it's really what I'm looking for is just the first pop and then how the teams react.
Well, you've got your eyes set on the first pop. Let's take a quick listen in with Roth and see where he has his eyes set amongst other teams.
The teams on our radar going into this week are obviously more or less Dig and Gas, just because they're the ones competing for us for the final PGC slots. Everyone else is really kind of locked in. So we need to, above all, we need to perform. I think everyone has to perform. Everyone has to get their win and try to place as high as they can. But it'll be interesting to see how the final 6 games play out, depending on who wins first.
Thank you so much, Roth. And Circle has popped. So Godspeed, pretty centralized around Shelter.
Yeah.
A lot of weird that could go on inside the circle.
True. The thing that's actually most interesting to me, as well as Roth just said, that the teams they're looking forward to most obviously would be Gas Cans and Dig is smack dab in the middle at Shelter, but we also do know that Shelter is kind of tricky as far as holding it down. If that's where they decide to hold it down, we'll see. I imagine they'd probably take some of the compounds just south of that and just try to set up what it's just Oath doing Oath things, It's not a big deal. Reload Bale Frost going. I mean, this would definitely be one of the best positions to kind of hold early. These flat tops, there's one here. There's also one just to the south of it as well, which actually looks like they're almost splitting. So I do like this from Oath. They are going to need a little bit of gear before they actually set up on this, but with Melta being pretty much open to them, actually not so much. SSG is got a really nice little split here.
Well, it looks like Oath might be eyeing a little bit further to the east of this position, just in those rocks that are around Lumberyard, that area. SSG's split is pretty strong, but Dignitas making the play over into Prison, Shelter, whatever you want to call it, all over in this area. Prison, well, actually Crater, I think was the original name.
Yeah, Crater, Prison, yeah, pretty much.
I always forget, and I go back on that one. Like, there was such a long period of time I couldn't think of anything else except for the original name, and now I can't think of it as anything but Shelter at this point. But going to what you were talking about, Dignitas controlling this whole area all the way up until Mansion, that is a good, I would say, almost fifth of the circle that they presently have vision around.
It is a fifth of the circle, but I also don't imagine that Sparking's going to stay there that long. I don't really think Mansion is like the long play for them to hold. I do believe that Mansion is great to loot, especially for like a solo, right? Sparking's going to be there. He's going to get very, very fat on loot. It's going to be glorious for him. And yeah, it looks like Honey Badger's potentially setting up at that new compound. I want to call it new compound. It is a new compound. It's basically the museum, which is a really strong spot as well. I don't know, again, if he's going there to loot, but overall, this split, at the very least, from Dig is going to give them a lot of options going into the next circle.
Do you think that whenever you drop in museum, if you run by it, do you just like shoot at some of the enemy teams, like specifically like the Americas teams when you run by, like just look at Sonic's names, just spray at their thing while you're going around looting?
Nah, I mean, maybe if you're one of them, but I have more respect for the fine arts, so I tend not to want to get crazy in the music.
I remember you as a player. You can't start saying stuff like that.
I wasn't that bad as a player, was I? I don't think I was that toxic. Maybe I was.
You had some banter to you.
I definitely had some banter for sure. Systematico's trying to banter some shots over to Light Show as they go up towards Death Road, but I mean, this is a position. Actually, Emmy's already set up here as well.
I like the read coming out from Systematicos, realizing the fact that people are going to be making the play down towards Death Road. They did run a 2-2 split in this thing, if maybe they can pick up a couple of kills. These are the types of modifications you want to see coming out from teams that are, let's be honest, struggling a little bit right now. So whenever you're looking at this, you're seeing modifications, awareness on how the game's playing, and awareness of the meta. These are the tools that are going to propel them into really starting to find their ways to excel inside of here. Now the question comes into play, how much more can they get out of it versus a team like Adapt right now, where we've been looking at? I was expecting a lot more from them.
Right. I was going to say, Adapt came in real strong coming out of groups. I mean, let's be honest, they've struggled. There's really no other way to say it. And
hasn't yet adapted.
Has it? I mean, it's just been, the lobby's obviously difficult, but even still, there's been quite a few moments where I believe they should have done better. Systematicos, I mean, they're just a team that also really have struggled overall. And we've seen them in positions like this early game where they'll have a good early game position, whether it's center circle or just something just off center. The issue that Systematicos have is once they get pushed on the edge, whether by circle or another team, they really have an issue coming back into circle. And we generally see them just kind of get destroyed on a rotation. So I'm hoping that isn't the case. Also, I just want to see Systematico just more aggressive, if I'm being honest. And the same thing for Young Kings. We actually kind of saw some glimpses of Young Kings, though, I will say, last week at the very least.
See, TSM running a little bit of hesitance, afraid the fact that there might be some bridge camps around what's going on, taking their time with it. And TSM, that's what they do. Let's be real. TSM is never in a hurry to get into the circle, so seeing them take their time around the bridge, make sure it's safe, perfectly fine. Opposite strategy of this, though, is Gascan's going to be looking at BT. As Black Tiger is going to be running across the bridge, just hoping that they don't bump into anybody, as we're getting a lot of cluster that's now starting to group around Farm, Death Row, that kind of area. And given the circle, that's no surprise.
No, that's no surprise at all. And again, a lot of the teams are going to be centering up here at least as much as possible. We see Sonics there just to the west side, taking kind of Potato Hill, which is an area we actually see them quite often in the circle. I mean, for obvious reasons, they're right next to Pachinki, and it's a really good spot to scout. We've seen them wipe a few teams on this side, so west side is definitely be a little Sonic controlled. And then, yeah, you still have Fumba I'm the most worried about, not because their position is bad. In fact, their position is great, but how many times, Matt, have we seen a team on Death Road, on that dirt road, just get absolutely demolished from multiple teams either rotating or crashing or just trying to take a position up on that hill?
Just too many people start to send it on Death Road at a certain point.
I mean, it's a really risky spot. Meanwhile, though, I do like how Gascans did watch Black Tigers rotate forward. They saw them. They didn't take any shots, and now they're able to cross the bridge for free. They basically use Black Tigers as bait. Like, is anyone camping? No? Perfect. We're sending it right out.
Hey, that's part of the Battle Royale.
That's smart. No, that's good. Very good play from Gascan.
What I have my worries about right now is this circle isn't too bad. Given what we've been seeing through all of PCS5 so far, I don't trust this circle. It's too nice. I'm expecting like a hard southern shift or something else like that, maybe going around like the Yasnaya Fields, something like that. This is too polite to start off the day.
Yas Fields would be brutal. It would be absolutely brutal if this hard shifted north. But I mean, I think it's also maybe just me and you, because I think the last time we cast together, circles were, I don't think they were too crazy.
You're really trying to get the players on your side right now, aren't you? It's
no.
Trust me. Circles are nice, guys.
No. This isn't.
Want this to happen more.
The thing is I believe I've gotten the most normal circles when in reality I'm really hoping for the most messed up ones.
Well, see, that's where I come into play. I always want the messed up ones, and I tend to get them. I still haven't gotten a couple of my specific circles. Like, I did realize there was an Oasis game after me begging for Oasis forever.
That's true.
And I didn't get it.
That was a good game.
That hurt.
That was a really good game. Yeah, you really missed out.
I don't know whoever writes all of our circles for this and like creates the script, but that one, guys, that hurt.
You actually is in a good position to cut off some rotations to the north here.
I like how you're like, I don't even want to go down that road.
Yeah, you with a nice little position here at these former yellows. I mean,
there's no script, guys. There's no script and there's no circle control. I'm just making
Don't tell them that. Let them believe it. Let them believe it.
I know, but you know somebody's going to go on social media and be like, oh my God, did you hear that Matt said the fact that there's controlled circles and they know where it's going? No, guys, it doesn't work that way.
Capitan actually in a good position here on the Prio at Snake compound while the rest of his team on Dirt Road just kind of holding out, trying to see if he could potentially just either secure this side of the compound for them or maybe get an early knock, but you do have multiple members now of 300 starting to encroach on the position. And Snake is not bad at all in the circle. Good rotations from it, as long as they don't get trapped by multiple members in the south compound. Shots coming out from Penta. He's not going to find the knock.
It's at least a scare them away, as Synergy is going to roam back over to the west. Fisher is to the south. It's holding down the peninsula. It's right along the coast. And there's not a lot of circle going this direction, but there's also no teams. So I guess try and try again, maybe make your way a little bit further north, come back into it. We're waiting 30 seconds for everything to kind of condense down right now anyway, but with everything that's happening, keep in mind TSM is holding down a very wide split. So this might continue to be a problem for Synergy, depending on how they opt into moving.
Yeah, Synergy, I mean, immediately backed off, and I'm curious if they're going to actually try to re-engage here. Because if they are able to pinpoint the fact that it is a split, they could punish that, but also Synergy really isn't known for punishing splits or really getting that aggressive on crashes unless they're sending it. So I'm not quite sure that's going to happen. Shift comes, very vanilla.
I mean, this is like hyper vanilla ice cream right here. This is as
almost
simple as you can make it.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. French vanilla is one of my favorites.
Dude, vanilla ice cream is
vanilla ice cream is good, but sometimes you want a little, little moose tracks or some rocky road,
like give me something inside of here right now. And the players right now I think are getting a little antsy, feeling the same thing. Whenever you end up with a circle like this where nobody's really having to fight, but you're already in a position inside the circle, like what's the mindset inside the team? Is there like
that's a really easy question. Everyone is just staying on comms, like making sure that you're not watching the same things, and you're looking for crashes, but you're also looking to shoot people off rotations, right? Like if it's actually moments like this that I just remember hating. It's like the calm before the storm, right? You're just constantly waiting. You're constantly looking at your angle. Okay, is my teammate watching southeast? Okay, he is. Nothing yet. And then it feels like, especially on a hard shift, everything happens all at once. So as much as I loved getting circled, it was also, I think, I'd rather be fighting for circle because, again, the calm before the storm was just really brutal sometimes.
Well, there's no nerves in it. Whenever you're the team that's having to make the moves, whenever you're the one that's having to react to whatever's going on, it's a lot more in the moment style.
Sure.
When you're sitting there in just complete and utter silence, like kind
it's
of
almost
what's
like
going
a lull.
On. Yeah, like you feel like, oh my God, my hands are getting cold. I need to like keep them warmed up. I need to make sure that I've got like everything set and ready to go. And I feel like you can almost get a palpable tension with some of these teams.
Yeah, you also have to be hyper-focused on what you're watching too, right?
Yeah.
So it's interesting for sure.
Let's see that Sonic's getting...
Actually, Fumba, sorry, real quick. Fumba sent what Capitan was at that north side prio on Snake Compound, where we now see Leda, but he has completely backed off, and I like that decision from Fumba, especially if you're going to hold Dirt Road. You need to absolutely make sure that you have, if you're splitting on it as well, you have all 4 members, because wide splits on Dirt Road generally don't work.
Interesting play coming out from Wildcard. Everybody is playing to the south, around Death Road, around Farm. These guys doing a very long northern wrap right now. It looks like they're just trying to get a feel for the different compounds that are right along the edge of the zone. One of our teams that we definitely have our eyes on. And it feels like this is a fairly safe play, all considered. But if the circle does hard shift up to the north like we were talking about, this could give them prime real estate and some very good vantage points to play from.
It can, and honestly, they can avoid a lot of kind of the mid-game scuffle or kind of where the traffic jams start to come up, especially in certain rotations, or trying to drive around edge, especially if they're staying far north. They could potentially just wrap in the blue if they really wanted to, if their situation was that dire, especially in the early stages when blue isn't that detrimental, and they could absolutely make a play from the north here. So they're taking their time. They know they're not going to get like one of the most prime positions. Obviously, it's Circle 2. But they should be fine here. I actually don't mind this at all from Wildcard. It just depends on what the circle's going to do, really.
Look, guys, PUBG really do be like that sometimes. We are at presently 64 people. Nobody has died. It's a very friendly circle right now. So that's why we're trying to give you an idea on what's going on with positionals, good buildings to play from, areas that have good vision on what could be happening, how these teams are already prepping to react for the next shift that is due to happen at any given moment. Because while it's comfy and cozy right now, and all 64 players can hang out inside of here, in a couple of seconds, that is going to drastically change.
Yeah, and I'm actually not terribly surprised that someone hasn't taken, I don't know what to call it now, tempo dip. It's kind of what we called it back then, but that kind of that dip right in between Pi Road.
There we go. We were saying the fact that North was a potential for happening. United, you saw they were guns ready. They were like, all right, let's hop in our cars, let's go. Oh,
but
no,
see, that's actually a really good point that you said that, because I feel like a lot of teams will hesitate to rotate, especially if it's like a shift, right? I love the fact that United was already in their vehicles, right? And they're not the only team that do it. I'm just the one that I noticed. Team is ready when that circle shifts to already be rotating. That helps a lot. This is that dip I was actually talking about. So it is going to be Fumba that takes it.
Now the Fumba dip, at least for right now, as multiple teams are rotating. Oath's going to have a couple of shots come their way. SSG is going to rotate pretty close to it, but just due to the way this is set up, not too good a vision on what's happening. So the first couple of teams now already rolling through, coming back behind this. 300's also going to be taking a similar path. You can see now we're popping over with TSM, who's way down to the south, could be bumping into gas cans as they're making the pass right next to Farm at the time. Most of the teams look like they're going to be sending it into these hillsides, and there's a lot of teams that are set up in referee positions right now, but with the way that we see these teams rolling in, we haven't seen anything just too problematic just yet.
I'm actually looking at something potentially problematic right now. Besides, oh, wait a second, fight Trog.
Oh, Trog, you rolled into the wrong spot right now. Adapt is just getting dropped all over the place with this one. Trog's got some control on one side of it. Synergy looks like they're trying to get a little bit involved, taking some shots at this range. Brutality now the last one up, just trying to see if he can make some type of hero play. Not too.
Oath is just gone. In the time that we're watching this fight, Oath has been completely eliminated. Adapt has been eliminated. And now Synergy with a potential... see, that's the thing. They can't push. I was going to say, I'd love to see them push, but backfilling them is now the Sonics.
Coming in right up on top of this. Synergy's got a little bit of control off the positions, but you know how Sonics does this. They're going to go ahead and respawn just a little bit. Tickleton already has an idea on what's going on and already on foot. Multiple members of Sonics now starting to crest this hillside, seeing if they can get some information with it at the time. A little bit of a peek coming up and just quite...
This is such a good fight for Sonics because there's nobody that can punish them on this hill. There's actually nobody at all that can punish on the hill. Northwest is completely out. And the closest team is Trog, who can't even see Sonic, so this is going to be a free fight for them if they choose to take it, which I imagine they will, especially after losing Quinn. Oh yeah, there's an 8. Shrim's going to get a knock.
Oh, just stacked up right on top. Okay, so now a pretty decent amount of control of the other team members, feeding over a little bit of information. There you go. Shrimsy now has the angle onto it, and the last member for Synergy is trying to run into a little bit of cover, but alas, there is a Tickleton inside of that position, and information is getting fed to him. And look at Mime. Mime's just going to go ahead and roll in here. Let's just go ahead and double up onto this one, and man, last member up, got yourself an ump to play with, so that's at least maybe some capabilities.
There's no, don't try. There's no at least.
I'm trying here, Godspeed. There's a small.
Paraguay, I mean, look, you take one of Sonic's, they're going to take 4 of yours potentially. Paraguay now know that, oh, it's going to be rough. Can he get the knock? He does find one. The trade's going to come around, though. Nice try. And that is what you get for messing with the Sonics.
Yeah. Young King's Flux in a lot of Flux trouble right now, so having to look around through this one, just locked up inside the bathroom right now as he's got a lot of TSM members around him. A new circle has popped. This position is not inside the safe zone, so we're going to see ourselves pushing a little bit further into those Yasnaya Fields area we were talking about beforehand. So with a member of Young Kings holding down this position, keep in mind the other 3 are just north of this, but there we go. Finally, Flux is going to go down off of this one. Should be picked up pretty easily.
That was an incredibly greedy split, if I have to say, from Young Kings. They had just 1 here at this Alamo building. And they had the other 3 at Heaven trying to potentially cover, but I mean, you can just completely negate that by crushing the backside, which is what TSM did. They just completely isolated that 1 player of Young Kings and were able to take the position. So quite greedy and not well supported there, unfortunately, for them.
Interesting commitment on Heaven as well instead of Alamo.
Yeah.
A lot of teams really like to hold down Alamo just due to the strength of what it provides in circles.
I mean, at least a 2-2 split there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the other thing about Heaven for Young Kings is the fact that they had terrain around it to play, but they weren't even covering on the TSM.
Well, you can see what's going on to TSM right now as Dignitas taking a couple of harassing shots, as well as Young Kings to the north of them. They do have to make a move, so it looks like they're starting to prep for that one. Got a couple of smokes down. Looks like they're going to be jumping inside of a vehicle. Sonics, though, getting a little bit more control in the northwest. They've got themselves a couple of friends that they can play with right now, as it is going to be 2 members for Wildcard that are holding down in the dips that are just a little bit east of their position. Do note that Dre, as well as T-Sock, are over in the north, and looks like they might try to wrap down and regroup in this one, but TSM in a little bit of trouble as Purdy's going to go down. They have to abandon the vehicle right now. They are inside the safe zone, but high ground advantage is going to go to Young Kings at the time. Nobody else really getting too involved just quite yet, though, as it looks like Young Kings doesn't want to overstep.
The biggest issue for TSM actually isn't even Young Kings. I think it's Dig. I think the fact that Dig can just sit in that museum compound and they can just fire away. I mean, yes, the smokes will help, but this is going to be a lot of utility for TSM to try to have to use in order to get past Dig, in order to just get rid of Young Kings.
And oddly enough, there's not a lot of harassment coming on the other side of this one, where we've got Black Tiger positioned at. Oh, we can't even talk about that, because now we got to jump over. Sonics are actually going to get held out by Wildcard. Nice reposition coming out from Draven. T-Sock that we saw just a second ago. Now back over to the Young Kings positions. You can see they're trying to dance around right now, and Black Tiger isn't getting too involved in what's going on, but it is just a lot of send it into dips moments right now, as Gas Cans also going to get eliminated as they roll through SSG's position.
And that is huge, because one of the teams in contention, the 3 that the Des talked about, Gas Cans and SSG finding themselves early.
There is a lot.
That's not what you want to see if you're one of those 2 teams. Well, I mean, if you're the one that got wiped.
Well, Wildcard now also has control over the north in these fields positions with those dips, and anybody that's going to come at them, they're going to have a lot of vision on how this approach is going to go through. Young Kings doesn't want to overstep, because we still have the Dignitas referees, as Shinboy has managed to spread up to the north just a little bit to see if maybe he can get in a little bit of range to harass as well. New circle's going to pop any second now, but if you're E United, SSG, you're feeling pretty good about it, pretty centered up, and there you go. Circle's going to pop that direction. Now, Dignitas, 300, Systematicos, Fiumba, and Troglodytas all going to have to move.
If Wildcard can hold this north side, I actually think they have the best position. I don't think it's United because Wildcard also have that massive ridge just to the south in between them and the United compound to play, and that ridge is beautiful. The only thing is they have to worry about Black Tigers.
TSM has to deal with Young Kings right now as they're making their own push around the side of it, finding another angle. I believe that Swagger is now the last one up, trying to run for the hillside, but there's just too much harassment coming out of last 2 members up for TSM FTX at the time. Looks like Black Tigers finally getting a little bit involved in what's going on with Young Kings over here as Swagger's got nowhere to go. Yep, there we go. Kraken's going to go ahead and take him down. But with this, Black Tigers did move out of the safe zone, and that might allow a little bit of a reposition for TSM, but they still have to worry about Dignitas back.
More importantly, I think it actually offered a reposition for Wildcard because look at them now. T-Sock and Zray have now started to really push into that field, which is actually pushing Black Tigers more and more towards TSM, who isn't in yet.
We've got a couple of little small movements that are going on right now. Systematicos is sending it back into this position. A lot of people have vision on what's going on, but let's not forget about Fiumba, who's pretty comfortable inside their spot right now, kind of protected by the combination of SSG as well as E United. So if anybody sends it into this position, they're going to have to deal with being harassed before they even have to deal with Fiumba inside this dip point. While this is going on, though, a lot of eyes are being drawn to this little bit of a skirmish, and that's allowing these teams along the edge to try to creep in and find new points to play from.
Again, my eyes are just fixated right now. Oh, Fiumba fought for this decent little dip here just to the south of the compound that we see United in, but my eyes are just straight up on Wildcard. They're split. The fact that they've taken control of the north side, the fact that they can pretty much control this entire circle if they wanted to, especially anyone coming up in the east or west side trying to encroach on their position. I really like this. I really like what I'm seeing from them, especially because the desk was also talking about top of the show how bad Wildcard needed to win this week.
Oh, TSM is in some trouble right now. Pinta on a smidgen of life. He's going to go down. It's going to be some assistance coming in from there on both sides of that one. Is now Dignitas might do a little bit of harassment at Black Tiger to force them away. But while this is going on, coming back into these different positions, you can see what's going on with Systematicos. But to the south, Dignitas has new contenders. 300 is coming back around this angle. Systematicos is trying to find some way to approach in here. But as it's going on, it's going to be Dignitas finding the opportunities to harass. But they have got to be so careful. If Dignitas stays focused in on this, Ribeiro is going to get a drop on him.
Oh,
and
that's
300
huge.
might find themselves an angle to work with, or even Systematicos might make a play back over into Dignitas.
300 has all the room in the world if they wanted to get aggressive. The problem is they still have at least 2 members of Dig watching their side, and they know that push. Wait, that's another knock. Poon going down now.
Every team in the lobby is now starting to
here comes 300
of Dignitas at this time, trying to set up for the res. 300 not content yet. They don't want to move. They're a little bit hesitant about what's going on right now, so a little bit of calm, settling in what's happening. Wildcard did have one of their members go down. They're trying to reposition, and this is what you're talking about. Look at Wildcard in the north. This is what Godspeed's been talking about for so long. They have so much control. The circle
even
does
still
shift, but it doesn't matter. Just like you were talking about, that ridge line is so strong that they can play from.
And I'm just waiting for 300 to get aggressive here. There's been multiple knocks on Dig. They have to know at this point it is that team, and that nade is going to confirm it.
Now got to step back around. It's all about playing around the smokes. Very minimal vision to work with. Looks like Dignitas is going to commit to the low side of it where Leda is going to be playing from. Honey Badger has gone down from a nice toss coming out from positioning on this one, but it's just a matter of time. Both these teams are waiting this one through. Dignitas is right on the edge of the zone, but there's so minimal options to work with. Extreme finally finding a little bit of an angle to play from, and there we go. Dignitas goes down, and 300 at 8 kills already get themselves a pretty strong position to play from.
Oh yeah, definitely a strong position. It will be a little sketchy if they have to cross the road, especially if the circle shifts, but even then they do still have options. The biggest threat to them is essentially either going to be Fiumba or Black Tigers, but Black Tigers has pretty much been herded into this little corner.
Trog, they're running right up into SSG. Only 1 member up, nowhere to go, but Altus does at least manage to take one down. That is going to be SSG going out, and Troglodytas now get this position for right now. At least going to be able to get the loot. They're going to have to rotate away from it as it isn't inside the safe zone, but almost everything else settling down. I've got my eyes start to be drawn on what's going on to the north. Is it going to be E United and Wildcard getting pretty close?
Here it is. This is probably one of the most important fights here, I think, of this endgame. Zill going to come around. Nice knock. He's going to find 2.
Sell it! Coming up big right now for his team. Machi's down on a different angle from this one, so it looks like they're going to commit to the low side of this hill. Korsak trying to hold together. We've seen him come up big for E United. Gets a little bit of damage, but having to step away from what's going on at the time. See if maybe he can hear what's happening. Trying to trace based off of footsteps, and I think he's just going to try to retreat away from this one. He's going to have to leave his down teammate Question comes into play for Wildcard. Maji's pretty far away from the rest of them. Are they going to commit to going after Corsac? Are they just going to make a little bit of play of their own? Looks like they're just going to go for a little bit of flushes, and they got to be careful. I think they might.
Oh, no, that was so over aggressive. Oh man,
they should have seen that door opening.
Luckily, they should be able to get up seal it. Maji, I'm not so sure though.
Yeah, I mean, Maji's as good as dead at this point. They're just going to have to focus on what they've got right now. I mean, they might just try to send it back over there real fast, but they have minimal information on what's happening over here. And they do hear a firefight with what's going on with Black Tiger and 300. Yep. That might give them a little bit of courage to go after it, and that does look like they're committing on that angle. Meanwhile, 300 still on the hunt for more kills. Looks like they've lined up, and they have their focus set into Black Tiger. Prepping this one up, looks like we see a lot of Black Tigers hiding down that hillside. These grenades could come up quite big, as everybody from Black Tiger is having to run back up against the zone wall right now. They're having to be a little bit cautious of what's happening. 300, though, definitely the perpetrators in all the action as it moves forward. These guys coming in with some gusto. Spot out one, get him down. That's going to be Neferhor finding the angle to work with. The smokes, but slowing down everything a little bit. But I think 300 is perfectly fine with this. They feel like they've got so much control going on for them.
They do. They have a lot of control, and that shift gives them even more control overall. And this is exactly what we've been wanting to see from 300. We heard it in the interview with Extreme. You know, they just needed to stop getting in their own heads and playing scared. And since they've stopped and they realized that, I mean, this is an incredible powerhouse team when they get things rolling.
I thought 300 was supposed to hold down a position. Everybody was supposed to come to them. These Spartans are charging out after everything that's moving around them at the time. Wildcard does look like they managed to get that res and do still have control over a northern position with what's been going on between Black Tiger and 300. With the way that the circle's popped, it's still going to be favorable for Fiumba, but now E-United's last member in Corsac has to be a little bit careful as he's going to have to run by where we see Wildcard positioned at, as well as Troglodytes to the south.
Yes, essentially up to 300 to get rid of Black Tiger, and then it's up to Wildcard, or excuse me, Fiumba to hold out Troglodytes from the southwest. Wildcard, again, they can just kind of chill. They have a member in the circle already, and they can just kind of get T-Sock and Maji in whenever they want. This knock is potentially going to be the side. Look how close Leda is. I love this. I love this aggression.
Confidence coming out right now, but it is going to cost him. He's going to go down with it, but that's fine. Got off a lot of damage. See if maybe the rest of the team can come into support at this point. Black Tiger has to be very, very careful the way that they're playing. This is when Kraken's all up against the wall. They're going to commit into the res. The grenades aren't going to fall into the smokes just quite yet. It looks like instead 300 is going to try to position around, see if maybe they can get a res on their side to counter what's going on inside. But this has kind of stalled everything going on to the east and allowed Wildcard to reposition around what's going on, while Fiumba is still having to deal with Troglodytes just nipping at them, trying to get inside the zone.
The problem for Trog, though, is also Wildcard now at this point. They have two teams now watching them try to get in the circle. That's going to be a knock coming out from DraftKings, and it's going to be very rush. A potential just crash, send it right into... Nope, not going to make it. And now 300, if they can, want to get rid of Black Tigers as fast as possible.
I like Wildcard saying, hey, maybe we can get something out of this. I don't think there was a lot of damage done by Troglodytes in that approach, but Wildcard says, okay, we're going to commit, see if maybe we can get something out of it. Never mind.
Yep, smart to back off.
Commitment. Yep. We're going to come back and step away from that one, let them have control over what's going on. Black Tigers
that knock,
also
though.
Stretching out just a little bit more means the fact that Fiumba might just opt in playing this hillside, and it looks like they're going to commit into the chase. They're realizing the fact that if Wildcard is stepping away and they don't want this fight, that means that they probably have the advantage in numbers. So Fiumba rolling up into it, drops a Molotov. That is a big problem for Wildcard right now, as they're having to contest with near on nothing. They are running the hillsides with everything's going on, but there we go. Big pop-off coming up from Zell to at least get one of them down. T-Sock on the other side of it, getting a little bit more, shifting this into a 2v2, but with the smokes down, it looks like it's just going to be a quick reset. While this is going on, Black Tiger is positioning and getting control over the center of the circle, but now T-Sock spots out another one, does go down, gets a little bit of damage. Zell gets spotted as well, and finally, Fiumba gets a little bit of time to reset.
And 300 actually have not been that active. They're just making sure they're not getting pushed. So they're kind of just letting all these teams funnel into each other. But Black Tiger are going to be a real pain for them.
Well, they tried to make something happen off of that one, but that was a quick down and flush. With this going on, Capitan does go down. Letty managed to find DraftKings as well. So a weakened Fiumba right now having to contest with just Emmy up.
Oh, this is so good.
But on the backside of this one, here comes 300. Realizing what's going on, takes down Black Tiger, now sitting in a comfortable position. Are they going to choose to crest out and charge after what's going on? Were they paying attention to the kill feed? Are they aware that there is a very weakened Fiumba over there? Or are they instead just going to go ahead and use control of position? Looks like they're leaning into control of position, Godspeed, and that can allow Fiumba to reset.
I mean, I'm very surprised that Black Tiger actually decided to aggress on Fiumba instead of trying to take that fight with 300, just because Fiumba had the angles to kind of deal with Black Tiger. So 300 now taking their time, taking, as you said, position in the circle, absolutely taking control. And Now this is going to be somewhat tough, but still very doable. If Fiumba can find a knock, even just one knock, actually, not even two, would open this fight up for them huge.
Cover does still favor Fiumba with the way that this is set up right now. Also, the way that they're separating up, they might get different firing lines on what's going on. Late is staying back behind for 300 right now to see if maybe he can assist in what's happening. Silzen, very aware of the fact that they have a danger close position to where 300 is starting to play. Extreme kind of leading the way right now, but you can see very confident maneuvering outside, just trying to use the hillside to dodge any form of aggression that could be coming at them. So Fiumba now having to just play right up against the edge of the zone. And guys, remember, we are in circle 8 right now, so we're going to move in a couple of seconds, and then it's going to force Fiumba to move. But Extreme says, screw that. I've got control. Let's go ahead and move around the smoke, see if I spot it out. Does he have an idea on where Silzen is? He's still looking up at the tree. That might be a problem, but with that, it's going to be Neverwhere. It gets a little bit of pop. But Silzen tries to go for a play with this one. Now Capitan finding himself in trouble. It's going to be DraftKings flipped around the outside of it. He is going to get spotted out.
Leda with the
comes
anchor.
Up big, and now Capitan, the last one down. He's got the blue right next to him, and minimal ways to move through what's happening. I think he hears what's going on with Extreme, seeing if maybe he can creep into this one. He's got to try to figure out some way to make this work, but he has so little information to work with the way that these smokes are down. He knows an idea on where they're at. Spots out, tries to go for a spray, but there you go. A very active 300 with 16 kills, taking our first round of the day.
I mean, they started off strong as well last week. It really surprised me as well. Black Tigers, had they pushed 300, that game would have been different, but realizing that 300 had the time to kind of take the position, Black Tigers went into Fiumba, so that was a fight they didn't necessarily have to take. They completely took control of the southwest side, and then the way they cornered Fiumba as well. I love the fact that Leda was ready for that position off DraftKings. He was in the anchor position. It was just so clean. I mean, it's so clean, I had to put on the bifocals, you know what I'm saying, so I could see what's going on.
Well, that goes all the way back to the Dignitas situation, and before that, they were walking into that position with, I believe, several kills already. Yep. Where has this 300 been? I mean, this is a team that we talked about has this potential, but we're finally starting to see it in week 3.
They definitely showed some of that last week. At least they started strong, but
war though. One game isn't going to do it. We got to have a lot of these string together because, I mean, this is a team that we talked about a lot, especially with the way that it's set up and the fragging potential for it, and really the capabilities to just kind of lean into the risk-reward situation and chase down what's going on. You saw it. They had so much awareness on how to handle what was happening inside of all of these circles.
Yeah, for the most part. And I also want to give a shout out to Wildcard, even though they didn't that was a hell of a game for them.
Well, we could talk all day about how excited we are about 300, but let's go ahead and hand it over to the analyst so that way they can break down all the action that they saw.
Thank you very much. 300 coming out like a storm, getting a huge win with 16 kills. But before we get into breaking all the action down for you, let's talk about the codes. It's your last chance to get some esports points. We want to give you that now. 8D3UTEXSMFNF. Go in there, enter that, get your last chance to put a few more points on the board. Just like 300, this is a team who we talked about this morning. Do they have a chance to go to PGC? If they win this week, will it do it for them? The consensus is most likely not, but I'm happy to see them come out with a vengeance.
Yeah, I mean, even if they don't get to go to PGC, 300 is one of those teams that's coming into this event without any points. You want to do well at PCS. I mean, you still want to be one of the best teams in the Americas regions, and there's still so much money on the table. I mean, even heard Matt and Godspeed talk about it. They've had a couple of moments of brilliance. They've had some good games in the last 2 weeks. So to start out strong, that's awesome. But I want to see them hold on to the momentum moving forward the rest of this week.
They had 16 kills, but Fiumba had 8 kills. So that is half the kills in the lobby, essentially. Not really half, but
not really. But I see where you're headed.
Those two teams dominated. So as we take a look back at what happened in that match during the highlights, talk about these two teams because they seemed impossible to stop.
So this was an incredibly exciting game to watch because the terrain forced fights in so many different ways. There were a lot of compounds in the game. Like look at on the minimap, E United is there with what looks to be a solid position until eventually it wasn't. There was terrain to play around, but a lot of open space, a lot of dead zone between that terrain, which meant that if you're a team like 300 or Fiumba that really fought from position to position, you could be in a position to thrive out of this. And here's 300 going on the aggression onto Dignitas on the edge.
Yeah, and 300 played like this through much of the game, right? They did a good job kind of pulling back behind people, backfilling. We saw a similar crash with them into Black Tigers right before this final fight. But again, Fiumba down to 1. I mean, you still got to hold your breath because the trades had been coming out all day long, and you're just kind of wondering.
Sorry, I'm chuckling because Dignitas was my pick for the weekend, and the one thing we see from them in the first highlight clip is them dying next to the blue yet again. They just seem to be caught in the edge fights, and they can't get out of them, Cameron. Every time I see it, they're getting blue dominated. It's just rough. Come on, Dignitas, give me something else. All right, let's take a look back at the winners from that match, though, because 300 does deserve their flowers. This is a team that we expected a lot from. We knew that they had to win here to get a chance to go to PGC, and they've got the pedigree for it. This is the match leaderboard, though. 16 kills and a win sets them up for a very strong weekend.
It does. But it's so hard to be super happy for them as strong of a start as this is, because, as Clover just said, it is not good enough if they perform well. They also need the leaders to all perform terribly. So they're in a similar situation to what I mentioned with Wildcard, who, shout out to them, also a good game.
So leaders need to perform terribly. Is this terrible enough, Clover? I mean, Sonic's 9. TSM 9, Sonic's 10, Oath 16. I mean, like, I don't see any big, maybe Fiumba.
It's only game 1.
Anything can happen?
Anything. But that said, I mean, this is actually a great example of the teams that needed more. Wildcard Gaming, Troglodytas, 300. Even Black Tiger and Synergy finding themselves up a little bit later and kills. It's a good start for them, but they've got to keep putting that work in this week if they want to climb that leaderboard overall for all 3 weeks.
Space Station Gaming, I can't help but notice they're opening with a hustle here as we get into it. Total leaderboard, it's going to be pretty much the same as the match leaderboard at this point. But that's the reality. Is it looks like SSG knows that they have to put up, right? Am I wrong? They have to get more PGC points than the other two sort of horses in the race right now, right?
Yeah, one reason why we're putting them on almost equal footing with Dignitas and Gascans is because they are higher on the PCS5 leaderboard, but they're lower on the PGC points gain overall, which is why when you balance things out, however, I mean, we don't actually have like an algorithm for this, but they're sort of like an equal footing, right? They need their minimum that they need to hit is higher than the minimum that Dignitas and Gascans need to hit in order to have a good points grab.
Now, just for the sake of me knowing, as I looked at the PGC thing today, Dodge is not here starting this event. They were in position to go to PGC. Is there a world where an underperformance by one of these 3 teams in the race lets Dodge still go?
Ooh, you would have to have so much shifting at this point.
Okay.
I truly feel if SSG does not have a great week, but a couple of other teams don't, I still think that they're going to come out with enough out of PCS5 that at this point they should be knocking Dodge out, especially as currently they're sitting on 3rd for the leaderboard and total prize pool earned. But if SSG, Dignitas, Gascans are all out of the money this week, it depends on who's coming in. But realistically, mathematically, it's going to be these 3 teams.
Gotcha. All right, that's good to know. We've got a little bit of time here. Let's talk about the second place team, Cameron. Fiumba got 8 kills. They played that really well. I'm going to be honest, I thought that push that they did sort of took the aggression over there early on was smart, but Black Tigers punished them for it. Was that the right play to push so aggressively?
The right play from Black Tigers or Fiumba?
Fiumba.
For Fiumba, yeah, absolutely, that was the best play because they had that ridge line to work with to isolate the east side of the map. It was a 2v. It was what that was. You're talking about their push on wildcard when it was 4 teams at the top. They knew that the other 2 teams were on the east side. So when you have that ridge to work around to like not get shot, not get third-partied, because that's always the threat in a battle royale, but especially when the circle is so small, you want to take an opportunity to have an isolated fight. Now, the Black Tigers follow-up...
Pounce 2?
That one was... I know Godspeed hated that push. I am not going to be so cynical about it. I think ultimately they got baited by the downs that they saw coming out from a great attempt at a hold by T-Sock and Zealot on the side of Wildcard. The timing just didn't work out in their favor, and really good on 300 to then capitalize on the opportunity that they had.
Let me simplify. Since Godspeed didn't like it, I'm going to ask you very yes or no. Black Tigers, pounce too early?
Pounce too late.
Pounce too early?
I actually think they pounced at the right time, because if they pounced any later, 300 would have punished them for sure. I mean, 300 was waiting at their heels.
Well, let's go to 2 people who pounce at just the right time. Every time. It is Matchroom and Godspeed.
I feel kind of awkward regarding that.
We're just pouncers now.
I know. Like, with everything that goes on in esports, I feel like we might have like some twit longers we're gonna have to write if we keep talking about all this pouncing.
Oh, I definitely don't do twit longers. So, that's definitely not me. But look at these great-looking gentlemen we have here in front of us.
That is a solid amount of sexy. Let's be real off of that one. I mean, never horse hair. Like, okay, I'm trying to grow out my hair right now. I know chat keeps commenting about like the growing out situation I've got going on. Dude has some great hair. Extreme has some great, like, whenever you see Extreme in person, you can't realize how chiseled he actually is. Like, that picture doesn't do it justice, and that picture says a lot.
The man is marbled. We'll say that.
Truth.
But, I mean, that was a hell of a performance coming out from 300. Again, love the way that they took control. They completely swept the south side, and they were able to get Dig out of there, which Dig was actually the team that was the biggest benefactor of that shift, and 300 was like, you know, I think that's kind of our position. What are you guys doing there?
Well, see, this is the thing I like about this format whenever we're looking at the week off kind of situation. 300 knows the fact that it's a reset. They know the fact that this is the big money weekend.
Right.
So, sure, PGC, not as much on the table, but money is still on the table. So these guys still want it. And that's kind of what I like, is the fact that we've got a lot of variables, such as Pippa driving around in a car.
Wait, there was someone just in a buggy. Wait, what is...
We are doing a little bit of, I guess,
why is it always... Why... Oh, this is actually really bad for Oath.
You get around. Oh, you could have jumped in the car with him. Maybe gotten a little bit of assistance. Run away.
Please!
Try to get away. He's trying to get up the hillside. Trying to get a little bit more cover away. He's got the rocks now on one angle for it. Oh, you're still using the tree. This is what you guys
Why is it always a Latin American team?
And it's often Oath too, isn't it? It feels like
I do
Oath
feel like
well,
I mean they do tend to drop for some pretty hot vehicles sometimes, but I feel like we Bale.
Bale.
Just to see that.
Not like this. Not like this, Bale Frost.
Well, at least, you know, at least they only lost one. I guess that could have been a lot worse.
I like the positivity there.
The thing that confused me though is I think there was 2 members on the buggy that Oath initially had, and then one of them got off. Which is, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it was interesting. It was weird.
It was an awkward fight.
And the circle is,
to say the least,
basically the same.
I mean, Oath can make their little pass down to the south. That's not going to be no surprise. Looks like that's what they're running up. Kickstart's going to run up an Uber Snakers back down where they can get some loot. Yeah, and like you're talking about, if you like the last circle, guess what?
You're going to love this. Oath, I mean, just to put some context in there, the plane wasn't really the greatest for their drop. It was very far north, and so because of that, they were trying to stretch for vehicles. Didn't work out. It happens. It was just, yeah, the buggy thing just kind of threw me off. Regardless, 300 now, no longer having a clown car.
By Extreme, you don't get a car.
He doesn't want one. He's going to leave the compound right here. It's a decent split. No one's really going to be around this area. They've established themselves here, so this is pretty free for them.
I mean, also very close to the circle as well, so they can take a second to loot. No big inherent rush on them. They're also going to have an idea on what's going on with nobody on military base, so no camping benefits of any form of fashion with that one. It's all in all just pretty similar to last time. We've got Fuba that's hanging around Death Road. We've got Dignitas that's hanging out around that whole shelter area. That's about it.
The one thing that you brought up is actually a pretty interesting talking point as well. Is getting into first circle is generally never a problem for the teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you look at first circle, I mean, unless it's like something really scuffed, we're not really going to see.
Or last week.
Oh yeah, last week was actually kind of wild. But I mean, like special circles like this, seeing a team not even in the first circle is not a big deal at all, because a lot of the time these teams will jock for position. They'll kind of see what the shift is going to do, or kind of what the teams that are already established in the circle are going to do, and they kind of play around that. So whenever we talk about what's happening in the early game, or as far as like teams rotating in the first circle, you're generally not going to get a lot of action or something weird, so to speak.
We're trying to give you the lay of the land
like
for whenever people have to rotate in later stages.
Right.
That's really what the information we're trying to provide. I mean, based off like what you were talking about a second ago, that's TSM's whole strategy. They're like, first circle what? That doesn't even exist to us.
Unless they get circled, which generally they do take good split positions, but yeah, it's first circle, pretty much just not even teams feeling each other out, just looting and making sure that they can get in a good rotation.
So we saw Systematicos make a little bit of a play to the south last game whenever we saw this position. Dignitas finding themselves, specifically Honey Badger, a little bit more of an awkward spot. Keep in mind, Adapt does hear what's going on, but you can see while Honey Badger is very caught up with what's going on with Casa Grande, there is a dangerous position in where Lauren is playing at. Much, much closer right now. But with a lot of commitment and this only firefight going on from this point, Lauren has to be careful, as he might be revealed to an Adapt reposition at any given moment. Oh, Honey Badger, you don't want to go through that door right now. Tries to get a little bit of information.
And there they go. Yes, yes, Systematic. This is exactly what I want to see. Got the headshot. They knew that, or at least they think it's only one, max 2. And that they're punishing Honey Badger, which is exactly what they should be doing.
They're too slow. Dignitas is already coming in with more numbers right now, and they're kind of letting it happen. Honey Badger's trying to get a little bit of spray and does take down one of them. And while I love the premise behind it, it's just a little bit too slow as now Dignitas is forcing these fights, and Dignitas is coming out on top of that.
Yeah.
So Systematico's wanted this, and now on the other side, guess what? There's Adapt. So Systematico's down to 1, and it's Lauren that was standing out in the middle of nowhere.
So really nice hold from Dig and good recognition to immediately send people over there. The problem with that is when you get a headshot, you do some damage like that, and you're executing. You can't stand in the middle of the compound trying to throw utility in the way. Like that was a big mistake. I'm sorry, it was a really big mistake.
Pushing into the compound itself. I
mean, even pushing in the compound is fine, but the fact that 2 members of Systematico had utility in their hands while they were pushing instead of gun out, like that's.
Oh, Lauren's trying to get away, but there's so few options. If we can at least get past Adapt. Adapt did so much damage and took down one of his teammates. He does get over this position, but uh-oh. If he continues going south, there's going to be a Fiumbo waiting for him, but looks like he's cutting to the west where there is no one at, so he gets to be king of the mountain for a little while.
Regardless, I still like the idea behind that push from Systematico. It's just execution was a little just not there. Overall, really nice hold, though, from Dig. I'm not going to take that away from Honey Badger as well. You got 2 really clean knocks.
And a very quick response as well.
Yep, that was good.
They were very separated. Remember, we were talking about they had that whole shelter situation. They were separated out for quite a while, getting some looting, and realized what was going on, fed that information over, collapsed very quickly to stall out what was about to go down, kept Honey Badger alive, and while they're still doing a little bit of exploring and United is harassing, I think it should be pretty much okay, and end up with a very centralized position in the circle as well.
Dig will be fine. They'll have that compound, used to be called New Compound, just there over on Pie Road, and they should be able to save their vehicles here
Help me understand this, Godspeed. Why do players always name something New Compound when you know sooner or later there's going to be another New Compound?
It's just... I can't explain it. If
I'm holding you accountable for all of the players' decisions right now for this.
Well, that's not even fair. I don't really know what to say to that. But Dig, really strong position. Again, dead center, should be able to save their vehicles here, and they should actually have some decent rotations out of this as well, if they so have to. And 300 is coming in real hot to this compound with the Sonics Mime. And it looks like Shrimzy going to have to hold this.
I like the position for this one. Shrimzy goes down, though. 300 rolling through Neverwhore, takes a lot of damage. Box taking a lot of damage as well.
That was
going to go down. Nice peek coming out from Mime. Get the down and a quick flush. 300 now finding themselves with having to stop for just a moment. SSG roaming around through the hillside back behind this one, but this is going to be a difficult push. I mean, let's be honest. This is like one of those really weird buildings that everybody has had this fight around beforehand. You come in and you know somebody's on the second story and you've got to push up that stairwell. It never feels good.
So, I mean, these are double balk buildings, but I'll tell you what we used to call them. We used to call them shit shows, because fighting in these is just, I mean...
If you haven't had to fight in one of these with Poro before, you never know it before. But Tiggleton with a beautiful angle. Leda just has to run. Mime does go down, but
just juice.
Just
straight juice
in there right now. I mean, just popping it off. The other 2 members that are down are just looking at Leda. Leda can't do anything. He's got this little bitty hidey hole that he's going to be working from, but just trying to get away from the Sonics because 300 wanted this, but Sonics coming in, bringing the reinforcements while they did manage to do some damage. It's just going to be difficult. Leda might have the angle for this one, though.
I mean, nice response from Sonics. It's unfortunate they lost 2, but I also don't really think Sonics are terribly worried.
What do you think Extreme and Vox are talking about right now?
Hey, man. What's going on?
I think they see us over here. Should we just hang out? Maybe Leda can actually clutch this. We'll hold it. I mean, if he steps around right now, he could find himself in peace.
I mean, the fact that he just iron sight's nice. Leda's going to find one. That's going to be a clean knock. One-on-one now. Definitely doable.
I mean, Leda, he's had his clutch potentials inside the past 16 rounds is the problem, and going against Tiggleton, he has himself a throwable to work with, but I don't think that he has a read on exactly where the position is going to go. Nice toss as well. A little bit of a do-si-do around the outside of the building, going to jump back down off of this, seeing if maybe he can get a little bit more information fed over. Tiggleton's going to come in the building at roughly the same time, though, so rotating around positions. With everything that's going on, I believe H1 fed the information over. Peek coming up, and Leda holds the line for his squad and manages to survive. Unfortunately, the other 2 members are
What cost, Matt? What cost?
It's a moral victory, Godspeed.
I mean, you never know. I don't want to count Late out. Maybe he wins another game. We've seen solos win before, so.
Are you feeling really good for Later right now?
I'm feeling good to the fact that he's alive and he got the shift. I'm not feeling good to the fact that there's probably going to be a team that wants that compound and will probably try to crash or at least take it from him.
I get the feeling he's having that similar mindset right now with the circle the way it is shifted down. Still have a little bit of the canal that's going to be in play. Gas can.
That's always
Wild Card and Young Kings moving.
That's always the double-edged sword when you're a solo and you get the shift. You're like, oh heck yes, I'm alone.
Everybody wants my house. I mean. It's like it's not like he can risk potentially even moving. I mean, he might be able to find himself a hidey hole. You can see United make a rotate through.
You can hide somewhere in there, but again, it's just unfortunate that they couldn't utilize the position that they wanted and they fought for.
You're seeing the capabilities of what goes on right now with the angles in the high ground, doing a little bit of harassment. Daps rolling through. Wildcard's going to be coming in back behind positionings. TSM as well. It's everybody making a little bit of a sin play down around Death Road, specifically to the south, hoping the fact that they get a little bit something out of it. Wildcard's still getting harassed by gas cans as they roll through, but should be able to at least get past this positional. And not a lot around Pachinki, but you can see Fiumba, who's been playing around this point because they do drop around here, have now managed to venture their way over to the west, just at the drop-down point, going down into what's going to be looking where we see Leda playing from. So Leda, maybe he scared him off enough.
I mean, this is definitely not a bad idea for Leda either. Kind of puff out your chest, act like you're bigger than you are, and try to shoot off some teams. The issue is Adapt. I don't know if they really care.
Fishy here.
Maybe. I mean, they only got shot up by one person. On top of the fact is there's multiple angles to crash this compound, as we see Mimu kind of going towards the don't run your teammate over towards this Prio building.
Boy, that was an emergency break if I ever saw one. Try to keep him alive. Later realize the fact, okay, this is a problem. You get the big house. I'll take the small house. Actually, let's not do that. Let's just go ahead and leave all of the houses all considered.
You know what? Just take everything.
You can have it all. Adapt. It's fine. Just protect me. That's the way it's going to work. You can have the nice beds. You can have the house. I'll sleep out in the rain. Just don't let the rats kill me.
I also just really like the fact that they're clearing this as a team.
I mean, you never know. I mean, you got to play it safe. And if anything, that could be a little bit problematic.
Systematicos. Did he see him?
Yep. Alo. Close range.
Alo doesn't lose those. Close range god, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, TSM a little bit more on the quiet side today, but with the first circle that we saw, and specifically the last game that we saw, it was chaotic, to say the least. So we know the fact that they're going to be jockeying for a couple positions, and they're going to get themselves control of the top.
I like this for TSM FTX, actually in the circle, not having to chase it. This is nice. This is
and
really
it's strong,
nice.
High ground position, too.
Yep, they're on Potato Hill. Definitely going to have a strong position up there, as well as kind of the little trenches and new stuff to play around with there. And yeah, regardless of where this shifts, they should have a decent rotation coming into, north, south, east, west, doesn't matter. Wildcard as well. I mean, they're kind of staying in those double barns there just to the east of Pachinki, which is another good position to rotate off of, on top of the fact they just defend their compound if someone's trying to crash, or even use the west side to try to rotate, unless they go, southwest.
They're throwing mollies in there, but he's not inside of it, so it doesn't get caught. Retaliative. Just don't be no! Retaliative easily managed to take that one down. It's all right, Leda. You won the fight that mattered earlier, so you're still a hero in our hearts.
Trigger discipline, though. I mean, he was immediately on the that was really that kind of sucked, because
it's a little bit of a nerve-wracking situation.
Oh, for sure. I'm not hating on him at all. I'm just saying that just sucks. That's unfortunate.
No, I mean, that's going to be the message that I specifically send Leda. Did you hear what Godspeed said about you?
I'm a Leda fan. He's cool.
I would venture to say so. Circle's the way it's going to pop up right now. Looks like Troglodytes and Young Kings might have themselves a little bit of a situation. Synergy's going to need to make a rotate in. We do have Space Station Gaming back behind that one, as well as Gas Cans, but I don't know. Like, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of, like, quote-unquote cover in this, because you're looking at the buildings. But there's a lot of dips in different positions to play around.
There's a decent amount to play terrain-wise in this circle for sure, especially up towards Potato Hill. There's a lot of different like dips, as you said, little ridges to play. I actually really like what Traga's doing, and they're not necessarily spreading too far to the north, or sorry, too far to the center. They're kind of staying just to the north there and holding out the teams that want to come in. That's actually a really good compound. It is elevated to just kind of gatekeep people out, and that's exactly what they're doing. Even having Jayu just off to the north there, outside of circle, to really punish rotations in between. So very nice from Trog. I like this.
Yeah, it's a great awareness play coming through. Synergy going to go ahead and try to combine their cars together and roll through the hillside right now. It looks like they might be opting in a path that could put them right between Dignitas and United. Dignitas has been having to contend just a second ago with Troglodytas positionings. But it's going to see a couple of teams just trying to squeak by right now is what's going on, as SSG also might be coming up back behind this. What's going on with Synergy? Good read on how to use the hillside to get a little bit more distance, but Sparking doesn't care. He's got that low ground point, gets a nice drop onto Pippa, and now it gets a little bit more hazardous with every single inch further in that you drive. Gonna be rolling through. Fortunately, Troglodytas are fighting to the north of this position, so managing to squeak back by yet again. But with this, they're going to find themselves in a position between TSM Troglodytas and potentially Young Kings, depending on when they opt in stopping.
That should actually be a huge indicator for United. The fact that they saw the knock and they heard the shots coming, they should know now that Dig is just off to their northeast, and they should probably prepare for that. It looks like kind of looks like they're actually positioning for that, which is perfect, because this is exactly what they should do based off the information they got from that rotation off of Synergy. And Synergy now struggling even against Troglodytas yet again. It's like second game, I think.
Troglodytas wanting to gatekeep out everybody to the north, and we've got Synergy that comes up back behind them. So with this, a very firm commitment into positioning and saying the fact that, nope, you don't get to play around here. We're at least going to make it miserable for you. While this is going on, we did also have Space Station Gaming coming back in behind Troglodytas, but no big push coming in just quite yet. Another good grenade's going to land right on top of Synergy. And let's also throw in a Molotov. Fisher, you're in a lot of trouble trying to get away. It's going to go down, and Troglodytas made that look clean.
They did. They backed off a little bit. They let them kind of get in the combat, and then they trapped him. Again, very well played from the Troglodytas. Space Station, though, they took their time. They're not coming up to this fight. Potentially a scuffle here just on the northeast, and then Young Kings could actually hear that, and if they time it right, oh, and the shift is so good as well.
Oh, Rusty Zera had the angle onto two of SSG, and they go down. Rest of Troglodytas is going to have the high ground to look back at what's going on. Roth goes down. It's now just going to be Sharp Shot that's down the hillside. Rusty Zera has taken half damage from a grenade. Looks like they might be just trying to do a little bit of a rescue operation with him. Sharp Shot, though,
Young Kings needs to go, man. They can see this. They can hear this fight going. They're not even in the circle.
I mean, right now, if you're an SSG fan, you've just got to pray that maybe Dignitas creates enough of a problem with it. Sharp Shot trying to carve his own path to get into position, but it's very minimal with what's going on. Young Kings also might encroach on the other side of this one. Sharp Shot just trying to use whatever utility can. Maybe can get Oldless back up. But it looks like Troglodytas just pushing down through this one. They now have distance. They have the hillside between them and Dignitas. Dignitas is still just trying to close the distance onto it, and that might be beneficiary for it, but it's just so many throwables. I mean, God, there's just nowhere for SSG to go, and Troglodytas is just taking a stranglehold of the north.
Yes, Trog has done a phenomenal job so far with their position, really utilizing every aspect of it. And meanwhile, on the other side of the circle, TSM has just devastated gas cans.
Oh, they're going to spot out. There
Beautiful.
It's
nice
just
shots, pretty. There we go.
You're seeing just solid defend control positions right now. These guys roaming out, realizing the fact that where threats are coming from, trying to make sure the grass as it goes. Dignitas doing the same as they're now trying to move into position. Punage is not quite with them. He's inside the vehicle, should be rolling up in just 1 second. But Troglodytas is now down to 2. They've got 7 kills, but they've got a couple of problems as they've been loud for quite a while. They've been harassing a couple of teams that now want vengeance, because remember, this all started with them harassing Young Kings at Dignitas.
Yep.
And that comes to be a problem sometimes, as now it's going to be 2 versus 2 squads.
And to give some credit to Young Kings, they did finally move up and now starting to take more control over that north side, so that's good to see. But what?
BT, this is not the neighborhood you want to be in right now. So you got Dignitas on 1 point, managing to run through. Another member is going to go down. Just 1 member up for Black Tiger. Manages to get a little bit of a spray as he comes through with it. But, I mean, where do you go? There's so many people shooting at you. Young King's on the other side of it. Now he has to run back over. He's got Dignitas on another angle. Maybe run him over. Can you send it in? Maybe the car's going to connect. No, it's not.
How are the enemy teams going to know what you're doing when you don't even know?
See, next level mind game.
It's truly, that was something.
That was something
by Black Tigers.
Oath now trying to make a play onto TSM's positioning. Multiple members of TSM now down at this point as they're trying to crest the hillside. We do have Adapt and Wildcard fighting on the other point around this hill. So it looks like Oath is going to get a little bit more comfy, cozy up on this point. And it's going to be Penta that's having to run potentially around to where Wildcard and Adapt are fighting.
Young Kings with a nice wipe. There we go. That's what I'm talking about, Young Kings. I've been really wanting to see this team just get more aggressive and take more initiative, and that's exactly what they need to do. But now they need to deal with Dignitas, who has pretty much been harassing the northeast side of the circle this entire time.
Yeah, and they're going to need to make an approach into this one. Really, Dignitas' options are to try to bust through the point we're seeing right now, moving into Young King's point, or maybe going down to E United. Fiumba's also going to have to move, and you can see our boy Penta just right up in the thick. Heard the fact of what was going on with Wildcard. I'm willing to bet that he was hoping that this fight would break out a little bit more, and maybe he could get something into it, or maybe just sneak in back behind him. But with what's going on, everything is kind of calmed down for just a minute. Oath in a very strong point, as Oath is want to do at this point in the circle. Let's be real. They know how to navigate and
Oath is chilling.
points. So they're perfectly fine to let everybody else just damage each other and then walk into their sightline.
On top of the fact that TSM kind of got picked apart up on that hill, as he's pretty sure Penta's the only one left on that team. He also has to deal with Wildcard, as well as the last two members of Adapt. As we're looking at this fight, this is a really wide spread for Young Kings.
Oh man,
potentially punished, but also could work out for them.
This is coming up roses. All the other squads except for Oath right now are all potentially about to fight. Quick exchange going on between Dignitas and Young Kings. It looks like it's going to be Unite and Fiumba to the south. Dignitas having that a little bit better of a position right now and how they're trying to play around it. Already have one of the members down as well. Sparking is going to go ahead and connect, get a headshot onto another one. Yet two of the Young Kings members that were playing to the north are now down. It's just going to be the guys that are bunkered down inside this compound. And look, Dignitas reads it. They're all rolling in together. They know that they have the numbers advantage onto this, and Young Kings trying to defend this up from two different buildings are going to have some trouble coming their way.
It's just confusing because Young Kings had the potential to have so much control on the side, but instead, I don't know if they were trying to lose some of the bodies they got. I mean, nice knock coming out from Shamboy, but yeah, they basically invited this to happen, and because of that, it's just down to Waiku's, and I am not really sure what he can do.
I mean, he's already got a damage helmet, tries to go for spray, reveals his position. They're just rash coming in. They just flood around that point. Dignitas doesn't lose too much in that position. Meanwhile, we're going to pop back over into the Adapt wildcard fight with Oath refereeing from the high ground point onto this one. Quick exchange. That means that we are going to see wildcard taking out Adapt, but now there's still the high ground threat of Oath looking into them and the constant vigilance that's coming out from Penta to see if maybe he can strike at some.
Still alive. I mean, Penta could have a huge potential backstab here.
Well, here's the other fight we're talking about breaking out. It's going to be E United Valiate leading right into Capitan's face, and so Fiumba versus E United, so you can get control of the south. So Fiumba repositioning around this. Looks like they might be thinking about playing the low side of this hill. Meanwhile, E United trying to get a little bit more information based off where Valiate is at the point. Corsack's playing really far back behind this, but doesn't really have vision on anything that's going on. Waldo's kind of left by his own. Finally, Corsack crests the hillside, but Fiumba feels like they're getting a little more control, and here we go. Penta just walks up right back behind and takes down Rillo.
Very huge opportunity now for Penta to really start to mix things up. And then on the other side here, you know, United not even having a chance to fight as for Valiant. Los going down immediately. That's going to be a nice luck coming out from Emmy. And a finish on a Corsack. Fiumba is just chef's kiss right now.
That was a beautiful read, and getting Emmy into that position to set that up, just a great job, and understanding how to use the train to your advantage from that point forward. So now we're sitting at our top four. Dignitas sitting at 4, Fiumba sitting at 4, Oath at 2, and TSM at 1. Our boy Penta still hanging up towards the top of that hillside. So really it's going to be Dignitas to the north, who've now managed to find themselves a crate, Fiumba to the south, and our remnants to the west.
Again, Penta has to very carefully pick his fights. If another fight breaks up potentially between Oath and Fiumba, that's another chance for Penta to make some noise. But the thing that has me worried for every team on the field is the fact that Dig has so much north control here on the circle that realistically they could pretty much play this however they want.
They can just maneuver any point that they want to take from it. And once these fights break out, that just means the fact that they're going to know exactly where they're going to want to move. So with this quick exchange going off between Fiumba and Oath, Dignitas knows that they can move into the center. Fiumba is going to go ahead and group around to the south, see if maybe they can come back behind this one. Kickstarts had to retreat from position, not even inside the safe zone. And there is just going to be a stacked Fiumba coming up on this angle. Kickstart's got a little bit of vision, takes the shots with it, trying to retreat as he goes, as I think that he is very aware that there are a ton of people coming off from that one. But keep in mind, while this is going on, Penta keeps a solid bead on where he thinks Kickstart's at, and if Kickstart's not careful, he could find himself jumping into another set of jaws.
And I'm fairly sure that Penta knows there's only one member of Oath at this point. I'm sure his team has been relaying the kill feed for him as well, on top of the fact that he did get one himself. So he just now needs to not be the first solo found. Which is easier said than done, but I mean, Fiumba now taking complete control of the south, and Diggs just slowly starting to constrict towards the middle.
I mean, they know they've got control. They've got 12 kills right now spread across their players. Good performance coming out from them. And I like this. They know the fact that there's been firefights. They know the fact that there's still a ton of people up. They know that this is a hillside position. They're taking it slow. They're being measured, and they don't want to overextend. Well, I say that until another crate's going to be landing, and so that's going to be their second one to pick up moving into this last one.
Punage with an AWM is pretty scary. I'm not going to lie. It's definitely P scary. He's been bolting a lot. We've actually been seeing him and Sharp kind of, I don't want to say like bring back bolts, but they've been much more active in using these, and they have come into play, especially in AWM. I mean, it's so deadly. All you need is a chest shot, really, and you're taking someone down who's not at full.
Are they bringing bolties back?
They're kind of bringing bolties back. I mean, they're using them effectively, too. They're not just... That's the other thing about bolts is generally you'll sometimes have players pick them up and use them in comp, but like not really find anything with it, as it is hard. You are taking one shot at a time. You generally have to hit headshots, but I've seen both Sharp and Shinboy effectively using bolts recently.
And you can feed. It requires feeding information over, because if you don't get that instant drop, you have to specifically say, "This is who I just hit."
As long as you have a DMR behind you, yeah, you can follow up with a few shots, and you know, even a body shot with a bolt still will do a nice little chunk of damage. So
it makes you feel a little unhappy whenever it hits you, to say the least.
All I'm going to say is, even though bolts aren't terribly in the meta, it never hurts to have one person bolt on the team. Ideally, you'd have 4 DMRs.
I love you.
Ideally, you'd have 4 DMRs, but bolted, like having one person bolt on the team is not bad.
Why'd you got to throw the ideally in there? I like
because if in a meta world, Matthew, you generally would like to have 4 DMRs.
I know. It's always about what's the best thing to win, and I just like what's fun sometimes. I'm sorry.
I mean, if we're talking fun, I'd bring an MT49 into every game, but you know.
Purdy was trying to make that
gun is actually still pretty good, though. I don't want to hear it.
Purdy was trying to make that a thing. I wanted to make the comeback.
Meanwhile, I mean, we're starting to finally see a little bit of action here as the circle has moved up. It's centered pretty much on Potato Hill, and now Dig is starting to slowly take shots at the south side of Fiumba and potentially push them towards the west. That would be the best case scenario for Dig, is pushing Fiumba towards the west, getting more center control, and then making those two solos fight Fiumba.
It's just so hard for Fiumba right now. They know the fact that there are at least a solo around where they're at, and you can see that that's the hesitation that's coming in based off of their movement. Dignitas hasn't seen anybody for forever. I mean, they've been seeing a ton of crates, and they're now spotting out where another one could be at, but it's just starting to be this point where it's been quiet for so long, it just starts to become its own problem. Nobody's fighting, nobody's moving. It's making it to where Dignitas is the moving factor in this, and it feels like they're just walking into a trap at any given second.
Well, the other thing is they're actually now giving Fiumba room to wrap towards the east, which is the area that they have the most control. Yeah, they might leave Honey Badger or one player off to the side or to anchor, but the issue with that is if Honey Badger goes down, Fiumba then gets complete control.
Yeah, and it looks like Fiumba is feeling a little bit more comfortable moving into the safe zone as it lies. We are still in Circle 7, so we still have Circle 8 to follow up before we move into that final compressed point in Circle 9. So it could take us a second with these solos looking like the fact that they're still just trying to set up and not willing to give up just quite yet. I mean, I love the never say die attitude of the actually, just the Americas solos.
Yep, and that shift, I mean, couldn't favor Dig anymore, but I do like the fact that they've now stopped the wrap, and even that wrap wasn't bad at all. I'm not trying to call them out for it. It's just Fiumba potentially had the opportunity to move forward, but they left one back with Honey. He didn't get knocked, so this worked out. And to Dig's credit, they're trying to clear out the solos and make sure that they've at the very least cleared out the north 100% for themselves, which at this point they can see that they have.
Yeah, it's all on how Fiumba is going to move right now. If they move up to the north, they can find
this game is on Fiumba for sure.
But it looks like they are going to lean into the east. That's going to mean the fact that Dignitas does see them, which is going to make them a little bit more happy because at least they have an idea on where somebody is now and how to control through it. So with the commitment that we can see lining up right now, Dignitas has Honey Badger, and I believe it's going to be... Well, so on the other side is Sparking. That's going to be playing into the east and then competing against the potential solos coming in. It's going to be Punage and Shinboy, with Shinboy being a little bit of a mover in between it. As every single person right now trying to get a little bit more information, as Fiumba is starting to crest into an area that might be a little bit scary. They're going to send a couple people inside of a vehicle, roll in, try to get into a point, and actually going to wrap down into a pretty decent spot. Emmy's going to provide a little bit of covering fire as it moves for this. And yes, we do see Fiumba manage to get into a very scary position.
Nice
They're almost
nades.
coming in, but that means that now they can throw back onto this one, and a quick switch between them as Penta is going to find Emmy and go for the flush onto it. While this is happening, it's going to be Fiumba that gets a little bit of a shot between the two of them, and now it's being a little bit more problematic. Keep in mind, Kickstart is still alive as it moves forward. Capitan still needs to make his way forward into this position, and it's going to be a very, very hazardous to try to do so, but Kickstart, I think, has a read on what's going on and realize where the numbers lie, and might end up backstabbing right into Dignitas' position.
I mean, that would be the play. Unfortunately, he's just now been spotted. So they know at least one member here is on towards the east, and that's going to be a beautiful grenade. And the thing I love about what Dignitas has done, they've essentially backed up a little bit, just enough to let Fiumba come in and basically hang themselves in the position that they've chosen. And now look at the way that Dig is spread out. The biggest concern I have is just Honey getting knocked. If Honey doesn't get knocked, this should be a very clean game for Dignitas.
They just have so much information, and they kind of even end up having circle control. Yes, they're not right up on top of it, but they've got good vision for how it's going to move, and they know exactly how Fiumba is going to have to move to get into that point. So with the way that this is going through, now it's time for throwables. They know exactly where it's at.
It could
if
be
they
so
cook
juicy.
it well enough, bounce goes a little bit too far. Still enough to rattle the helmets of what's going on with Fiumba. Quick follow-through is going to go ahead and knock out their car, denying cover and opening up a new sight line for Honey Badger. Now Honey Badger trying to prep up grenades as well. It's going to be time to start lining up these bolts as Capitan did manage to get inside the circle, but you can see Fiumba just has nowhere to go, at least getting a little bit of harassing damage. They're just trying to enforce every bit of their will onto Fiumba. Capitan now down, and Dignitas just won't even let them move. Silzen now, the last one up, finally gets a knock onto him, but it's just going to be quickly retaliated. And Dignitas with 16 kills as we're getting some high kill count victories.
I think the biggest tragedy of that game is the fact that I don't think Punich fired a single bullet from that off.
Man.
He wanted to so bad. You could see when he had that molly too. He just tried to throw it. Just get out of my head. I just need to fire this off. But man.
Give me the sound. I want the sound.
The way that Dig played that, even again, that play that they wrapped around to clear the north and they left Honey to anchor, that was really like the most quote-unquote dangerous part of their play. And even then it worked. It was very well done. And the fact that they were able to back off, let the Fiumba come in on the south, they didn't know how many solos necessarily there were, but they were able to also backstab. I mean, that was just Dig, so good.
It's just a good read on realizing what does the other team have to do in this situation, and then Dignitas prepping for it, getting a read onto it and saying, yeah, you have to go here. By the way, here's even a crate, here's a rock, take it all. It'll be perfectly fine. We're content to let you have it.
I mean, the fact that they didn't get knocked by any of those nades was kind of astounding, but overall, even Fiumba played that really well coming in from the south, getting rid of United, and unfortunately for United, I thought at the very least they'd be able to get a couple knocks and trades there, but they weren't able to. And yeah, TSM Penta surviving as long as he did. Oath as well, taking over Potato Hill. I mean, that was an interesting game.
Dignitas getting a win also is very important. I know the analysts are going to want to start talking PGC points. All the breakdowns are going on with that. So guys, I'm bad at math. You guys go ahead and break it down.
Welcome back. I can dig it as Dignitas comes out with not yet another. Go in. This is good news for me.
Yet another 16 kill win.
There we go. Yet another 16 kill. But it's time for you to get yet another code before we break down this Dignitas win. WN36BVJLC795. Get it in. Get your esports points. And get your skins. All right, Dignitas comes out with another big win, and I think we're going to talk a lot about them during the highlights because 16 kills puts them in front. But for me, Fiumba in second, yet again, heartbreaking or encouraging?
Encouraging. I mean, obviously heartbreaking. We haven't seen the chicken dinner yet, but we're only 2 games in. The consistency, though, is what we're seeing. They're not only making it to the late game, but they're making it to the late game with lots of kills and winning out fights until the final fight.
Yeah, their whole strategy of going for the center early can sometimes be a gamble, but when we play as many games as a series as we do, historically it's worked out for them. Week 1, they tried a different strategy. It didn't happen, but week 2 and now this game plan of them trying to focus on the center in the early game and then take control once wherever the circle changes is a successful strategy. We still have to wait for the win, but I think at this point, they're going to get at least one, I think, by the end of the day.
The way they're playing, let's see. Let's look back at the highlights to see how that game played as Fiumba and Dignitas come out on top.
Oh, and at 300, right? This is the very opposite of the first game, the way things went. But, I mean, you got to give kudos to Leda for playing, I think, a very successful game of hide and seek, this little crash. But, you know, again, this has kind of been a weird start for the Sonics, right? We haven't quite seen the overly domineering presence for them in this. They're finding kills, they're finding damage, but they're going out early on.
Yeah, I'm not too worried for them. Not only are they already qualified for BGC, we've seen them lie a little low at a couple of different moments and then suddenly skyrocket back up to the top. But here's when we head toward the late game. The Gascons trying to crash onto the TSM position. This is a team that needs to perform well, and that's the second game in a row that they haven't really been able to make it past the mid game. But Dignitas, this is what we have been waiting for. These are the games that they are built like an algorithm, a big data mastermind built them for this purpose, which is working in from the edge. They have Honey Badger, who loves to go on those flanks. They've been able to sort of pull him back a little bit. His flanks aren't quite as wild, aren't quite as wide. Him just watching for Fuyumba's Raptor to the east was just as far as they would want to send him, and then they just collapsed on the end in a very magnificent fashion.
I mean, get more great stats there from Shinboy that match, and you know something too. That was a prime end example of Dignitas. They really like to take big map control, and we always talk about sometimes the spreads haven't been working for them. They really get themselves weak in that situation. So this was a really great play for them. I mean, that was their game to lose, essentially.
Shinboy coming in on top, 407 damage. And this, let me ask your opinion on this, Cameron. We saw Gosby kind of talking about that flank cover by Honey Badger. I think you just mentioned it during the highlights. It was a risky play because Fuyumba could have backfilled and taken over sort of the top of the ridge. Do you trust Honey Badger to sort of hold down that single hold if Fuyumba had gone aggressive?
As long as, so we weren't actually watching how he was holding that flank, but the assumption, if you want to be charitable, and I think it's fair to be charitable in this situation, is that he was playing very, very safe, very, very conservative, wasn't going aggressive, and on the chance that Fuyumba did want to take that wrap, he would maybe send a couple of shots, but immediately fall back. And I believe the angles that the rest of Dignitas had could have pivoted away. That being said, if that did happen, there also could have been an opportunity for a suddenly distracted Dignitas 3-member sweep, get shot in the back by Penta and or Kickstart, but you always have to take risks. And the reason why they were going for that sweep is because nothing else was happening. They had to go for an information play one way or the other.
You take risks to get rewards, and this is what they came out with. Let's look at the numbers, Clover.
21 nades. I mean, we heard everybody talking about who did and did not survive that onslaught. And they weren't the only ones that were very nade heavy that match. We saw it once again out from Fuyumba. But that said, 2,079 damage, first overall. Second overall, though, in kill 16. Like, that's just how wild this match was.
2 wins. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard, but 2 wins. I mean, it's essentially back-to-back, both at 16 kills. You know, Cameron, back in the NPL days, you and I on the desk would joke about the 16 kill club and how hard that was. Is it still? Why are we seeing it so much more often?
I think it's happening now because the commitment to keeping all 4 members alive, which means that it's sort of a go big or go home kind of situation. Like, look at 300 and Sonic's fight in the very beginning. One of those teams could have easily bailed and maybe left 1 or 2 of their down teammates behind, but then that's kind of the same thing as giving up the game as if you just go out in 16th place.
Yeah, I mean, really quick, though, I want to point out, because we're looking at this leaderboard right now, we're 2 games in. Once again, a lot of the teams that needed something, Space Station near the bottom. Troglodytes, we've pretty much written them off. They're really coming for Fuyumba right now. They're doing good in terms of kills 2 games in, but we're still seeing them fall apart and not make it present into the late game. But you've got to give them some credit right now.
I don't know, that's the problem. Troglodytes are similar to TSM, whereas I think in a different format, going into points rule as we head into PGC, they could be more successful, be higher up on the leaderboard. But if you're not a team that can close out those wins, it really doesn't matter how many kills that you get. So yeah, sure, their kill numbers aren't looking that bad, but I want to see them finish out a win before we can really sort of give a nod to them.
Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard, and as we do, keep in mind that yes, we've talked a lot about the race for PGC and who's been doing well so far, but each week is its own tournament. Clover, you made a good point there. Troglodytes, 300, these are teams that came in today and are like, hey, there's $29,000 that's up for grabs. We want to maybe make that.
Yeah, I mean, I wish they had that kind of mindset or motivation a little bit earlier on. We've even heard, you know, Extreme say for 300 before they were in their own heads, and that was something that really held them back a bit. So for a lot of those teams that maybe were in their own heads for too long, going into the last chance that they've got to just, like you said, even PGC aside, win some money for PCS, it's now or never. And the thing that's just hurting me is seeing Gas Cans once again struggle. I mean, they've only got 1 point on the board right now, that 1 kill 2 games in.
All right, so as we looked at the overall leaderboard, we can see them up on top, and this is a team, the team that won, that we've often taken digs at because they haven't been performing the way that we expect them to. Cameron, talk to me a little more about Dignitas. They've got the win. What is it about this team that maybe gives us confidence as them representing the region in PGC?
They have their main play style is exploiting chaos and sort of sweeping in and sort of cleaning up. I don't know how confident I would be if they, and like let's say that previous game had a compound in the dead center. I don't know how confident I'd be on them being able to really breach that compound. Obviously this is ignoring the fact that compound defense is incredibly is a big benefit to you. What I mean though is that when it's an essentially open flat field of just like melee fighting of everyone trying to shoot every single which way, they are actually really good at sort of controlling their angles and coming in from the edge like that, which is a perfect example of that in the previous game.
They may not win the shootout at the OK Corral, but if they have time to plan, they seem to do well.
Yeah.
Another team we saw win the shootout, that hunting that we saw early on of Leda, who was by himself after the fight. I think William pulling out the DBS. Shotguns back in meta?
We saw a lot of shotguns last week. Latam definitely loves the shotguns. We've seen it a ton on Miramar. But, I mean, when you've got a compound like that, you're checking corners, you're in close quarters, that's the smart play. I'm sure that William had whatever gun he had, dropped it, and said, no, we're going to get that one-hit DBS. But real quick, too, and I kind of do want to point this out. I mean, we're going into our last game of Erangel for the day. We've had two kind of easternly circles. Traditionally, we've seen high performance from Oath in these situations. They have not been performing at a level, and especially when I think the zones have been really well in their favor. There's a couple of teams traditionally as well that we think we've also would expect to see more, Sonics being one. I mean, we had a Potato Hill circle here that TSM actually took ahead of them. So that said, as we kind of see what we get out of the next Erangel match, that's what I'm looking for. The teams that traditionally perform well haven't thus far today.
They perform well on some maps that we know, and there's a few maps that maybe you don't know. In fact, there's one new map that you can go play right now, and it's your chance to change the game. So check it out, Taego. So for those of you that are getting into Taego for the first time, remember, a down isn't always a down. And just because you're down doesn't mean you are necessarily out. Like a couple of teams we brought up needing to do well, Dignitas, 300. There are some teams that look like they're showing up for this final week. They're not down, even though they're out of the PGC race. Is there anybody else that's caught your eye, Cameron, as you've watched the first two games, maybe doing some moves or maybe letting you down?
Yeah, letting me down, that's got to be the gas cans. We loved how they've been able to take advantage of weakened elements in the late game. I think they've probably had some of the most incredibly low kill wins, like 2 kills, 3 kills, more than any other team that get as many wins as they have previously. And we saw a little more signs of aggressive behavior from them coming out of the group stage. So I'm like, you know what? Maybe this will they're expanding their playstyle pool. They're expanding their playbook. But then coming here, it seems that neither playstyle really is working out for them. Their aggressive maneuvers are actually biting back at them in the mid game, and then when they are in the late game, because everyone else has mastered the late game so much better than before, they don't have as many holes to really exploit and find those opportunities for those sneak attacks.
And they're a team that we were watching. I mean, this is a team that has the chance to be at PGC, and so far, it's quiet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think a ton of times we've really talked about throughout this event is that so many teams have kind of started to master edge play. In the past, even when I think back to PCS4, we had a lot more teams that were trying to send center. But I think people are looking at, all right, well, you know, most everybody is going to end up tying on a lot of chicken dinners who need to focus on kills, and the edge is a really great place to clean that up. Though traditionally gas cans sit on the edge to kind of avoid conflict, and I think that's the problem, is now they're running into all these teams that are going to those same locations looking for the aggression.
Is there a chance that some of these teams are maybe struggling? Because we know there's a format change, again, sort of as we move towards PGC, that they've started to sort of think about that, and it's causing them to struggle as they adjust. It's a stretch. I'm just trying to find out why some of these teams that I expect to do well aren't.
The thing is that there's such a binary between teams who are qualified and are allowed, like TSM are allowed to look ahead and not really care so much about mastering the current format nowadays, versus teams like SSG Gascans and Dignitas that they need to get to PGC first.
Right.
So it might be a subconscious excuse for them if they're really starting to struggle. They could just say in the back of their head, well, you know, once we get to PGC, we won't have to worry about this anymore. But you got to get to PGC first.
Right.
So that's honestly just the coward's way out, really.
Fair. All right, let's talk about something else. We've seen some changes recently. We brought up shotguns a little while ago. Bolt actions back in the meta. AWM has always been there, right? If you find it, you use it. Lots of fun. But there are players that are scary with it. And I know that the recent update brought some changes that have made them more effective. So talk about why we're seeing bolties.
Yeah, the 13.1 update came to the esports servers. You know, sometimes the players get a little bit of time to practice on it before we finally get it here in competition. And as you said, we've had players that have been using the bolty. The Kar 98's been showing up more and more in the competitive play. But now that it's gotten a little bit of a buff, the reload time's a little bit shorter. Some of the damage buffs are a little bit more in its favor. And that kind of gives people the opportunity. You've heard Godspeed and Matchroom say oftentimes if one person takes a bolt, that gives everybody else more resources for their DMRs for the game. So that does open things up, especially as teammates are starting to hit those shots more and more.
I know if you ask myself or like Sims, we're just bolt junkies, but that's because that's just the way that we like to hide in bushes and shoot people.
Yeah.
What's your thought on the bolt versus the 4 DMR? Give me some insights.
Yeah, so having one person, I agree with Clover, I agree with Godspeed, having one person on your team that can use bolts can be very powerful because it is such a useful weapon in a very specific situation. The main problem is you can never count on that situation being there. The real value with having someone who can bolt on your team is the fact that sometimes you don't find 4 DMR. So on the chance that you only find 3, you're going to have that bolt action. You want to have someone that you can trust to at least get something out of it.
Absolutely. All right, we have one more game here on Orango before we move to Miramar. You've kind of been my map queen in the past, so I'll stick with you on this one, Clover.
Sure.
Which team needs to come out and make the most out of their last Orango match of the day?
Absolutely, it is going to be Gascans. I think that they've had a lot more struggles on Miramar traditionally than Erangel. And I mean, like I said, Oath, even if they have a bad day, they're pretty much comfortable for PGC points. But we also know Oath always does great at the end of an event, right? So the Gascans, though, if they start really weak, they have a harder time catching up. And I just want to see them not necessarily win. Find a lot of kills, be up in the late game this match. And I think that's going to be enough to just get them out of that headspace.
I mean, I guess that's true, right? In the same token, we're only 2 games in.
Yeah.
Gascans has a chance to get back into this. Does it have to start now, or do you think they have a full day to kind of get their bearings under them?
No. For the Gascans, they need to start down. They're way too low on the overall PCS5 leaderboard to have one of those, like, day 2 resurgences to end top 6. Like, I want to see them challenging for 1, 2, and 3 on the week to have a chance to, like, really be comfortable with hitting their minimum of qualification.
Yeah. Just real quick, I mean, they have to, right? Because they don't have as much money on the leaderboard. They need to do really well this week, or they're just not going to go.
Let's see if they do. We'll go now to 2 guys who are going to do really well this week. They're already killing it. Let's see where they go next. It is our casters for the match, Godspeed and Matchroom.
Our analysts want to see Gascans do better in moving into these rounds. You know what I want to see? Not the same circle.
Yeah.
2 times in a row. Give us somewhere else.
It would definitely be nice if we got a different circle. Looking at the plane, we may just get a different circle or not. Maybe. But I actually wholeheartedly agree with the Gascans. I really feel like that was a team that I was expecting to do much better as well. And it's just been a rough tournament for them so far here at the PCS5 Grand Finals. Yeah, it's just not been ideal for them, especially as one of those teams that are just on the cusp of delicious PGC qualification. I'm a little worried about them, but I have faith. You know what? Maybe they can just bring it around, but I also agree with Cameron in the sense that they need to bring that around now. Like, they don't have much time.
PGIS was a massive chunk of money. You know that these players...
It's decent, yeah.
Just decent. Oh, my God. It's like
decent little amount of pocket change.
Money, whatever. Okay, it's a huge amount of money, and these guys, like, especially if you're an unsigned team such as Gascans, this is vital for you to try to make it to as many internationals as possible, so that way you have the money just to continue.
It's not so much the money either, though. I can just tell you from a former player's perspective, yes, the money is wonderful, but I know for a fact that everyone on the Gascan, everyone in this lobby wants to go because it's the World Finals. It's the biggest event, and it's the one where you can showcase the most. There's the most eyes on you. It's the most stringent competition. It's the place to be, man. It's the place to be. The money is great, but for all the other reasons I listed, I mean, these guys are competitors. They want to prove that they're the best. So And that comes with a lot of trash talk and all the other thing that is just so great at being at an international worlds like that.
And that's what's important about this. If you want to be the best, you've got to play against the best.
Also,
Moving into that
if
stage is how you get there.
If you mess around and happen to win, a couple $1 million, that's not bad either.
Just a couple, no big deal.
Right, but again, it's for these guys, it's all about being the best and proving they're the best. So I just, this is what we're talking about. That's a little bit, yeah.
All right, this is where I go.
If we could just get a little bit of a southwestern shift on that bad boy, I'd be happy.
I'm feeling a little bit of like last week.
Oh,
I'm
you're taking the coat off?
Taking the jacket off. I see the way the circle's set.
Coat's coming off, Chet. Coat is coming off. And another thing that's really nice is Systematicos is not having to deal with any weird stuff in the beginning.
Well, ish.
I say that and Retarded hits a headshot. I'm just kidding.
It does feel like that sometimes, doesn't it?
Sometimes
like,
look,
look, they're so fun. Never mind.
Oh, yeah.
With the way the circle's set, we do have Wildcard that is eyeing Primorsk. We do also have Synergy that's holding down most of the landmass, with Black Tiger holding down the other most of the landmass, with TSM to the north of it. So we saw Primorsk last weekend, and it was quotations fun.
It was something. Yeah.
I had a blast with it. The players seemed like emotionally drowned in the struggle that was that game.
Except for TSM. They were...
TSM was positioning when it was so good.
They got really fortunate, and I'm glad because they needed that win. But, Oath is going to sit here over at Milton Power. They're going to loot up. They're going to get vehicles. Probably coming a little late, I would imagine, towards the south side. Potentially towards the West Bridge. We'll see. But, yeah, again, this one's rough because of just how much water is in play and how much little land there is, actually.
So whenever you see a circle like this, when we're looking at a huge amount of water, let's be real, where is your play? Where do you think is the position that you go to that you feel has got the best chance of staying in the zone while also being strong?
One would think, and generally, with circles like this with so much water in, you would play... For instance, on this one, like the Eastern Age, right? Something that it's going to shift away from water. You can also move in from the east relatively easy, especially off that big shift. However, we've seen before, and yes, even though Circle will shift off water around Circle 4, that doesn't mean that it has to in the first 3 circles. So if you do try to set up somewhere on the edge and come in on an easier side where you can kind of work your way in slower, if you do get that hard shift down towards like the southwest, then you're in a lot of trouble because not only is there not a lot of land to play on your edge because you've just been cut out, but the water is still in, which makes it very difficult for teams to start to rotate in or at the very least move around in circles like this. That's the biggest thing because we will generally see, especially if this is like centered somewhere, teams can rotate in. They generally have a lot of room to work with. Not so much when it's like a coastal circle like this.
Well, you see that 300 put the prime real estate on this hillside, which is very, very popular just due to the vision that it provides.
Right.
The maneuverability.
Somewhat hard to hold, but still not bad to take early game to get information. I agree.
Yeah. I mean, this feels like a stopover spot. Go on to your next spot a lot of the times. And so it looks like they're committing a little bit more into that Corey side.
Corey is actually a really good spot to play in this specific circle.
See, now I hear it back and forth with the pro players. Some of them are like, yeah, man, I love going to Corey. And other ones are like, it is the worst place to be ever.
Well, so you misunderstand me. The position of Corey is a good place to play in this spot. As far as actually playing Corey, I agree with I don't like Corey, but the fact that they're here early and with this circle, I agree that it's a very strong position for them to be in. But I still don't like it. So I share that sentiment with a lot of the players.
See, every time I hear that sentiment from players, that's always where I want to see the fight happen at because I know it's going to be.
Corey it's a mess, man. It is a mess to fight in sometimes. You have so many different elevations, so many different angles. You can get shot at from multiple different hills from the south and the east, and it's just really frustrating. Just as frustrating as it would be if Capitan knocked on the SSG members if you're on SSG or an SSG fan.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting a pretty decent chunk of way through this one right now. Oldest being one of the few members that's taken a significant amount of damage as they roll through.
You also have to really be careful as well. Like when you're shooting at a team in front of you and they are clearly going to be in front of you and rotate past without fully punishing them, you have to kind of watch out for them potentially setting up, not necessarily a camp, but just watching your rotation as well. And we've seen that in the past where teams will take shots at a certain team rotating in and then they'll get punished for it because that team's now ahead of them.
Wait, you're telling me competitive PUBG players can be a little bit vengeful to people that harass their rotation?
I don't want to say vengeful, but if the opportunity presents itself to get a nice clean rotation camp, then yeah.
I mean, if I keep an eye on that guy that shot at me and I'm already ahead of him and he has to move next to me, I'm not going to pass on killing him.
But it's more so that, yeah, you now know that there's a team behind you and you potentially could just set up for them to come in, especially like this one isn't as bad because Fiumba can come in from the north, they can come in straight from the east, you know, they have options, but generally we have seen in like smaller circles or rotations where one team will kind of stay back, try to punish, and then they end up getting punished themselves.
Seeing a little bit of the mess that's going on to the north right now. So we've got Troglodytas encroaching into where TSM's held down at. We do have Black Tiger. That's the east. Now that good sight lines. Luke's trying to hold it through, but it's Rusty Zera that hits the drive-through. So now we've got a little bit of a problem going on with what's going on. As now Troglodytas is going to get a new foothold into this position. TSM, the rest of the members are pretty far to the south, so that looks like that's as good. And
so far today, Rusty Zero has looked really good, by the way.
True.
So, like, specifically, like, Trog's been looking really good, but a lot of what we've been seeing from Rusty is just really clean knocks.
I mean, Troglodytas is coming in with, I guess, a little bit more gusto that we specifically tend to see them in the earlier games. And for the team that's got a lot of hopes for the Latin America sub-region on their shoulders, I mean, I like to see them trying to rise to the occasion, feeling a little bit more comfortable and saying, okay, let's try to see how much more we can get out of this instead of just kind of saying, okay, we're comfy, let's just see if we can sneak into late games. They're starting to assert a lot more authority inside circles.
Right. And that's the thing that was kind of odd for us to watch with Trog, at least in the last couple of weeks, is that authority, that aggressiveness. You know, maybe they pulled back on it because it would cost them in fights. They'd get, you know, we love to watch them fight, but they would get crippled, or, you know, they'd lose members, or things wouldn't really go their way. But I do think that they're at their best when they are making those types of plays, because all of the players mechanically on that team are really strong.
Oh, yeah. I mean, whenever we look,
I feel like when they're passive, it never works out for Trog.
Lean into your strengths. Sometimes your strengths are just your gun arm, so make sure you can get what you need out of it. Sometimes your strengths are also running over teammates to make sure that...
yeah, that's fairly common, though. But
especially in North America, we tend to like to do it.
I admittily have maybe knocked a teammate or two with a vehicle in a comp game before. Just saying, it does happen. I've also been knocked many times by teammates, so it's just part of the game, man.
It's all about the debate. I love seeing the players talk about whose fault it actually is every single time.
Oh, there are times where it's very clearly one person's fault.
Yeah, but there's always well, you shouldn't have moved into this.
There are
ambiguous
situations for sure. This is actually interesting. Okay, so Fiumba very early on just taking this barn compound right with synergy.
I mean, just jumps into it, realizing the fact that they're not getting harassed too hard. Also realizing there's a lot of strength in this compound.
This is a juicy compound for sure, just to the west of Quarry. This is also, it's not the easiest to hold just because of that ridge that it's on. Yeah. Teams can kind of pour over, but the fact that you are still very much entrenched in this cover, it is good to play early, so I can definitely see why Fiumba would want this.
I mean, as long as they keep an eye to the west, and specifically the south and southwest.
It's just this, yeah.
That hillside is just rough. But at this stage, you tend to have other people that are making sure nobody's playing that hillside just quite yet. So
yeah, it's too early for that hill to be in effect as well, right?
So Fiumba,
and they saw that coming.
They're comfy, no big deal.
Comfy-ish. They still want to get rid of synergy, right? They want to take this compound for themselves, and the issue is what they don't know. They might think it's 4 players. I don't think there's any way for them to know. They at least got shot by 2. The rest of synergy is now coming in, which is going to cause some more issues for them, potentially.
Now, here's the thing. They're going to hear those cars come in and know they're coming into the north. Yes. So now they do know there is one member in one building by themselves, and how are they going to use that information? Because Emmy should be the one that might be able to get the read on that.
So they potentially could make a cross here to try to make like that push onto a solo happen on this right side, as you can see where the Connex boxes are. But, I mean, even still, it's... Unless they get like a knock or do some damage, I can't see them getting that aggressive yet, especially now that they know there's 4 there. And looking at that shift...
Do you like field games? Because we got some fields for you. I mean, we've got Gatka, we've got the hillside.
We've got fields for days.
I mean, this is almost kind of like a water circle in and of itself. There's so much like flat land that people do not want to play. Right. So that hillside... that really we saw Sonics playing at right now in SSG, Quarry, all these places about to be hot.
Yeah, so a lot of that open field, the only thing to really play, there's some rages and you definitely could play them with vehicles, but the shacks are really the only cover you have there. The other surprising thing is, and what I imagine Oath might do, is potentially even take that super far east compound that's completely open right now. Once they get scouting from the hill they're actually going to, just opposite of where Sonics are.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a measured game, as seeing if anybody's going to be shooting at you, get a little bit more information on what's going around on these positions. A lot of our teams already committed to the south around that quarry, that hill just to the east of quarry, so no surprise there. A little bit of harassment that goes in, but honestly, we don't see a lot of people that kind of took the foothold positions with oversight on the planes themselves. So that's allowing a lot more maneuverability than we would normally expect in the circle.
It's true, and yep, as I thought, Relo's sending it right to that combo. Love, sometimes it's nice to be right, you know?
So smart.
It's nice to kind of know what I'm talking about. But yeah, that's a really good play. They're now going to have Relo in a position where they can kind of chill and kind of use that for just controlling the eastern edge. And now we see this fight to try to break off. Capitan needs to get the knock. He does. And so this is going to open up the fight, but wait, look at this.
Nice flank back behind this one. Got a read onto it. Just going to drop that right on top of Sills, and he's just going to have to run. That's 2 down, stepping away from it. Ali, the only one down on Synergy right now, and Synergy with a great read on how to make this play and the setup for it, paying off big for them. I like this coming out from Synergy.
I love this coming out from Synergy. This is what we've been really missing from these guys. It almost seems like, you know, every game we just kind of see Synergy drive in and just get wiped out.
I'll say it, coordination problems. This is a play that requires coordination, and they executed it very well.
So far, I mean, they still have a member down in Alir, but they are stable at the very least. Fuba has lost one. They're trying to get Silzen back into this barn building with smokes, but unless one of those members is going to go out to try to res, they're not going to get to. The problem is, again, that position that Pippa has. It's very risky to go for this res, but the fact that Fuma's doing it, I like it.
Is Pippa going to opt into another play just quite yet? Should have an idea on what's going on. Looks like a little bit of hesitation now starting.
See, this is what I don't understand.
Fisher with the side angle onto it, though. Sills is going to go down and get flushed, but he's going to go down as well. Capitan still holding up for the team. Capitan having himself a good set of days right now, the last 2 weeks of this. I mean, we found a lot of star performance moments.
Pippa is so far off this fight, man. I mean, he's like really out of this fight, and I would even argue the reason Fisher died was because Pippa wasn't there for the trade.
Yeah.
I mean, he's worried about something completely different, and
but he's protected from the low point he was playing on that hillside from gas cans. I guess maybe he was worried about them crashing, but
well, now he just gets knocked for free. Yeah,
this is the problem that we were talking about with Synergy. It was such a well-executed strategy, and then the coordination just starts to fall apart.
I mean, this advantage now, in my opinion, goes to Fuma because they also have the vehicles to leave immediately. I mean, Synergy could probably pull out just from the north there, but this, I mean, this looked really good. It looked like a potential fight clear from Synergy. Instead, yeah, oh, what is this shift?
Wow, I haven't seen a beach in play. That beach specifically.
Yeah, that beach specifically is generally not in play.
That is an interesting place to be at right now, to say the least. The hillside that's just north of Ferry Pier feels like that's going to be the commodity that we're going to see a lot of action revolving around.
Yes, I agree. I agree 100%. As we see now, multiple teams rotating in. Relo still has a good position here to kind of watch the rest of Oath, and that's going to be a nice compound that they're going to get for free. And the reason, even if it's on the edge, if this circle does tend to shift north, especially off of this shift, because it's going to be circle 4. Oh, wait a second.
Lauren coming up for his squad yet again. And Zara rolling by, not getting too much more out of it. He's having a little problem. Okay,
a little too much on the drive-by. I think he definitely could have switched, but, you know, he was able to at least do some damage.
They got excited. Things were starting to go in their favor, so they wanted to see if they could get a little bit more, and they lost something for it. But Casagrande, Lauren, do at least manage to get in position. Fuma, though, down to the bottom right. That's the end of Synergy with that one. So, even spraying into the box. Got a little bit of, I guess, dominance play coming out there.
And Systematicos is in a decent amount of trouble, but at the very least, they are controlling the northwest side of the compound. They do have those 2 buildings if they want to group up. But just above them, as I was saying, Oath, I actually love Oath's position and what their potential plays are, especially if they decide to kind of push onto this, hearing all this fighting, or even drive past it so that this compound isn't an issue. And as we have more knocks, that's exactly what Oath is doing.
Just a beautiful read coming out from Oath. Now Dig in a little bit of trouble as they're making a move forward because they know that Oath is coming up back behind him. Casagrande, the last one up for Systematicos, trying to make sure he can get a little bit of something out of this one. But the problem is there's just too many Dignitas players, too many different angles, trying to get a little bit of a peek. Gonna spot out. He's gonna go down, and that is gonna give a little bit of distance away from Oath. But you can see Oath still raining in the damage, and they're gonna make sure to take down Shinboy.
Shinboy knocked. They might be able to get him up with that smoke. Oh, he's in such a rough spot.
Oh, man.
Oh, he's trapped.
Like, okay.
Oh,
nice
shots.
Like, that just hurts my soul.
This whole sequence from Oath is actually why I love watching them and why I feel like they've gotten so much better, especially, again, with Kick coming onto the team and Relo's calling.
No Godspeed. It's only circle luck. Oath doesn't make early moves to get in good positions for late game performances. It's only just the circle. They just always know exactly how to get to the end game, right?
I mean, I'm not biting on this, by the way. But no, that whole sequence from their rotation on the east side to then send Reload to that compound and then split to the north, see that that was open, and then as soon as I heard the fighting, they wrapped all the way back around to the east. That was just, again, just very well called and played from Oath. As I watched Tiggleton absolutely dismantle Black Tiger.
Yeah, Black Tiger, I don't know where you're going to go. You got Fiumba that's over here playing with you now. Fiumba, Black Tiger, Sonic, Dignitas. Lots of problems coming on. MA now down. Capitan, last one up for Fiumba. Like, minimal options. Just going to roll right through Black Tigers. Take a little bit of damage. Down to 3. It's fine. Just don't hit anything at all. And there he goes. It's going to be feeding it over to SSG.
Prince. It was a valiant effort. I mean, Fiumba did a lot of work in that compound against Synergy, so...
Trying to ask too much more. Trying to make a play up into Sonic's positioning, but I mean the control high ground coming out. Them got a little catch. Oh, gotta dodge that grenade. Does manage to creep away from it. All right, 2 members up. Mime now down at the time. A little bit of harassment.
Nice push.
Add in another one and kill Timo, getting the angle onto Tiggleton. Now H1, the last one up. See if he's gonna make a play around for this one. As well, this is all going on. Keep in mind this is not inside the safe zone, everyone. So, nope. United. United, what are you doing? They just want to be involved in what's happening over here, nowhere near what's going on.
No, this is actually okay. No, this is totally okay for Me United because they're controlling the northern edge. They know that there was 2 teams fighting up here, and they know that both teams were fractured. And so because of that, they have an off angle. Waldo's coming in. Yes, this is good. This is very good. Also, really nuts from Win, by the way.
I love the play going out to blue to try to get out there and make sure the fact that it's an unexpected angle. Adapt coming in of an angle of their own, rolling right into where we can see that Young King is going to be holding down position at. Also do note that it's going to be Gas Cannons playing the opposite side of this compound with a little bit of a recessed hill to play from at the point. Well, so if we hear any firefight breaking off, don't be surprised if Gas Cans comes to join the party as well. But William's got other Gas Cans problems right now.
He's trying to hug his bros.
Put me out, put me out. I can't stop, drop, and roll. Just pat me out, guys.
This fight at the southern compound is so awkward.
Yes, that's all I can say to it.
You have Gas Cans, on the south side. You then have 2 teams in this double balk.
And last one up. We talked about the double balks earlier and how they're their own set of problems to try to navigate. So I guess we're going to go ahead and get another one. Gas Can's going to be the beneficiary of all that's going on right now, as they're just moving in and getting a couple of buildings to work with very minimal risk, all things considered. What's happening?
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Is normally you'd think like, oh, Gas Cans are 4 up. They see these kind of 2 teams fighting. I think their decision to not get too aggressive and push into this building and try to clear is correct, because again, that fighting in there, especially as a solo, you can do a lot of damage. As we see Neverhorde taking out TSM FTX Penta, and that will be the end for TSM this game.
I mean, especially with Gas Cans, they have to have a read that the way that this is set up, they're in a pretty good compound. Depending on how the circle goes, keeping those 4 members up going to be so vitally strong for them later on. Adapt is its own set of problems, but they have their issues that they still have to deal with. And one does step out, get the down onto 1, so that's a little bit of a casualty inflicted. Gas Can's now going to get a little bit of a read on that.
Yep,
this
is
where
the play to push.
Aggressive.
Yep, love it.
They know that it's completed. They saw it was an instant drop, so now moving into it, Adapt. Going to have to figure out how they're going to handle this one. Just drop the Molotov on the stairs. Yep. Stop it. Good read on that one, so that should have time to get the res back up, get a little bit more numbers to their advantage.
Oh, that was the juiciest grenade from Hyper.
2 members coming up. This is a problem for Adapt. I mean, Retaliative, we've seen some star performances coming out from him, but man, the problems just keep mounting. Let's go ahead and throw in some wild card onto it. Let's go ahead, have them hop on top of the
Sprinkle a little wild card on top of that. Yeah.
I mean, now Retaliative has to be careful because people can actually see from the second story. Gas Cans has a read on this and steps away. I do like this. We've often talked about in the past that Gas Cans can be a little bit, I don't know, headstrong when it comes to wanting to fight.
Yeah, but overall, again, that clear onto Adapt was very clean. It's just Retaliative now just stuck in that building with T-Sock and the rest of Wildcard crew kind of on that west side. I still, really like Oath's position here in that comment on northeast. On top of the fact that they have, they should have some good wilderness, I should say, to play, especially if this circle continues to shift south.
The way that we see the circle set up right now, you can see the north is going to be a little bit of its own problem. 300 went ahead and got into a position a little bit earlier, trying to do a little bit of gatekeeping on EU United. It's going to have to be sending it past their position. You got multiple members that are kind of set up around here. EU United is going to go ahead, lean into that western wall to try to get around this position. But guess what? That means that they're going to be approaching in roughly the same
please don't go to the same compound.
We saw Wildcard just a second ago. So let's just go ahead and add in more fun to the situation. But no, they're actually going to go to Gascan's previous position, potentially play that wall as they're rolling through. Tires are getting popped. They're realizing the fact that they're starting to have some trouble. They're caught out in the middle of no man's land, and this is going to be a little bit of an issue for them to work with. They do commit several of their members into that little bit of a ridge on the opposite side from this. This is going to be where Waldo opts into making the stop at. Now I got
It's a hell of a ballsy rotation, but I'm telling you, if they can get the other two members to that ridge line where Waldo and Los are, that is huge for EU United.
While this is going on, we are getting a little bit of harassment still into the north. You can see that.
Ooh, all this with an bomb?
Hey.
Speaking of, at least he got to fire his.
We talk about the fact that there's some benefits to Bolties, and SSG is just going to go ahead and roll right up into the face of 300, realizing the fact that there is a crate there as well. So go ahead and get a flush as well as a couple of new toys to play with. No, SSG. No.
I mean, that's okay, but...
No,
actually,
Oath
is it?
has
No,
vision.
it's not okay at all.
Oath and 300 both know what's going on over here. This is a problem. SSG is trying to set up for this one. 300, this is your opportunity. Looks like they're trying to set up, get the throwables into play. Keenan now in a very difficult spot, taking a little bit of damage. He's going to go down. Snakers is going to get the angle onto him.
That is so unfortunate.
That hurts to see.
That hurt me, and I'm not even playing. That sucks. I mean, there's no other way to say it. That really sucks. 300, though, getting saved there. They are going to be able to at least play a little forward, but realistically still, it's Oath's position. Man, I've just follow. If you want to see how to almost textbook play this game, go back, watch this game, and look at what Oath did and the timings and when they decided to rotate. I mean, it was just, again, chef's kiss, beautiful.
The way they navigate circles to get in.
The way that they crashed that compound, where the other two teams were fighting.
Good. Look at the map. Everybody else is clustered around each other, and they have control over the center. Just perfectly fine. This is Circle 6.
This is what Oath has been doing so well over the course of, honestly, the last couple months, right? Especially this event, I will say Oath has really been controlled and been making the best possible decisions based on their position. And that's so hard to do consistently, but overall they've been really killing it.
United making a little bit more of an aggressive play into gas cans right now, realizing the fact that they need to be a little bit more cautious and not being inside the next safe zone. So go ahead, throw a couple of things inside there, see if maybe they connect. No redneck fishing paying off for them just quite yet. So now it's going to be about the play and how they're going to opt into making the push into this one. Gascan's Adam going to be holding the line, giving the information back over towards the teammates. But it looks like United realizing the fact that they don't have to overcommit to this one, instead just applying a little bit of mental pressure into Gascans.
I would like to see one of them get on top of that shack, though, with that view. I think Corsac's trying to do that right now. That would be really huge, because they could get a nice, cheeky little knock onto one of the members of Gascans in that second floor barn if they so choose.
This reposition coming up for 300 denies the vantage and the strength that we were talking about just a second ago that Oath was playing from.
Yeah, it does. And Wildcard rotating out.
Wildcard, I think, got a read on what was happening, abandons what could be a very disastrous position. Instead, they get themselves a nice bit to play from on the opposite position away from Oath.
I actually love what Wildcard, Oath, and 300 have done so far this game.
Yeah.
I think all three teams are playing very aggressively for the win here.
They realize the opportunities, and whenever they can make their moves, retaliative. Even wanting to be involved, saying, hey, maybe there's an opportunity for me, and Corsac
decided to
he wanted to go see what it was like inside the house, and Hikerman stood his ground, to say the least. So now we've got three members for EU United in a very difficult position. Well, Gascan's not wanting to do too much more themselves because they're a little bit afraid to peek this. Underhand toss, though, could be big. Hikerman overcooked it. Los tops it off to land it right back on top of him. And that was a bit of a problem, to say the least, as Gascan's now getting a little bit more, I guess, harassment being thrown their way. But they have a good read on how the movement's coming from them. E United just cannot find the easiest way to advance into this, as it's just a good set of plays coming out from Gascan's to constantly reposition.
Yeah, and United is definitely still not out of this fight yet. Even with that knock, they were able to recover. Hikerman, door's going to be open, and that's going to be a knock from a nade and a molly coming out from Valiant.
Oh, Los got himself a juicy angle to work with right now. Gas cans just burning to a crisp inside that position. You know, while this is going on, 300 does go down. It was going to be Wildcard that found the vision onto him. United's Waldo trying to say maybe he can find an angle to work with. He goes down. Now just
Valiant could backstep here. This is
trying
a huge
to find play. Sneaking around through this one, seeing if maybe he can get a couple of flushes onto what's happening. Has to be very, very careful. Maltel's going to go down, forcing him to reposition away from what's happening on that point. Instead, jumping down, making
for Los, maybe
position on the outside of this one. Oh, Retaliative getting involved in what's going on, just now having to wait for this Molotov to pop off. He's going to find the sneaky angle onto Greg Shot. Greg Shot's taking a second to
This is a wild fight. This has been a very wild fight. He should know. Yep, he knows.
Oh, spots it out. Got to be very careful with this one. Greg Shot doesn't want to counter peek back around this one. Instead, just going to do a wide push around from it. Valiant gets a read based off the footsteps on this one, and it's just a dance around these different positions. Valiant instead says, hey, screw this. I'm just going to back away, get my teammate up.
This is a really wild and crazy fight.
Everybody's just kind of moving back to where they first started. Godspeed.
I also like Valiant's play. He knows that Los was not really in danger. Okay, going for the res. Oh, okay. Going for the fake. Wow, there was a lot of levels on this fight. That was really cool to watch from both teams. But it is going to be Gas Cans who survive with just one. It's just Greg.
But a lot of loot. And, I mean, Retaliative has been surviving for quite a while by himself.
Retaliative is... He was in that building probably just super nervous and scared, right? Because there's 3 teams around him, and all of a sudden everyone left. He's probably, where did everyone go?
How do I still... I mean, he doesn't even have to move that much to make it into the zone.
No,
Wildcard and Oath. I do like the fact that while this was going on, Kickstart did stretch across the opposite side of the road.
Yeah, he's been there for a while.
Yeah, get a little bit more control on what's going on. I mean, this is...
Oh, Retaliative actually is going to be able to... Yeah, he's going to be able to clean up Gas Cans. Wow.
So the team that originally was like one of the big factors in moving into this, finally Retaliative gets the control point to play from. And it's as the building is no longer going to be inside the safe zone.
I also want to really kind of highlight Wildcard there. Even in that first game, the decisions that they've made, even in this game, have been just really fantastic. They were in that compound initially. They could have got stuck there. They could have dealt with a lot of nonsense of teams crashing in. But no, they decided, look, this field's open. We know we can play it. Yes, there may be another team, an Oath on the east side, but at the very least, we will avoid this and actually be able to control most of the zone. That's exactly what they've done. They did the same thing in Game 1 with that North Circle, so I love this from Wildcard.
To no one's surprise, Circle's going to go favor the Oath wildcard side of this, making Retaliative one of the few moving factors that has to make any type of play. The problem with it is that he's got a lot of friends. Wildcard is doing a little bit of harassment to Kickstart on the opposite part of the circle, so it might allow Retaliative to find some type of play. He did have a couple of smokes that came out this direction a little while ago to try to get him into this point. Problem is, that's going to be a big smoke wall for one guy to be carrying all those smokes for just to try to make it into safety. There are couple of ways he might be able to squeak out a way to at least survive for a while, but he's just got to hope that some type of fight breaks out between Wildcard and Oath.
The issue is there probably won't be a fight that breaks out because they're both in circle. It really is on to Retaliative to move. On top of the fact that Kickstart, I mean, Kickstart's just chilling. He is isolated. He's barely just in the circle. I'm kind of worried about this position actually in regards to Wildcard for him.
Okay, how much ninja moves you got, Retaliative? You got the smoke down.
I hope he prones across that road. I would laugh.
God. If he can just drop him slowly and steadily out.
No, okay. NT, I mean, NT, look, he got a couple kills out of that where I would argue you wouldn't think he would. And
he survived for so long. He was influential at a lot of things that were going on.
Using that opportunity to cross, yes.
Just such a good read on
Oath is so hot right now. But so is Wildcard. So is Wildcard.
All right, Wildcard sitting on 4 kills right now. Realize the fact that they do have aggressors coming their direction. Oath getting control of the center of the circle because we are in phase number 8. So with this, they know the fact that it's going to be Wildcard that's having to move. Wildcard is stacked up pretty heavily on top of each other. And instead, going to use the grenades to try to make sure that none of these folks around them have anybody inside of it. But it's just a bait and switch to try to burn utility.
And look at the way that Oath has slowly started to take control of the circle as much as they could, at least towards the center. I love this. Even as a 3-man, knowing that they're going up against the full 4.
Raven bleeding the way right now. Kickstart's taking some damage from the frag grenades as they're landing next to him. Molotov also landed pretty close, but it looks like it's just going to be a line-up fight. Wildcard leaning into 1 point. Oath already having the read onto it. Kickstart's going for a little bit of meds, but it might be the wrong time. Reload gets spotted out. He goes down. Backside of this one. Machi goes down as well. Good read coming up from Draven, and he just dismantles Oath. Good read on how to play that one. 7 kills to take the victory.
I mean, I was just talking about how much I loved Oath's attempt to take control of that circle, but the flashes and utility that came out for Wildcard were just so on point. And because of that, I mean,
did they know that everybody was there, or did they just think that Kickstart was there? Because it seems like when they stepped around,
they knew there at least had to be 2 players there. Yes, maybe Snickers was off somewhere towards the north, but they had a good beat on that. Especially because they knew Kickstarter across, so yes, 1 was there. The flash was perfect. I'm pretty sure Oath, the 2 Oath members up forward, it was Kick and I don't remember who else, were probably full white, their screen. I mean, those were really nice flashes.
I still have to give it to Retaliated, man.
Oh, yeah.
Surviving for so long, you saw the kill count was popping off for them. They're doing a great job at holding things together. Sonics, we haven't seen as much out of them, which I know everybody...
Which is okay.
It's fine.
You know, let other people play the game. That's kind of cool.
Don't worry about it. I know we're talking a lot about PGC, all these other things. It's fine, Sonics fans. Don't stress about it in the slightest. We're getting a lot of, I guess, other than Oath showing up as well, which is nice.
First of all, I don't think Sonics fans were worried. Second of all, yes, Oath, I think, came in, again, really hot. I love the way that they made those rotations, the decisions they made. But again, to Wildcard's credit, played that pretty damn textbook, especially when they decided to rotate off, go back towards the west, into the woods, where they had much more control and they didn't have to deal with the team's crunch. Top of the fact, I'm pretty sure they left actually right when E United came down as well to the south. So,
there is a lot of moving parts in what was going on that in-game circle, and that was also our last Erangel. So we're going to go ahead and throw it over to the analyst while we start getting everything set up for Miramar. Baby.
Big win. Before we get into it and what it means in the grand scheme of things, we want to get into giving you your code. So get those fingers ready. Here it comes. RT8VMDFQ6DSE. Good luck. Godspeed. Also a caster. All right, let's talk about the end of that match. We come in with Wildcard taking the victory.
Yep.
All right, I'm just going to ask straight up, Clover, Wildcard wins. Can they win this week? Can they win the whole thing? Can they go to PGC?
You know, especially given the fact that some of the teams right now that are cash leaders are having a rough start. If Wildcard can come into the top 3 this week, they've already got 11.5 grand on the board. There is actually a big opportunity. They can go to PGC, especially with how poorly gas cans are performing right now.
Interesting. So we're going to look at the highlights and then get back to talking about it, because the 3-horse race changes a little bit if Wildcard wins this week, or wins the whole thing.
Yes. But again, we can talk about that later, because this entire game opened up. I'm sorry, Steve, but it opened up with a lot of compound warfare. We saw a little bit of that surprisingly long fight between Synergy and Fiumba, but then here, this vacation home, this beachside motel was, like most beachside motels, the cause of a lot of grief for a bunch of different teams. Very few people came out alive. And it was just a big standout for the longest time, but it made sense considering there was so much dead area that was already taken. So this really was E United's only position to push through. But Gascans put up a really, really solid defense.
I mean, this is the first time really going into this match, E United and Gascans had almost nothing on the board. Gascans actually only had 1 kill, so this was a big growth opportunity for them. But again, I mean, it still wasn't quite as much as they really needed to get themselves out of the middle of the game. Now, this final play, though, I mean, we even heard the caster say Oath really had a good spread there on the field, but then as they try to pull up to that ridge line, give themselves protection, they lined themselves up for Wildcard, and I think Oath probably had the idea that Wildcard was lining up for them. So, I mean, kudos to Zraven for really landing those shots.
It was beautiful, and I liked the way that they lined, like they were taking turns kind of coming in and out of fire range, the right lean versus the left lean from each side. I mean, it was very clean play, but I do... that fight in the house that we saw between E United, I mean, and Gascans was like ridiculous. Like that was some crazy horror movie hunting of each other. I mean, that's the kind of fight that if you did that in a pub, you'd be like, you know what, I don't even care about winning anymore. Like, I need to win this fight.
Yeah, already just like Corsac, when it was over, I'm sure it was just, I know you guys are all dead, but like, and the blue is coming in, but just I need to catch my breath for a moment, because it's what Godspeed said, there are so many different levels. I'm sure he meant strategically, but also when we talk about literally the two, like the constant back and forth, I'm top floor, bottom floor, swapping, just all over the place. And so you saw the like at the very end, even between the last two, Valiant and Corsac, I'm going to revive. I can't revive, I hear footsteps. Wait, now I can, and just constantly mind gaming each other, even throughout when it was still a 4v4.
Well, let's take a look at the leaderboards from that match as well as overall. I know you want to see those. And that is about performance. Wildcard came out on top. Godspeed actually said Oath was putting on a masterclass in this match, but Wildcard managed to sort of slip in there during a fight and never let go, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, obviously 23 smokes is big, but the 11 grenades, the 3 flashbangs, that was all at the very end. Wildcard used what little utility they had kind of at that last moment right after Retaliative went down. And I'm thinking, okay, they've got no utility left. The flash grenades actually really helped them as Oath lined up. So yeah, 807 damage, yeah, 7 kills, but Wildcard really let the fight come to them, and they came out on top.
And they capitalized at the right time, Cameron. I mean, I think we saw that was SSG sort of self-knocked, and then 300 pushed their position.
Yeah.
And Wildcard used the chance to backfill and find themselves a little bit of a position in this game. So capitalizing as we look at the match leaderboard, where again, 300 put up some good kills, but WC comes through.
Yeah, it didn't. Wildcard's biggest strength coming into this event, from the group stage especially, is knowing when exactly to pull the trigger to make a move. And usually you'll most recognize that when they make a send in the mid, or usually mid to late game, where they'll find a hole in the send to center. But here it wasn't as big of a macro move. It really was just backfilling on those small moments. But that small move was a big move in the sense that the available land to play and hold on to was very thin, because that big wide open hill that Oath was watching on the side, and then of course you have the beachside property that also could have been overlooking it as well. It was the control they needed to go and grab.
I like your focus on beachside property here today.
I'm dreaming of a vacation.
Based on your analysis, though, I'm never buying a motel by the beach. It sounds like way too much trouble. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. 300 takes the lead with that chicken dinner, and also 31 kills. What a hustle, Clover.
Well, yeah, I mean, Wildcard, right, pulling themselves up into the top 3. But you can see, too, I mean, there's a huge ceiling right now for teams with kills and where it sits, right? You've got Dignitas, Fiumba, TSM FDX, 19, 16, 13 kills.
Yeah.
No chicken dinner to show for it yet. And then Sonics with 10. Everybody else still in single digits. I can't remember the last time I've seen single digits on the left side of the leaderboard going into the next map.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with TSM, Sonics, and Oath's kill counts right now.
Yeah,
that's not what I'm used to.
Even SSG, I mean, we were really talking about the big potential that this team had. This is not as good as they were playing, and it seems like a lot of teams are struggling coming into this last week.
I mean, it's only been 3 maps.
Right.
But even then, still, our internal simulations are already starting to get a little mixed up and weird, and I feel like we're going to have to go back and kind of like rewire some things to figure out what to expect coming into the latter half of the day, much less tomorrow.
So we talked about teams that need to sort of show up and put up, and so far in the first 3 games, it's those teams that are coming through. I mean, 300, Dignitas.
Yeah.
It's been an impressive day for underdogs, maybe?
I think so. I mean, really, I think some of the hardest things about when you look at grand finals, like, you know, PCS is that you can say, well, this team's pretty much got the win in the bag going into week 3. There is no this team has a win in the bag into week 3 right now, and that's what's making this so exciting. With Sonics having a bad start, with Oath having a bad start, and with some of those teams that have been struggling coming out strong on the leaderboard, this could be anybody's race to win right now.
Well, I know that we have the chance to pull in one of those match winners to get a chance to talk to Dignitas about their plans and where they're going. So we got Sparking to join us here so we can talk a little bit more about their win and sort of maybe the pressure of PGC. Welcome, my friend. I'm going to turn it right over to Clover so she can throw a question at you.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Good night, good evening. I don't know your time, but it's really, really good to be here again. Nice to meet you again.
So I want to ask now, with PGC being very close, you guys are trying to get into PGC. We spoke to Roth earlier. What is going through your minds as a player as you're trying to get into that spot for this week?
We are focused to, of course, our main focus is to go to PGC, but we need to focus on the present. So the present is the weekly final 3. So we need we need to win or be top 3 to go to Korea. So has to be that. We're just gonna play good. We're gonna play our game, and hopefully we're going to PGC.
Nice, Cameron.
Yeah, so your biggest strength as a team has always been coming in from the edge and really taking some big, loud, explosive fights. Is that something that you guys have always sort of leaned towards from the very beginning, or am I sort of just like inventing things up? Like, what's the game that you set out to play in terms of like win condition and best success?
Okay, so in the first PCS, we were trying to play more edge. That's because that's the game style that like our EGR likes. That's Honey Badger. And we were trying to play edge and edge and edge. But sometimes sometimes the best way is to sand. So sometimes the best way is to crash, because MC formats, only the win matters. So it's basically we try to find a balance between both. We just need to read the game and to say, okay, guys, this is a game we can play edge. We need to kill this team, but this game we need to crash. If we stay edge, we're gonna die. We're gonna get third party. We're gonna die soon. So we just need to read the games better and try to find a balance. Like sometimes we need to send, sometimes we don't need. And it's just not better to force your game style always, because sometimes the game gives you the way you have to play. You just have to follow that.
Absolutely. And sometimes the game can be a little bit rough on you. Do you guys have anybody on the team who's in charge of keeping it light or sort of keeping the attitude strong as you guys go from match to match, sometimes after one that feels unfair?
I think everyone. We talked about that, and I think us four, we need to help each other, like because sometimes it's not the day from, I mean, me or Badger or Poon. Sometimes we're not feeling good. Sometimes we're feeling like bad because we played bad in that game. So we're always trying to cheer up after the games. We're always trying to reset our mental. So that's the best thing I like on this team is the energy. Like even if our play is really bad, the energy levels are high. People are happy to be around with each other. So I think it's really important, because I think resilience is the most important thing on this format. It's always like, okay, guys, we cannot win this game. The next one we can. Just focus.
Real quick, before we let you go, I know you got to get ready for the next game. Any shout-outs you want to give before we get prepped?
Can I say in Portuguese? Because I'm from Brazil, you know, so I need to share for my fans. Yeah. So, salve, galera. Agradecer a torcida de todo mundo aí. O grande suporte de vocês. Vou ter certeza de que eu vou classificar aí para representar o Brasil no Mundial. Um beijo para minha família, para meus fãs, para minha namorada. E é isso. Digwin.
Couldn't agree more. Have a great day. Good luck on the next one. And we will see you shortly, I'm sure, back in the winner's circle.
Yeah, bye-bye.
All right. That is it for the first half of the day. Erangel is done and dusted, and it's time for us to move into Miramar. But before we do, we want to give a chance for the players to catch their breaths, reprogram what they're going to be working on, and get ready for Miramar. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes. from beautiful Santa Monica as the sun has set on the beach as well as Erangel. It's time for us to head to another sandy destination, and that is Miramar, where the final 3 matches of the day are about to get underway. My name's Toffees. I am joined by Clover and Cameron here on the analyst desk to break down all the action as our day of play continues. But first, let's take a look back at the prize pool for those of you who maybe just joined us to remember exactly what we are playing for. We are in week 3, in case you've been living under a rock, of play. That means $29,000 on the line for first place, as well as the fact that whoever wins the grand champion is the most money overall and gets a bid to PCS. It could go down in a lot of crazy ways. In fact, we just saw one as we look at this leaderboard that maybe some teams that we didn't expect are back in the race.
Yeah, I mean, okay, we did say 300. They have to win the entire event. Mathematically, it's just not going to happen, but it's great to see them coming out strong this week. Money is money, and that's great. But Dignitas, Wildcard, 2 teams that we've talked about scenarios where they can go to Korea.
All right, so we're going to keep on those scenarios. We got a lot of games still ahead of us, but I do want to focus on some teams that have been playing very well and, in some cases, are, I think, on their way to PGC or very well could be. The first one, Cameron, is Fiumba. We talked about them. Tell me a little more about these guys.
Yeah, so it is so good to see a team from Latin America stay consistent. For the longest time, ever since we merged the regions, it always felt like it was a musical chairs of who was going to be like the top Latin American team. And week 1 gave us some doubt, but finally, like Fiumba, they're at the top, they're staying at the top, and these numbers, I mean, the damage on Capitan is absolutely great there, all the way in 400 like per game. That's, I mean, it's only been 3 games so far, but still, they've been playing very, very well. Their circle-focused, positioning-focused playstyle is giving them a lot of opportunities in the end game, even if we haven't been able to see them capitalize on it just yet. It's looking like they're going to be able to get at least 1 win through Miramar and hopefully have a couple by the end of the weekend.
Now, as we look at these guys, they're playing great, but a player that you tell me, Clover, you think isn't getting enough love. I want you to keep it on if that's the case.
It is absolutely him. And the thing too, I mean, obviously he's second in kills, second in damage, but when you really watch this team play, this is the player that is starting engagement, finishing engagement, always there for assists and knocks. And I think that, when we try to interpret how this team is communicating as a whole, definitely a part of that team play dynamic for Fiumba that's making them so successful in this lobby.
I'm going to stay with you as we roll over to our next team that I want to talk a little bit about, and that is the Gas Cats. Are they living up to expectations? Are they doing what you need them to do? Let's take a look at their stats and talk about them.
That is a big no. I mean, we've got Adam at now 75-49, Nikos at 33-18, 2 goose eggs. This is not what we know that these players are capable of. Something just doesn't seem to be right. And, Hikerman's kind of getting some work done, but it's not even close to the potential that this team had coming into PCS5.
It is a shocking performance after 3 games to see those zeros up there, as well as sort of those damage numbers. But let's not focus on the bad. Let's maybe focus on something that maybe is working if you look at the numbers, Cameron. That's Gregshot. Is he living up to what you expect from Gregshot?
Looking at this team coming into this event, this player, Gregshot, was like the guy set up to try and be the tip of the spear, try and be the star player of this roster. He put up good performances on previous teams he's been on, even though they haven't always been the best. He's most famous for being on Fabled, and brought in here, it's like, okay, great. This could be the firepower that the Gas Cans are needing to sort of amplify their more conservative turtle play a little better. And it looked like that was going to be the case at the start, but so far, this event, not even to mention today, they seem unable to be able to even find a foothold to be able to capitalize on these solid players like Gregshot. So, all right damage numbers so far, but remember, a lot of that is being bolstered up by the single engagement from the previous game.
It's true. Yeah, that's true. It comes from that previous engagement. So we've talked about those 2 teams. Let's talk about an individual basis, Clover. Is there any player that you think today, on any team, has been a standout, or sort of you've been having a good time watching?
Oh, I will actually say that, at least for me, Zraven has been really good. I mean, Wildcard, is a team that we've seen a lot of engagements through, and when we kind of haven't talked, I mean, that in-game, Raven really putting in the kills needed to take out Oath. Love to see it. And it's kind of reminding me a bit of game 1, day 1, week 1, where Wildcard had that 16 kill win at shooting range. So I'm kind of hoping that that is what we're going to see through the rest of the day, especially as we switch maps.
Cameron, do you have anybody that's caught you off guard or that you're loving watching?
I'm just going to echo Clover here. I think Wildcard are still showing that they have some good opportunities. They have some good fight engagements, and there always does seem to be some moments that a number of their players, not just Raven, but we also see a little bit from Zealot, and then especially T-Sock, of really having these nice clutch holds from any aggressive plays. They're not always able to win those engagements, but still, if they can just push this a little harder, maybe they are going to remain in the conversation of that 3, now 4 horse race.
Well, if you want to get involved in a new race, a new way to play the game, it's New State, coming out very soon.
I love me some New State, man. It's really, really fun so far. And it looks like they're going to continue pushing out the lore stuff.
Yes.
Which I've been loving that. I'm hoping that everybody's been checking out what's been going on with the lore. Like the Jonathan Frakes video, dude. I don't know. Look, I'm a nerd. I'm not going to argue it. Jonathan Frakes baby. Doing like the Unsolved Mysteries thing for us.
I mean, that's a throwback for us old people, but you know.
It doesn't matter. It's still good. Jonathan Frakes. Awesome.
So, as we move on to the best map in the game, which is Miramar, let's look at the cans, okay? So, yes, it's been kind of talked about a little bit at length there on the desk, but it could just be the symptoms of a rough start. I do definitely agree that if they don't get their ish together in these next 3 games, that it's going to be looking very dire for them.
Yeah, I mean,
even that it's rough. It's rough for the cans, man.
It's that difficult situation where it is doable, but it's just such a Herculean task to try to accomplish to get to there. I mean, we would have to herald it as probably one of the best runs in PUBG to get to that point. It's hard. But they can do it.
It would definitely be a very impressive run, but I mean, we'll have to see as we now settle in.
They're showing that they know what they need to do, though. It's just a matter of getting to that point. The plane path, guys, it just cut right. See, look, there's people in the north, people in the south. That's where the plane path was. It was pretty much just cutting across the west.
And that's actually a really interesting circle for this plane path as well, just because no one's going to be anywhere close to the north side of this. But yeah, I mean, going back to the gas cans, I'll kind of allude to the same thing that I brought up the last time I was on the desk, actually, which is their play style was very much, you know, stay on the edge, stay out of the major fights, come in 4 strong, and then clean up the circle. The problem is because so many teams are also opting to play edge, they're running into a lot of issues trying to play the game that they've been so successful at playing. And I think that's kind of caused the most issues, and also it's been difficult for them to adapt off that because, yeah, these games have been rough for them.
Well, they have an opportunity here. With the circle and the way that they've dropped in, they do have themselves a pretty strong point to play off of immediately and get themselves some loot. And they also end up having inadvertently a nice rotation into the circle if they want to take it out to the north.
They have all the options right now. The options.
They've got a lot of priority. Now it's just a matter of what they want to do with it. And again, the plane path is very far to the south. So if you're wondering why TSM is playing over next to Young Kings, way to the south, right over there next to Los Higos, that's because Hacienda was just not capable of being reached. So a lot of people are having to shift to those southern drop points.
I'm not going to lie. When I also saw TSM, I was like, why are they looting down there? I was like, oh, that's right. I saw the plane path. I know exactly why they're looting down there. Let's, though, Matt, let's go to Clover and see what's going on with her. Cloves, talk to me.
Hey guys, you know, as you see, I'm combat ready, okay? I'm so excited for what we are about to see this game. And as you say, that flight path, it was very far down to the south. TSM playing out from here, not having Hacienda, really opens it up for Sonics to backfill that position. But we're going to really need to keep an eye on this western side because we're going to look for a lot of those teams taking those wide rotations.
Clover, the only question I have for you is, you do realize there's not much grass on Miramar, right?
In fairness, there are certain spots. She's standing right where the grass is on the map.
That's true.
So that is the one place that she could hide.
You know what? I mean, if the circle finishes out here in the fields of Hacienda, I think I might still be okay. There's a little bit of grass over here. Just a little bit.
Well, thank you so much, Clover, for giving us a breakdown on that. And I gotta say, I had to take off the jacket because I was hot a second ago. How is she handling the ghillie suit?
That's a very good question. I would be sweating profusely.
Well, let's take a quick look at where we've got people going right now. TSM making the rotation always around Hacienda, catching a little bit of airtime there. And no big rush on them, as it's them and Sonics are the teams that are making a move towards the north right now. And it looks like we might be seeing a position where Sonics might be able to see each other, but that looks like that'd be about the most of what's going on in this position. Really, it's keeping an eye on all of our southern rotations, as Los Leones and everything to the south of it is not inside the circle, and that's where a lot of our teams opted into going for their drops.
Right. Again, because of the path, we're going to see a lot more rotations coming in, which means that the south, yes, potentially could get a little busy as far as rotations. But again, first circle, I don't see that happening too much. As I say that, we're seeing some shots come out from Synergy onto Alo. But yeah, these rotations will be fine. The thing that I find interesting is, again, that Sonics is now starting to not necessarily take control of the middle of the map, but they are kind of gearing towards a split, which, as we know, this circle where Sonics is playing, if it does end up closing towards that center area and not really shifting, if you're not set up in that middle part next to that road in Hacienda, it is very difficult to find any sort of foothold to play later in the game.
Bro, you are not wrong there. We've seen it happen a lot. The compounds there are so ridiculously strong, provide so much vision, and if you're coming in late, boy, it is rough to play around. Yeah. Speaking of coming in a little bit later, the rest of TSM are to the south of this position. Luke 12 did get into this point. We are seeing gas cans reposition, as well as Sonics we saw just a little while ago. No surprise that Sonics and gas cans will leave Hacienda to be fairly open, because playing path,
exactly. Yep.
So now Luke 12 is finding himself in a really awkward spot that is normally his home, that he has no problems holding down, as the rest of TSM is a good, almost 1,500 meters away at this point, and has several teams before they can even manage to make it to provide support.
Yeah, and the idea for this as well is to make sure that, sending one with Luke, he was able to get a bike as well. That helped a lot. Just getting to Hacienda where they normally loot, so that they could also just take position up to either play around rotations here or just play where they normally like to play, because again, this is where TSM FTX generally lands, especially when the plane path is somewhat even less favorable. They'll still try to come here, but that's going to be huge from Luke.
Nice little pickup there, making sure to get one of them. He takes a lot of damage off of it. TSM had stopped to get a little bit more information, and now with this little bit of harassment that's been coming in, the rest of the team has to come in and provide some type of support off of it. You can see a lot of these teams are already making their moves. It's going to be Young Kings trying to run past this point. United trying to hold up a little bit position off of this, and this is really far to the south, guys. This is not going to be a committal fight in the least. Just a matter of seeing if they can get anything out of it, as these teams are going to be rolling by each other.
Well, United, I mean, taking a bit of time to even just kind of sit down here.
They got that res?
Yeah, they did get that res. That's actually really surprising. Luke is in a lot of trouble right now, though. But yeah, United taking a little bit of time there down to the south, and I do somewhat worry about them getting into a decent position. I mean, they'll get in the circle fine. I just worry about where in the circle they'll get.
Dude, there is no part of where Operation Save Luke 12 is going to work. To the north, SSG has settled in. To the east, we have Sonics that has settled in. South of this position is gas cans.
It's really just gas cans, yeah. But
just TSM has no clean angle, but with gas cans now leaving, it looks like it could be about the same time as reinforcements were trying to come in, and Alo could be coming through this angle.
It's just Alo.
Oh, this is going to be a little bit of a pass through. The hillside could deny any vision, so it looks like in the end, Luke might get a little bit of company, but it was scary to get there.
This split from TS, I mean, I know that this isn't on purpose, obviously because of the plane path, the fact that Luke got here before to try to secure this position, and now all the teams in between. I mean, this is definitely not the most ideal split. TSM FTX can work with this as long as, Luke or Alo don't get crashed. But I mean, Alo's in a very very favorable position in the circle right now, especially with shifts, and I can't imagine he'd stay there alone for long without his team hopefully coming to help him. Otherwise, he might be in a lot of trouble.
And it's a scary place to play. Luke 12's got a lot of little corners that he can hide in, do different things like that. Halo is just kind of in an open position. I mean, he's got like the oil derricks that are around him, but if anybody wants to take shots, or just decides to crash into him, he doesn't have a defendable point that he can really play for.
Right. I mean, we saw TSM FTX last week doing quite well from that position before Circle completely shifted off of them, but that was also as a 4-man.
Yeah.
Alo's alone right now. I mean, he could be fine. I'm just saying I'm a little worried about it. That's all. I'm worried about Alo, okay? That's all.
Everything's good for now, and Luke 12 is apparently not bored as he is spot out show and is going to do a little bit of I just damaged that direction. Adapt doesn't really look like they're wanting to come that direction anyway, so defend your motorcycles. Get ready to just jump out and run if you have to, if Adapt opts into leaning this direction. But for right now, Luke 12 has Hacienda, and TSM technically through that does as well. It's just not a very comfortable hold.
This is wise, though. This is absolutely wise coming out from Luke. He's, again, shooting at everything, getting knocks, showing presence, and I mean, he pushed gas cans off by himself completely. There's only one member of TSM in this compound, and he was able to push gas cans off to go down to the south because they just didn't think it was worth it. So,
well, additionally, they might have assumed. We often see TSM just drop, get a vehicle, and then send it to where they're comfortable at.
Sure.
Like whenever we look at the Erangel games, they'll just jump inside of a vehicle, push it to Georgia Pole. Doesn't matter if we see what looks to be a military base game sometimes. So with seeing Luke 12 get the knock onto gas cans, I wouldn't be surprised if they did just believe all of TSM made the push into that point.
Yeah, it's possible.
Treated away.
The knock was also huge. It was a threat that gas cans didn't really want to deal with. And then the same thing with Adapt, although I wouldn't see them really pushing into Hacienda anyways, but that knock is huge. Okay, TSM is there. We probably don't go there. And this shift is fine for pretty much everyone except for the teams that were like far south.
It's a lot of Latin American problems right now, to say the least. We've got Synergy, Fiumba, Young Kings. South of that, E United all going to have to make their move. Young Kings opting into a very eastern strategy to go rotate around everything that's going on. And no surprise, most of these guys have to assume, based off the plane path, last circle, and then this circle leaning north. North is the area that's going to be the most open and the safest to move into.
I'm kind of worried about E United. I mean, this is a trend that they've been following so far today, and even last week, they're coming in so late, and they don't leave themselves enough room or time to work with. And speaking of room to work with, Kickstart now, and Alo's actually migrated to a different compound.
I know, he's like, hey, this is going to be a little bit more safe, and instead finds himself with 3 members of Oath that he has to worry about. He's going to go ahead and retreat away from that, as he does get a little bit of support that's going to be coming in. Luke 12 is going to go ahead, reposition away from Hacienda. Kind of. I mean, he's still in that area around Hacienda, but for all considered, TSM hasn't had too many problems dealing with what was a very awkward situation.
Yeah, and they've actually managed to pretty much consolidate at this point. I mean, look at Luke. He's now where Alo is, perfectly safe.
He's got a new firing line of what's going on. Yep. I mean, this is a strong point for them to try to play from. Oath, I wouldn't be surprised if this calms down a little bit. They're going to be content to let TSM go on their merry way. And TSM looks like they're going to go ahead and regroup with Luke. So I guess Luke performed Operation Rescue Luke 12 himself.
I mean, they did exactly what he did. Exactly what he needed to do. He didn't get knocked. He put some damage out there, and now he's able to again consolidate with his team on the fact that there's no reason for them to push to fight down the south with those.
Okay. Who's at fault in that one? I mean, that was just like
who do you think is at fault?
Brazen. There was a vehicle turning around the corner, and it's a Murado engine. I mean, it's not like you don't hear it coming.
Some players are hard of hearing, man. Look, I'm not going to judge.
Plane path does do that. The plane sometimes mess with your hearing a little bit.
That plane for a while, sure.
Yeah. Looks like E United are going to find that entrance point. You were worried about that. Young Kings.
Well, I knew they'd find an entrance point. It's just like, what do they play? Because they're constantly coming in late on the edge. It's been their MO kind of recently, and it really hasn't been working out for them very well at all.
Yeah.
Like this stay outside the circle and play really late and like try to come in late. Like they've just been getting shredded on the edges.
Especially with the capability.
Or rotating. They've been getting shredded rotating too. And it's, yeah.
I would like to see more of the firepower come into play, especially with what we've seen. Like Los, Corsac, we've been seeing a lot come out of those guys.
Waldo, Valiant,
Waldo,
hello.
Yeah.
I mean, these are incredibly good fraggers. They just need to be able to be in positions to frag, and I just feel like they're constantly chasing circular position instead of being in a spot where they can really maximize that.
Fuba playing around Death Star Trench right now, just making sure that Troglodytes is not going to make any problems for him. Young King's going to go ahead and regroup in the distance. It shouldn't be too big of an issue for them either, as we still haven't even had a first blood yet. Teams have been shooting at each other, but
Had a
it hasn't
knock or
been,
two, but yeah.
hasn't been anything just committal. And given the nature of the circle, that's no surprise, because while there is a lot of different areas you can play, once you start looking to the north, it gets a little bit more dicey.
The circle is starting to become exactly what I thought it was going to be, and that's going to be that circle that's very difficult to play from if you're not already set up. And this is the shift. This is the worst place to play on Miramar as far as circle, especially if you're not in the circle.
There's a lot of flat fields. We were talking about that last time around. Gaskins did reposition into Hacienda, but almost every good compound already claimed.
Everything's taken. Yep.
You can kind
every
of
good compound's taken.
Hacienda if you move fast enough.
United is going to get so lucky with that compound. By the way, the fact that it's not taken. Yep, they're going to make it in. I mean, I'm happy for them. I'm really happy for them, but I was definitely worried. That compound is nice, though. Nice.
Synergy, where are you going? I think that they saw that United got ahead of them. There is that dip that's just to the west of Oath that they could potentially hold down. I think that's where Pippa's stopped.
Probably their only play at this point.
Fuma, though, running the low side of Death Star Trench is going to find the problems with doing so, as it's going to be Black Tigers that have the high ground, putting in a couple of shots, as it's going to be a full reverse committal to try to get out of this. But here's the problem.
That's kind of working.
Even if you make it by this stage, guess what? There's some Dignitas guys that might want to have something to say to you. Is look, at least they can straighten out and start going the proper direction with their vehicle. Young Kings, oh Lord, you better watch that. That's going to be rolling right up next to you, and he's going to go down. Quick drop off of that one, as Young Kings, in their venture to the north, are going to find a couple of success points and at least manage to pick up a kill.
Also, I'm going to backtrack on that. It wasn't luck. You had actually been scouting that for a little bit, so well done to them. I'll eat crow on that one, but even still, everything else I said about the stats.
Young Kings just kind of rolling around the hillside right now. Casa Grande is going to go down. It looks like this is going to be where they start to make their commitment at. Swagger's taking a lot of damage, but they've got this outside wall that they can play around for the time being. Do note the fact that this is right along the edge, so not going to have too many other factors that are going to be moving into it. Wenkus just rolls right into the thick of this. Just like, I've got a plan, rolls right into it, perfectly fine. And while Systematicos is holding this, it's, I don't know, dicey at the time, because it feels like it's going to be Young Kings that have all the advantages, as it's just going to be a reset trying to come out from Systematicos.
My favorite part about this as well is the fact that this compound's not even in.
Yeah,
it's literally it's just a foothold.
Look, see the little flip in the air? Doing the 360. Saved Lada's life there. Troglodytes execs wanted to get him down. Rusty Zero does go down in retaliation for the damage that was done to him. So Neverhor got the line into that one. 300, though. This is a peculiar setup that they've got to contend with, as they do have two members from Troglodytes that are caught in between them, and they can't really move down the hillside until we see Troglodytes move. So it's just making a forced commitment on both sides.
This is a crazy game so far. What is going on? There's so much happening on that southeast edge.
Well, it looks like it's going to be 300 that's coming up with a lot of beneficiaries of what's happening in these different points to play from. They're just finding different ways to take down and just dismantle Troglodytes, who are now just cowering inside of smoke. They know it's just a matter of utility at this stage. Vehicles now rolling down into it. Grenades are going to line up. One goes down. Rusty Zero goes down as well. Kill Demo's going to get spotted out, and that's going to be from Oath, who is trying to sneak away from this point. So Troglodytes, the first team, is going to be eliminated. Our second team is going to be eliminated, sorry.
And this is probably the worst shift that could have happened for the teams on the field, because, yeah.
What cues? They won their fight with Systematicos, and then he goes down to blue. They must be very low on meds up there to the north. Black Tiger does get themselves the position to play, and okay, Circle, you were talking about a second ago.
Yeah.
Tell us why we should all feel bad for these players.
There's nothing to play in the Circle. Aside from the positions that you already see all these teams, there really is nothing to play. It looks like it's open for a team to maybe slip into like the west, where Gas Can's in, like towards TSM and E United, but aside from that little ridge they're on, that's it, man. That is absolutely it. The north, that whole road, that ridge is not really that great. Just to the west of Dignitas, I mean, where you see Black Tiger and 300, that's decent, but oh, this is a send. This is a send from Gas Cans because they realize they have to.
They just rolled right into it, but it is a good defending line showing up right now. Adam, Hikerman already both down, and they know exactly where the other two members for Gas Cans are, and they know that they've got control over it. Just jumping through the vehicles, gonna find one, but is an exchange as Purdy does go down with this when Gas Cans do get eliminated. They were trying to make a play for it, but there was just nowhere to go.
That's honestly one of those sends where it's like, yeah, I get why they did that.
And I have 300. I know the fact that they've got a lot of downs on Black Tiger. Looks like they've just got a commitment into it and saying this shack is not going to protect you. There is nowhere to go. Black Tigers
box.
know what is going down right now. Lada's going to go and spot it out. Molotov's going to connect, and that is just rough for Black Tiger.
So very clean. 300 coming in very hot there on that southeastern edge. And like I said, for gas cans, I mean, that's a game-winning play potentially. You know what? And they really didn't have many other options. So this circle is just absolutely brutal to play.
300 finding ways to make it work for them. We do have a Synergy Oath situation that's brewing down here. Synergy is trying to find some way to encroach into this area, but having some difficulties. They're at least getting footholds in the point, but Oath not wanting to overcommit into anything just quite yet. They feel like they've got a solid defendable position right now and just waiting to see if Synergy makes a misplay on their approach. It's kind of its own contained fight right now because EU United's not really keeping too close of an eye on it, and due to the way the circle is set up,
yeah,
it's just going to be on Synergy and how they want to approach.
They can't even really see that compound because EU United's technically in a little bit of a dip. There's a ridge right in front of them. On top of no one really cares about what's happening with Oath and Synergy in this game. I'm talking about the players. Obviously, we care, but because that compound's kind of a non-factor for all the other teams that are currently in.
So now it's just a matter of who can get the best control over whom in this situation. And Oath still not making any major modifications. Feels like they're not content with what's going on. Balefrost is putting in the work. Going to land a grenade right next to him. Pippa's still dancing around the outside of this one, but it's going to be Rillo off on the other angle to make sure that he doesn't get too much out of it. Fisher has managed to get into a point, but you can see that there's just not a lot that can be done. New circle pops, and that means the fact that this fight has got to end relatively soon.
Okay.
Oath seems to have a read on this and just doesn't want to stay in it for too much longer.
So now, as a spectator, I love this circle just because of how much chaos and how unfair it is, but this circle, as a player, just sucks. I mean, there's no other way to say it.
Well, Pippa, what are you going to do? I mean, you got your smokes that you're throwing out, and I guess you're going to try to make a smoke wall to your teammates?
Possibly. I also... I mean, this compound fight is now really dire for either team because at this point it's just mutually assured destruction, right? Sure, you win the fight, congratulations. Now you have to rotate into an area that isn't really playable.
And to make matters worse, Wildcard just rotated in just north of them, not in the safe zone either. So both of these teams are going to have to, or I guess all three of these teams are going to be having to move relatively soon.
Oh, there's going to be so many deaths, Matchroom. Soon. This is...
So whenever we're looking at it, dire straits right now for Young Kings. Adapt as well. Young Kings are just going to be sending it through, so don't be surprised if you see this pop off. We're going to stay caught up in what's going on with Synergy right now as Adapt's making a rotation down in the bottom right. Here comes Synergy trying to make their play into this one.
That's not going to work, Young Kings.
Oath has a read on it. Molotov does connect, so that might find a little bit to work with, but Balefrost already finds out Pippa. It's just going to be managing to hold down this control point, and...
one grenade. Oh,
I mean, there's just nothing that we can find, but finally finding a little bit of an angle. Two members now down for Oath, but this is where they're just starting to come alive. They now have the information, know how that they want to navigate with positionals, and it's just a matter of time. The res did come back on the other side of Synergy, but this is all coming up for naught. Even if you get these reses up, even if you get the position, the blue zone is now coming in. Yep. There's minimal options to work with, so it's just a matter of can you get these kills?
It's not minimal options. They have their only option is to crash a team at this point, or to do something that is incredibly risky, and even SSG potentially after this shift is going to have a really hard time.
Wildcard has at least made a continued push into this point where EU United is trying to hold down at this point. And now it's going a little bit bad on both points for this one. Adapt also tried to make a play around where we saw Dignitas. They're getting harassed on their approach. There's just a lot of little mini fights that are going on in different points. Don't be surprised if you start seeing multiple teams being eliminated. And there you go. It's going to be Synergy Esports finally going down as EU United's doing a good job of filling this one up. Now Oath has to make their run through a very difficult position.
I'm curious.
But with what's going on right now and what's happening with EU United, they've been a little bit distracted. That might allow them to get.
So actually, here's the thing. I just noticed there is somewhere they can play just on the south ridge, and it is barely in. And I think that will give them cover at the very least for this circle. However, their next play is going to have to be something very intense.
Look what's going on right now between Adapt and Fumba. Fumba is having to jump from trees, and it's a prone peak battle between them, trying to survive. I mean, yeah, it's so sporadic as far as the cover goes at the time, but Adapt is trying to survive this. They had to send it into this point, and they know that they're in trouble. They know that Dignitas is coming up back behind them. At least seeing if maybe they can connect a grenade onto it. Wiam's trying to survive. Fumba wants nothing to do with what's going on with Dignitas, so poor Wiam is having to do this all by his lonesome, just laying out in the middle of nowhere.
So I also really want to point out Sonic's compound. Yes, it's center now, but the foresight for Huy to make the call, for them to take that compound, or whoever made the call, is so impressive because no matter which edge this would have been on, if it wasn't centered, still would have been a good play for Sonics, regardless if they got pushed out of circle. The fact that they're now center is obviously massive, but this is always a very strong compound when that circle one popped to take, just because no matter which edge you're going to end up, you actually still have something to potentially play.
We have
more so than the other positions on the map that these teams took.
We also have a little bit of an interesting situation brewing where 300 is quite caught up looking at what's going on inside the circle, and Oath has been doing a good job on creeping up. Extreme is really focused on what's going on
a lot
with
better
like
than
EU
I thought.
United. I think that they might have finally been spotted out, or at least heard something that's going on. EU United's now making their gamble play and sending it across. Don't be surprised if you see them rolling through the fields in front of you as they go. They do find themselves.
That position is so rough to play. But I mean, where else do they play?
I mean,
like I said,
no protected cover.
This is one of those circles where if you see teams send it, you kind of have to just be like, okay, that's generally going to be the only play. But look, Oath actually snuck up on the south side.
Good play coming out from Oath, finding yet another way to find something to make an advantage in the situation. EU United now contending with where we see SSG playing from. With the way that they're playing this one, if they can find a way to survive through what's going on, they might find something with it, but it's going to be Space Station Gaming that gets eliminated. EU United in a lot of trouble now trying to get the res back into Waldo. With what's happening, TSM might find themselves an angle to come into this, and it looks like that's what they're trying to eye up. We did have Fiumba send it into where Sonics is at right now. That's how come Sonics isn't controlling the territory around them. With the distraction that's also happened with 300 Oath and how they were playing off of this. Everything is breaking off, and it's making it its own independent fights. So nobody has a chance to third or fourth party on what's going on. Valiant gets a read on what's going on with TSM, trying to line up, throws a grenade into it, but it's going to be TSM now in throwable range, and they are so strong from this point forward. EU United knows that they have trouble. They've got Corsac that's just trying to survive. Maybe he can make something around this. Molotov's landing next to him. The grenade's going to land right next to him as well. Lots of trouble for Corsac, but it's going to be Alo that gets spotted out by Sonics, who finally have taken care of Fiumba, and they're just going to harass at range. TSM goes down, and there we go. Now the referees are back in play. It's going to be Sonics with vision on so much of what's going on.
And Corsac survives that. I don't even know how, but good on him. And now back to the east side. Dig has actually been, of all the teams, probably the most comfortable. They really haven't had to deal with too much. They've just been controlling their side of the circle, and they look so comfortable with how much control they have now just because there's no one else to really stop them. But meanwhile, I have to commend Oath. The fact that they've even made it this far to get this knocked and now wipe out 300 is huge because they had nothing to play off that south side.
Now they have to be careful. Dignitas realizes they have an opportunity, does a ton of damage back into Snakers. He does manage to get away from this one. Looks like he's going to get into a point pretty close to the safe zone as well. Dignitas sitting on 6 kills right now, pretty comfortable. Cozy off on this point as well as Sonics. I mean, Rello's trying to reposition away from this one just a little bit. Snakers down back behind him. Minimal options to work with. Oh, man, he is just...
That molly might actually be... Oh, so close. Oh, that's a flash.
Flashbang.
Survive. Just reload, survive.
Just trying to look through it. Shitboy's going to come up. Should spot out. There he goes. I mean... Hey,
I still commend Oath. I still absolutely commend Oath for making that run on the south side and even making it as far as they did. I counted them out. That run is very difficult, and they chose the right time, and they did what they could.
And they picked up a squad wipe in it the whole way.
Yeah, they did what they could.
Well played from them. Corsac, what you got left, Corsac? Because there is a full 2-man squad, or full 2 squads sitting around you right now, and you're going to have some trouble, to say the least, with this. With what's going on, though, Dignitas is getting a little bit more control over the circle.
They don't have to do anything except for pick up Shimboy after that knock.
Except for not peek that angle. Just don't pick that angle.
They just have to wait, because even if the circle does shift a little bit towards the compound, they still have the majority of control.
Oh, poor Corsac. There's so much that has been fought for here, and... well, you at least managed to get into this point. I mean, all vehicles now going away. Maybe there's at least some smokes that he can pick up from all the dead bodies here.
I don't know. There was a lot of smokes used in this initial fight there when they were trying to fend off TSM before Sonics honestly just came to the rescue. But I also think Sonics were kind of picking apart EU from behind anyways. That was just rough. That was just really rough.
So Dignitas getting more control of the circle. We are still in phase number 7, so we should have another circle before we're going to get our one that's going to lead into the center point. Dignitas look like they do have a lot more control over the circle at the time, and our poor boy Corsac isn't even in the safe zone yet. I think that might get him in, maybe?
He's not in. Actually, this prone, maybe.
I mean, his feetsies are going to be hanging outside the blue. So
it's so hard to tell.
You can see he's struggling. He's trying to find somewhere. It's like, okay, can I creep forward here? Maybe here. he knows that he has a massive problem. And Dignitas and Sonics, they don't want to fight. They're just waiting for what
Neither of
happens
these
in the
teams
next
is gonna
circle.
do anything until the circle pops. Yep.
So, Corsac, have you managed to find your little hidey hole? Oh, tries to bait it around. Oh, I think he does have himself a spot. But guess what? New circle pops. Corsac, you're not in it. Womp womp.
Dig with the potential here to double up.
I mean, this is what we were talking about. Dig needs to have a good weekend this weekend. And
yes, they
they're putting up some numbers right now.
Well,
they're
this is a hell of a start, but they still have to deal with Sonics. It's not over yet. Yes, they have the best position in the circle. They have the majority of the circle control, but Sonics are still in one circle. If they have to, they can try to adjust, get a pick here from this position while they're still in, and then move on towards phase 9 to really get some damage in. Poon, again, bolting, nice shot.
Oh, headshot in the smoke. He just knew that was the only place he could be.
Yeah, there was nowhere else he could be, and it's fantastic stuff from Poonage.
All right, Sonics. They've left out. They've got Shrimzy that's moved out of the comfort of their houses that they've been holding down for a little while. He's trying to get a little bit of a foothold in this hillside. Tig's contemplating making a similar move, but Poonage. Good angle onto that one. That's going to stop H1 back over here. A little bit of harassment as well. It's going to force him to have to go back and go for the res off of the Shinboy. Can now reposition into a new angle.
He saw mime. I'm pretty sure he saw
Sonics, man. Sonics know that they're in trouble. It's going to come on if they can find some way to get one of these members down and open up some type of angle, and it would be Shinboy.
The problem is it's all uphill, and so Shrimzy with the best possible chance to try to sneak out, but even then they have members like Shinboy off to the side there just holding on to this. I mean, if any team could make this work, it would be the Sonics.
They've just got to lean into their aim at some point. Poonage knows exactly where they're trying to move from. He's got the bolt lined up, trying to go for the peaks onto it, and it's getting a little bit dicey for him, and he's realizing he's having to step away while this is going on. Mime is moving a little bit further forward, but he does get spotted out as well.
Oh, nice
Sonics
spray,
are trying to climb
Poonage.
this one, but Poonage managed to take down H1 for the second time. That's going to stop them in their tracks. Tickleton can't quite find the angle to make any type of play with, just due to how we can see Dignitas holding this down, and now Sonics having to regroup a little bit, trying to make the commitment into
wait a
this.
second.
Do spot out Honey Badger. Are they going to be able to push this back into Poonage's face? They know the fact that they have an opportunity to work with right now. Have to
Wait
make
a
play onto it,
second.
but no! Dignitas managing to keep it contained the entirety. Now Tickleton does get a little bit of freedom and is now making the play into where we can see Shrimzy coming from, but he goes down as well. It is just a Shrimzy trying to cling to life. He's got some smokes to play with, but there are still, look at this, 11 kills sitting on Dignitas.
My
Finds
goodness.
it, spots it out, and let's go ahead and make it 13 kills.
Like I said, if there was any team that was going to be able to make that push work, it was going to be Sonics, but not even Sonics could do anything about not only the control, the positioning, but just the shots being landed by Shinboy as well as Poonage. That was so good to watch coming out from
Look
Dignitas.
at that Dignitas damage.
Yeah, 28-25 is not bad.
And that's now sitting them comfortable. Like we were talking about, they need that. They need.
But actually, no, they're not comfortable.
Well, more comfortable than
on the leaderboard.
They're
Yes,
getting there.
but they still absolutely need to make sure that they are pushing this pace and they are continuing to separate themselves on the leaderboard, at least in first place, because we know with 2 more games left, at least today, and another 6 games tomorrow. If they only have 2 dinners, we've seen how many tiebreakers and 2 dinners or 3 dinner wins. So they need to continue this going forward. But my goodness, that was so well played. And to all the other teams, I'm sorry, that circle sucks.
It was.
That circle is so brutal. There wasn't a single player. I'm just like, oh, I don't know about that. It's like you sometimes just have to send it.
And it's a bait circle too, because it's so centered up. You're like, oh, it's gonna be fine until you have to play that circle. It is just so absolutely difficult to try to navigate. We saw people fighting. How many teams did we see fight over a stack of hay bales?
Like 3, I think. It was at least 3 teams. I mean, we saw multiple teams send it again because the options there just aren't great. There's nothing. If you're not set up, there's nothing to play, and your only option is to crash. Your only option is to crash.
Well, guys, we still have 2 more games on Miramar to go. So we're going to go ahead and throw it over to the analyst for them to give you a breakdown on what they saw and where to keep an eye at.
You saw it during the interview. Sparking said we knew we had to win or finish in 3rd, and we came to play, and they do. I don't normally promote hashtags, but if you want to dig win in chat right now after that performance, how can we not? But what I will give you while you're thinking about typing that is some codes. Prep those fingers. Here it comes. 24 BHXBP5TMXZ. Get it in and get your chance to get a little more esports points. What a game. I'll start with you, Cameron.
Yeah.
I thought the Sonics were going to win. They had the circle. They had the only compound in a sea of death and destruction. And yet, Dignitas somehow comes out. I know they got those last 2 shifts, but they found a really good spot and they had to defend it.
It's not just the fact that they got the shifts, it's the fact that the Sonics were essentially trapped inside that compound. It's entire field to the west, which, yes, they made sure that no one survived from that angle, but then to go to the east side, it was a wall. Like, it was difficult for them to even, like, try and climb up when it was finally that 4v4 at the end. So, like, looking at the first look, someone might try and argue, oh, why didn't they try and flex out earlier? If you remember back on their iconic Oasis game from earlier this event, they didn't just play inside the compound. They had people running around to make sure that no one could threaten them. There wasn't the opportunities for that this game. While Dignitas, they had to ramp up that hill, wiped around the edge, and they were just there already with the flank overlooking the Sonics compound to keep them locked in.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the highlights from that match as we see how the journey started and ended with Dignitas getting their second win.
Yeah, but I mean, LATAM mutual destruction fights that almost don't even seem to matter. You kind of hate to see it, especially for some teams that just need to put something on the board today. But 300 taking this fight up against Dignitas earlier, they're still padding their kills. Now, we've talked, obviously, that Dignitas with the 2 wins puts them in the lead. But if you're 300, you need one more kill, and you're going to jump back ahead of Dignitas again. But yeah, Corsac here, I mean, as Cammy said, they really set themselves up, or rather Dignitas set themselves up for the bowl. The problem with Sonics is they couldn't leave this compound yet because they couldn't turn their back to Corsac while he was alive.
Now, I like that H-Room was trying to play on the roof, really trying to get any sort of advantage they could to try and find those opening knocks, but I mean, especially looking at Punij on the M24. We talked about the availability of, the viability of bolts, and I think Punij is like the one player this event so far, if you just look at the numbers, of like making a case for that a bolt is in the meta. Anyway, what I'm saying is that he did not give them that opportunity at all to get, like, he just kept them pinned down.
Normally I don't point out the fun facts, but look at this bad boy. 2,200 damage is insane. And Punij, I mean, at the end of the day, from what you guys are explaining to me, Corsac was essentially the 5th member of Dignitas against Sonics there for a second, and then Punij said, well, thanks for all you've done.
Yeah.
Give me that kill. It's disrespectful, but lovable.
And two, I mean, I think we all screamed audibly. I heard people down the hall scream audibly when he hit that shot, and it's because really there was nowhere else Corsac could be with the hay bales, the cars, at the angle. Yes, there was smoke, but Punij was like, all right, I think I know where he is. Took the first shot, just barely missed. You see him barely adjust, hits the second one head on. And I mean, we saw, you know, he's got more than double of any whole team. Punij has 4 times the amount of any individual player in terms of bolt damage. It's crazy.
Well, let's take a look at the stats for the winners of that game, but also keeping in mind, that's the most terrifying thing in the world if you're Corsac, because you hear the bolt shot, right? You hear the tunk right next to you, and you're like, well, I can't move. Like, I know what's coming next. Let's look at these stats, Cameron.
Pretty basic. They didn't have to over-rely on smokes, didn't have to over-rely on any, like, we've seen games with like 21 frags, 21 smokes, hasn't been that bad, but a lot of flashes in play, and that kind of leans towards the fact that they like to play this aggressive playstyle. I know Sparking said himself that they're leaning away from that, or at least taking opportunities that are outside of strictly edge play, but you can say that all you want. Your own personality is going to come through in these competitions, and they stayed center until they needed to wrap and wipe edge, and they performed very, very well.
So the match leaderboard, Dignitas 13 kills, Oath with 9. It feels Oath waking up.
Yeah, Oath, TSM, Sonics, some teams that we've kind of been wondering where they've been, waking up a little bit here. But once again, 300 finding the opportunities to get those kills in. So yes, Dignitas now taking the lead in the chicken dinners, but this makes 300 a very huge threat for any team trying to come out big money this week.
300 being a big threat. The Giants starting to wake up, but I guess for me, Dignitas is exciting. The thing you want to do is get ahead of the Giants before they come out of their slumber. It seems like this is exactly what they needed to do. 2 out of 4 ain't bad.
Yeah, and also on the note of 300, still in a solid second place, still with a good number of kills, and now with an extreme lead over Wildcard in 3rd place. I don't want... we talked about contingency scenarios at the top of the show. It's still a bit of a long shot. But just, you know, keep that in the back of your head. Keep that in the back of your mind. Wildcard 300, they are aware that they need to come out this weekend, in Dignitas as well, of course, need to really perform this weekend. And the fact that 300, even though it is the longest shot for them, the fact that they're being this active does mean that they're going to be an extra threat for the other teams that are trying to get involved and trying to climb back up, almost in a way that they're like becoming the E part of the PvE in different gaming experiences.
I mean, a big factor in this is who doesn't walk away with money or much money this week. Remember that this is week 3. We've got the largest of the prize pools from each individual week. 300, Wild Card, Dignitas, some teams that haven't quite been coming up with as huge numbers as they could have, now giving that breathing room, 29,000, 20,000, that's a huge difference, especially when other teams like Sonics and Oath aren't soaking up that money.
So I want to commend you, Cameron, on saying that 300 had an extreme lead over the team behind them. Quality. But I also want to bring up the end of that match. So I was interested in the fact that 9th place through 4th was determined in the course of 2 minutes. Literally, we saw all of those teams vanish that quickly. I mean, do you expect any less? How often do we see circles that require teams to make the kind of decisions we did? And is there any way to avoid being caught in that massacre?
Win your fights earlier, win your fights faster. Godspeed was saying that circles like this are really, really rough to play as a player. And I think the only way to sort of lighten the load is to go for those earlier fights, which is an incredibly tall task to ask for when this entire meta is revolving around keeping 4 up into the late game. It is a very high risk but high reward, and you do see a couple of times where teams will you can tell that they're procrastinating what needs to get done, hoping that they're going to be giving an opportunity from elsewhere, but you really just got to find those moments that you need to take those fights.
Teams got to find those moments to make the moves, and we've got 2 guys who know how to find the right moments in every game. It is Godspeed and Matchroom with the call.
That was big true coming out of Cameron.
I know.
Big true.
Bringing it in. Guys, just give you a heads up, we're going to have another Southern Plain Path coming into play. So I guess another far northern circle, the way it looks through. Godspeed, there was a lot of awkward in the last couple of games. Let's be real on that one. The players are not having to navigate terrible situations, but still terrible situations at the same time.
With that specific circle, I don't really judge a lot of the teams or their decisions because they generally don't have many decisions that they can make. Especially like if you were in circle and you had a decent shift, all of a sudden you notice that it goes to that field around Hacienda. Yeah, sometimes you just got to send it, or you got to make this really boneheaded push on foot, which Oath did. And again, that's not judging Oath. It's just that they didn't really have another option. And so I don't judge a lot based on that circle.
Hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt. We have a Riot Squad jersey making an appearance. That has been a hot minute on that one.
I almost coached that team. But then I became a caster. So, there's that.
Rough decisions.
But that team did really well, I think, for what they were given. I think that was MPL3. MPL3, yeah.
I do miss the Riot Squad. All right, guys. So we're coming into another, I guess, awkward playing path. I think it started off over Puerto Prizo, and then it's going to be ending up, I guess, around, south of Monte Nuevo? That's about as southern as you can get, to say the least. I mean, I come from Texas, and this is a little too southern.
You do come from Texas. It's very true. I don't think too much of the North will be cut out here. I think most of the teams will get to go. Most of the teams will get to go the World War Go. TSM will not be one of those teams, again, opting for kind of like a secondary draft. Okay.
Playing path into the circles, man. What can you do?
This is actually their third game in a row now. Well, yeah, third game in a row now where the circle has really just thrown me for a loop. I don't know what to say. That's a very Pozo-centric circle. We do see these quite often. Lots of room to play, especially around the terrain. Pozo, you don't necessarily need to be in a compound here. Lots of hills, different elevations, but rotations, at least from the east side, will be interesting. I feel like most teams will opt to be a little more north, especially because of how southern the plane was.
You know what's in the circle?
Yes, Trailer Park, man.
Yes, Trailer Park. You knew where I was going with it. Trailer Park ending. Let's go.
It's not going to happen, man.
Let me have my dreams.
If it happens,
took Oasis from me.
I'll tell you what, if it happens, if it ends in Trailer Park, okay, Matt, I'll make this wager with you. You don't have to do anything. If it ends here in this godforsaken place that you want it to end so bad, I will eat a Packy chip while I cast tomorrow. How about that? Only this game.
I have no idea what that means, but sure, I'm down for it.
It's a very spicy chip.
Give me a range in meters. Do I get like 500 meters around here? Because it's not going to end probably directly in Trailer.
I mean, it has to pretty
close enough that we can logically say it's
yes.
Trailer Park ending.
I'll give you that.
Okay, come on, guys. Summon it with me. We need Trailer Park. As a hot chip. Like, how hot is a hot chip? Like,
the Packy chips. I mean, they're pretty hot.
I'm more emotionally invested in this than I was beforehand.
I know.
I want this to be a thing now.
Well, you better hope that circle posts towards that trailer park.
Okay, well, Systematicos is one of our 4 northern teams, which is an interesting thing to say because they're just a little bit north of Pozo, just south of Crater Fields at the time, doing a little bit of looting as they go, running fairly split, all things considered. They do have Adapt that did take position around Pozo. That's going to be to the southwest of where they're playing at. And Gascans still playing the position where they dropped out a little while ago. And that's going to be Power Grid. So them and I believe Space Station Gaming, the only teams in the circle.
Space Station has some interesting decisions to make. They can either kind of hold the split here and maybe kind of bank towards Monty, or they can decide if they really wanted to rotate up further to the west and try to get around Pozo and that kind of jam that tends to happen and maybe play towards the top of Crater Fields. Or they can just stay put completely and just play, you know, towards the compounds north of Monty. I'm actually curious what Roth's decision here will be, but overall, again, most of the teams should be able to get in fine. I don't foresee too many issues with rotations, especially because most of the teams don't really want to get caught on the south side.
Yeah.
So most of them would opt for, I would say, like a northern player, even on the west, as we're seeing TSM kind of foster that rotation at the moment.
With the way that the staggered rotations are coming into play, I don't think that we're going to see a death funnel where everybody's just coming into one point. I mean, there was the potential chance of that happening around Monte Nuevo, but I think that you can see synergy passing through that point right now. They're kind of falling in back behind SSG at this point. Gas cans are going to collapse in a little bit further to the west from where they were playing at Power Grid just a moment ago. There's so much territory that it really, as long as you just don't end up getting caught in a I want to stop and shoot at these guys that are driving next to me moment, you should be pretty okay.
I feel like I'm in Oath's head today. Like everything that I've watched them do has just been, first of all, they've been playing amazing, but yeah, I figured they'd rotate to the north, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're kind of opting for a more northern rotation based off plane path, but Oath has been super impressive, not only last week. I mean, what was it, 4 dinners last week, I think? It was just overwhelming. But also just the fact that the way they've been playing today, again, the timings, the spacings, when they've decided to rotate and how they've engaged on these fights, it's been nothing short of awesome to watch.
It should be noted that Sonics are rotating kind of close to where Oath is.
Very close to them, actually.
With the way the terrain's set up, I wouldn't be too worried about anything being forced just yet. This is going to be Luke 12 at the tail end of the TSM train, heading around Pozo right now. He does have Chocolatitas that's in between him and the other 3 members, but we saw last time, Luke 12's fine if he's by himself. He knows how to. He's a big boy.
True.
He knows what's up.
Speaking of TSM FTX, they are going towards your favorite spot on the map.
Yes.
But they're not going to play it, I can promise you that.
How do you know? How do you know?
I mean, they're going to split probably around maybe this compound right here, and potentially there's another compound just to their, it's not a compound, it's the warehouse, but this is definitely not a bad place to place, especially in a split, because you can support that open barn, or not barn, oh my god, what is that called, Matt?
Warehouse?
Warehouse, thank you.
There you go.
Figure out the name.
Hey, dude, words are hard.
Sometimes words are hard, man.
I mean, it's
especially when it's your job to use words. That's what I've noticed, at least.
Dignitas and No Rush. Fuma going to be coming in. Young King's going to be coming in as well. Oath did get that separation away from Sonics. Like we said, they were going to be rolling next to each other, but neither one wants to commit. 300, a team that we definitely have our eyes on, going to be making play. But do note the fact that Dignitas is where a lot of attention is being drawn right now. Is we said it. These guys, while they do have 2 chicken dinners right now, that's not where you want to be if you're Dignitas. You want to be so comfortable that you're finally starting to think about how you're going to be going to PGC, starting to plan out where you're like, what do we want to do while we're there kind of situation. Right now, it's a dream that they're thinking about accomplishing.
Well, and that's the thing as well. Like, Dignitas, those 4 players are very aware of what's at stake here and what they need to do. So I don't think they're... Yeah, I don't think they're taking it lightly. It's just, I think at this point, especially with being so ahead, I think taking their time is, it's not necessarily the worst thing, especially coming in late on a circle like this. In fact, if you're going to come in late on any circle, it really isn't the worst one to come in late on.
Yeah, I mean, whenever it pulls back over into Trailer Park, then you have an easy rotation around to the north just to get into that point. No big worries coming up for them. I am a little worried about our Monte Nuevo Pozo situation we've got going on.
Yeah,
also a little bit worried about Adam's tires, but that should be fine.
Pretty busy, actually. It's a very busy section. A lot of teams actually have opted for Monty, more so than I thought initially.
Well, Wildcard's making the run by TSM's in positions, and Maji's going to taste a couple of bullets for that transgression, and he's going to continue on his path to the north. But after that, TSM are kind of the gatekeepers of the Northwest, and if you manage to make it past them, then nothing is to stop you for any one of the plethora of amazing houses that can be found in the Northwest of the circle.
I mean, real estate's good. If you're in a housing market for a compound up here in the north, you're definitely going to find something if you don't really have to look that hard, as we do notice that Black Tiger is still towards this. This is actually the top of San Martin.
Poor Black Tigers. They just keep trying to find somewhere that they want to stop at, and every place that they stop has already got like 3 teams that want to kill them. They are running fairly separated right now, trying to regroup. The problem with Black Tiger and the way that they're rotating right now is their options are putting them in between Sonics and Oath.
Yeah,
and that's
the thing that not
worrying place.
So the biggest issue that I've noticed with this team is the fact that not only do they rotate in sometimes generally late, but they take like the most crowded or the most popular rotations like straight into other teams. I just want to see Black Tigers fight as a 4-man without crashing once, just to see what that team can actually do.
In PUBG, the shortest distance between point A and point B is definitely not a straight line, especially when you see teams like Black Tiger that just tries to send it along the most direct point. I mean, you're going to get there pretty fast, but the problem is most likely you're never going to get there, so therefore it takes too long. Oh, they're fine.
Look, even if that is the case and they're taking the path of
do it, Wildcard. Wildcard just became my new favorite team in existence, Godspeed. Stop. Stop.
No, they're not going to stop, Matt, okay? Anyways, back to what was I saying?
Why are you taking this away from me?
I don't even know what I was saying. I think it was Black Tigers, right? Yeah, we're talking about Black Tigers. I missed my point. I forgot my point.
Let's go back to talking about Trailer Park.
I hate you, Matt. I hate you so much. I had a really good point, too.
All right, we were talking about Black Tigers, the fact that sometimes they overcommit on 2 directions path.
Here's what I was going to say before I was so rudely interrupted about Trailer Park.
I just gave it back to you and you're going to be mean to me.
So their biggest issue is I feel like they don't really scout. So even if you're going to take that shortest path to get to where you want to go, right? Even if it's super busy, the fact that they don't, it feels, and I could be wrong, but it feels like there's no information gathered, there's no forward information gathering from that team, and they generally are just sending it most of the time, and that has just been absolutely awful for them. It has not worked. And I just want to see something change for this team.
Boo, no Trailer Park. You're safe for your chip. All right, let's pay attention to Pozo because we got Pozo fields. We got Crater fields in play. We've got this Monte Nuevo. We remember how I was talking about this issue around Monte Nuevo and El Pozo, and there's a lot of teams down there. You can't even see what's going on because there's so many players that are stacked up around each other at the time. Synergy's trying to get away from Fiumba off on this angle.
Everybody.
But as they rotate through, they're going to be bumping into Young Kings that are going to be set up in front of them, so that's not good either. But I mean, do you send it to Pozo at this stage?
Preferably not. It's not a bad play to send it, but I think it... Oh, no, Flux.
Oh, Flux, you're in some trouble. He does manage to get one down. He goes down as backplane comes in, so...
Yeah, so as far as sending it, I believe it's much easier to get in Pozo, I think, or just generally a major city than it is to get out, but it just depends on the team's play style. I would rather play on one of the outside compounds than to potentially go in and get stuck in Pozo.
Much how like Wildcard feels. Oh, that was a little nerve-wracking there as he moves forward. T-Sock trying to get a little bit of control for his teammates right now. He's going to go down as well at the exact same moment that Zealot does get raised. So switching back into 2, TSM still has Visions. Raven's going to go down. Now it is just Zealot trying to get at least somebody on TSM down, and it's
That was clean by TSM FTX, though. Very clean. Nice fight, good utility, got the knocks early, good push, nice aggression.
Young Kings coming back to this point because they want to harass Synergy? What is happening here? These Young Kings was much further to the north and is now recommitted back to, I guess, get a little bit of vengeance for their down teammate.
Look at that observer zone. Look at those absolute, just fantastic members of our production squad. Oh yeah, you love to see them.
I actually really do. They're very pretty. Like, I'm not usually one of those RGB computer type guys, but the RGB on those is really...
Oh, I was talking about the actual observers. But yes, the PCs themselves are also very, very nice.
Over here trying to hit on Rockstar mid-cast. I see what you're doing over there. Oh, no, wait, you're talking about Master. I already know who you're talking about.
Back into the action, you can see it's going to be Young Kings who wanted this fight. Steps into the wrong angle. One of their members does go down. Waiku's also in a little bit of trouble as well, trying to retreat from this point. And it's a little bit problematic for Young Kings as they have and one that is down. Waiku's on no life. And Swagger also having a little bit of trouble. He's got the smokes around him and does have a little bit of reinforcements as now Waiku's has got the got the heal back up. But,
This just seems like a really unnecessary fight on this edge. I don't really think these two teams needed to clash like this, but
I was struggling to bring hype into it because it doesn't seem to matter.
So one member of, I think it was...
Not because the team, it was just because the position got...
Yeah, well, Flux got crashed. Sure, you lose him. I think maybe what happened was Young Kings tried to come save him, and now they're embroiled in this fight. That's the only reason I could imagine these two teams are fighting on this southwestern edge. It's the only thing I could think of, because we didn't get to see exactly why the team came here.
Well, Swagger now the last one up for Young Kings, realizing that he has a pretty big problem going on around him at the time. Waiku's is going to go down. Swagger's going to try to position around the outside of this one. Spotted out. Oh, my God.
Peekaboo.
Fisher just flicked onto that like crazy, just instantly popped him. Swagger thought he had an idea, and it just was instantly gone. New circle pops, and Pozo Fields with the hills around it. Very common circle. You guys should be pretty familiar with all the things that are going on. High ground terrain galore. Being in the low ground sucks. Just in front of Hwin is a dip that everybody's going to send it to, and a lot of people are going to die.
Yeah, see, I'd much rather be SSG than any of the teams in Pozo right now, just because, well, actually, yeah, maybe not. What? Fuma's coming in hot, and meanwhile, over here, what has happened? Greg Shot takes out Snakers.
Yeah, Oath just rolls right by Gas Cans as they roll by Adapt, and there's a quick
Roth
between them.
Poor person. Where's your opt? I think
There's
a 1-3x.
There's a lot going on right now as we do have Fuma that's making a little bit of a send into hay bales. So I should let you know that they're in an uncomfortable position already.
The fact that actually they made it, they drove right through SSG. The fact that they made it through is miraculous enough. So I think they'll take whatever they can get at this point.
Dignitas on the other side of this, aware of the fact that they've got this SSG situation that's going on around them. They were the team that came into this point and wanted to try to get it, so I think that's how Fuma managed to navigate sneaking through this point, Dignitas being the distraction on that point. So, let's see. Now it's a matter of, can Dignitas get a little bit more control? Sharpshot has himself a very interesting point that he's trying to play right now, but do note that Keenan has an outside angle onto this as well. This has kind of led into an awkward standoff as Sharpshot wants to get something out of this. You can say the way he's playing this is very aggressive, but it's just ships passing in the night right now as they can't
even know where he is.
Angle.
Oh,
yeah,
wow, he does. Okay, very nice. I mean, there's just so much smoke. I wouldn't blame him if he got lost in there, but he's still making it out. I mean, SSG originally had this compound, I believe it was Dick, that actually pushed him off completely. But this is smart. This is actually smart from SSG, only because they still have the compound just to the west to play and all the room to the north of that. There is no reason for them to take this fight, therefore they realize that and pull off. I absolutely love this from SSG.
SSG's nearest contender is going to be Synergy, who's now making it into the zone just to the west of their position. While this is going on, United also sent 2 members down to be a little bit more harassing, hoping the fact that some type of fight was going to happen, but never really brewed into anything that they wanted to take advantage of. There's a lot of little weird things that are going on in this position right now over in Pozo, as teams have somehow managed to find ways to be close enough to fight, even though 90% of the city is free.
Yeah, that's actually Gascan's second find onto Oath. They originally knocked, I think, Snakers on the way in. And now it's just down to Balefrost and Kickstart. And yeah, you are right. There's still a lot of room in Pozo. More teams obviously are going to opt to try to play towards the eastern side of this, as it is closest to the center. But I still actually really like SSG's position overall. They do have to deal with Synergy eventually here at some point. Let's see what this shift does. TSM also in a good position as well. Trog, oh yeah, look at that.
All right, so, okay, just east of Troglodytas, there's those oil derricks. Don't be surprised if you start seeing a lot of movement from the teams trying to get out of Pozo around those positions. You can see the TSM's already trying to make a little bit of a play to get to that point. Oath has that high-rise that they were playing a little while ago, so it's going to take them a little time to get out of that area. And then they're going to have to contest with where Adapt and Gas Cans are both playing. Black Tiger has some vision on what's going on, but now they've got to mountain goat their way down this into the fields. And
they could potentially punish Sonics. Are they not looking at this at all?
I think Sonic's a little bit worried about what's going on with him.
Well, no, I'm saying Black Tiger could have put a lot of damage onto Sonics and then potentially crash that position and take it over. Instead, they just don't even take any shots at them. That's interesting.
Black Tiger is waiting to pounce, sir. They're stalled.
Yeah, I think the problem is they're waiting way too long and they're never pouncing.
Truth. Instead, they're going to send it back to the south. 300 just sends it right through the thick of everything. It finds themselves a dip that's actually pretty good, all things considered. Systematicos making a little bit of a reposition. They need to make their way to the south, and they're eyeing that area around Pozo, where we already have 3 teams stacked up at. So if they do choose to pass by that point, that is going to suck.
United with a good position in the circle as well. As we look at 300, I mean, this is pretty prime real estate where they're at right now. It's good terrain to play. They have cover 360 degrees as long as they are mindful of what teams are around them. Oh, Sonic's the Murado tire. Back it up.
Reverse, throw it a reverse, trying to get out of there. 1 down, 2 down, trying to get out of that position. Mime's still alive, but there's no cover to be had. He's just trying to roll away, and he dies.
Folded like a lawn chair. NT.
Well, hey, look, you got celebration fireworks for your death there, Sonics, as the car is going to explode. Beautiful plume of fire.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a rough day for Sonics, but in the grand scheme of things, I think they're all right.
Yeah.
I think they'll be off. I think they'll be fine.
It's Sonics. They can't win half the games every single day.
And on top of that, I'm sure they'll come back and do something fine. Again, first 4 games, 5 games, a little rough for Sonics, but not too worried about it.
Look, they heard about what was going on with Dignitas and gas cans and all that other stuff in the group stage, so they're like, hey, we're just going to take our foot off the gas and see what everybody else can do when we're not taking all the chicken dinners, right?
I mean, yeah, sure. I wouldn't. I'd put my foot full down. I'd floor it at that point, but you know.
Why won't you let me have my hyperbole, Godspeed?
Because I'm
always
an
going back to
awful
realism.
person. I know. Well, I mean, it is a hyperbole. I'm just saying I'd be the opposite. I would floor it rather than take my
in
foot off the
fairness,
gas.
Mime really did try to floor it a second ago.
He did. Unfortunately, he didn't have tires, so there was no traction. But
still had the gas pedal all the way to the floor there. All right, so Pozo, an absolute mess. The hillside to the south, nobody having to move yet, but when they do, absolute mess. Fiumba hiding out around hay bales. If people start getting vision on them, big problem, but at least near the center for now. The question comes into play, are we going north, south, centering up?
Centering up,
so. It's just going to make it suck a little bit more for the Pozo guys.
So this will actually also really suck for mostly United and Black Tiger, as with a little splash of Dig, right? Because all these teams have to fight for. There is something for Dig to play in their compound still, and they can play this little ridge, but they are going to have to deal with the teams coming to their east, which is once again Black Tiger and United.
Going for a little bit of a peak in a dangerous situation. Balefrost trying to get something out of it. He does at least get a knock. That is going to slow down gas cans at least a little bit. TSM already has the inside track and is getting down to gatekeeping position to make sure that if anybody tries to come their direction, they're going to have a good angle for it. Adab's trying to make a little bit of a movement as well, but they're being harassed by Synergy at range, so can't take too much of a move just quite yet. Systematicos is going to have to make a move of their own. Most likely contender that's going to be harassing them could be Black Tiger, who did manage to reposition to the south, or potentially Fiumba. It's a lot of different movements that are going on right now, and depending on how bold or brazen you want to be, you might be rewarded with it, or you just might become the target of every single other team still alive.
And United just, I mean, snuck into this nice little position. They are a sandwich, and this is very difficult to hold, especially with the teams around them, but
fortune favors the bold.
Yeah, it is possible. I mean, the fact that he made it here is good on them. They scouted that. They found that it was clean. Valiant somehow surviving that cross. I mean, well done.
Gas cans trying to make the push, though. Huckerman already down. Nikos gets a little bit of an idea on where Purdy's at, trying to get a new reposition around this one. You mind, Greg Shot's already down on this, so it's just 2 members trying to push into this point. With everything that's going on, the other teams are all trying to leave Pozo with the distraction that has been set up at the time. That's going to be what's going on inside the kill feed. Nikos tries to make a little bit of a play off the side, gets spotted out. TSM gets control, now moving up to 9 kills, and very comfortable in Pozo right now.
Comfortable-ish, because they do have those 2 kind of water towers to play, but past that, especially if this shifts south, they are going to absolutely have to make an aggressive play towards the south. We'll see.
Oh, Black Tiger, there is nowhere to go. Dignitas is angry and looking your direction, and minimal cover for them to work with. Looks like they're going to try to push a little bit further to the north, but that's just going to put them inside the fields. Dignitas in no inherent rush. They know that United repositioned just in front of them, so instead going to be a little bit more content. While this is going on, we also do have TSM getting into a little bit more of a skirmish with Troglodytes that's going to be west of their point. And, I mean, this is just what we talk about. This is why field endings are harsh. If you're one of the teams that's got the hills, got the cover, you're feeling good. If you're having to run through that field, you can see you're just running in the open. It's just shooting ducks as they're moving across.
Oh, nice body shot from Shin. Can he finish it? No, he's actually getting shot off by the other members of E United. And Hoonish is there, though.
Good flank position onto that one. Going to be able to get damage onto it to get one member down. And now just bringing out the red zone. Just trying to drop him on top
Look
of
at
United.
this push, yes.
They've got to be careful on this one. Flash is now coming in, trying to use the terrain to their advantage. Waldo has a read on it, trying to make sure that he gets into a high ground point. Already gets spotted out. Dignitas pumps on the brakes just a little bit. They know the fact that they have the blue zone coming in back behind them, but they don't need to spin it going too fast. It's going to be Valiant going down to a nice grenade coming out from Sparking. Waldo still up on this high ground point, and it is just covered in fire and smoke. Near on nowhere for him to hide direct time. He can hear the footsteps of everybody moving around him, but Dignitas knows that they need to continue moving forward. With everything that's been set up and the way that the circle has now popped, they now know the fact that this is a value position to play from, so Waldo has got to try to take them down. He does have an angle to work with, but it is very minimal. The moment he takes a shot, it is revealed, and Dignitas gets control of that point, but SSG hears it and might be making
the way that Dig played that was so impressive. I mean, Dig is, it almost looks like a completely different team today than it has the last couple weeks. I mean, just taking, and it could just be that maybe everything is just working for them. They could have been trying the same things. We didn't really get to see it, but I mean, this is very impressive stuff from Dig so far.
I mean, hanging out top of kills, most chicken dinners right now, already sitting at 7 kills.
And they're so active. They're being so active. That's what I love about it. They're not just sitting in compounds. Like, they're pushing teams, and they're just taking control of the zone, that or whatever side of the zone they're on. I mean, I love this from them.
And they're becoming a point where people don't want to harass into the different angles that they're moving into. You can see the teams are starting to veer away from them. If they see that Dignitas is mad today, and they will fight you if you end up too close to them. TSM now has to make their move. Systematicos as well. This is going to be a gamble coming out from TSM as they at least manage to dodge the first grenade that gets thrown in their direction. They still have to contend with where Adapt is playing at the time. Systematicos harassing on a different angle for them to come through. Just trying to see if they can line up throwables as they're coming into it. Luke 12 already goes down. It's going to be 300 that has an angle into what's going on. TSM knows the fact that this is a rush. They have got to get there. Oh, it bounces around, just hits the rim essentially. Trying to get into this one, trying to see if maybe they can line up another one. Just going to do the fadeaway toss. Tosses it in there. Doesn't look like it's connected yet again, and this is just fighting through it. Finally gets the shack. It has come at the cost of just one member though, and I thought that that would be a much higher tax to get to that position.
I did as well, and I'll tell you what, you, me, TSM, FTX, they take those. They take those all day long. One member for that shack and that horrendous type of push, just because that position was rough, you'd love to see it. TSM, very happy with that. Yes, it's unfortunate they lost one, but so worth.
SSG realizing the fact that they might have an opportunity trying to move into where Dignitas was held up at. Roth gets spotted out. He goes down. And this 2-2 formation that we can see from Dignitas providing cover is going to allow the res. And so 4-man Dignitas back strong. Looking into SSG's position is going to make it very difficult for them to make any type of movement.
TSM FTX has the opportunity here if they can take out Trog to completely own the north side of the circle, which is massive.
There are a set of dominoes that are prepped and ready to fall. Meanwhile, Shinboy is going to go down and get flushed
Even
out
still,
as well.
This is good for Trog or TSM. Whichever one can win the north, this is still very good for them.
I mean, we've got synergy on an angle that they can maybe play, but Sparking's angle is beautiful over here. It does get a little bit of a peek down into Roth, gets the knock onto him, and you can see Dignitas
Look at the support from
rush into this right now. They know the fact that they have a very strong position to play from, and instead just seeing if they can get those peaks on it, and that one hurts. I mean, Kanan realizes the fact he knows where the position is and knows exactly where Sparking is, but cannot do anything about it. Sparking just destroyed SSG.
Yeah, this is really next level play from Dignitas. I don't know what else to say. They're just madly impressive right now.
Well, here comes the blind
they're
run.
Just farming TSM FTX now.
There's nowhere for TSM to go. They have to run across this field. Dignitas got vision on it. There's a little bit of a hill that I believe that Alo has managed to make it to. Purdy's hoping the distraction Alo might provide him enough and capability to move into the north. So, I mean, TSM, this is hard to move out of. I mean, Purdy knows at this stage. He's got multiple people that are beating it onto him. Punage is already stretching down to the south, leaving the area that's going to be the safe zone to see if he can get a new firing line.
I'm actually surprised TSM FTX decided to push on the east side rather than try to just clear the team to their north. But, I mean, this still could work for them.
This is ballsy to say the least. Just coming in, trying to go for the res in the smokes, in the middle of the open, where Dignitas knows exactly where he is. Purdy trying to at least distract enough to give time, but it's going to be Troglodytes. Rusty Zero on an opposite angle that gets him down. But It was a valiant attempt and provided time to get the res, so there are still 2 members of FTX that are trying to make their way forward.
Trog still has to be very careful with those 2 members, as you said, of TSM FTX. They are not even they're not even in yet. Trog also.
This is just a 2v2 to see who's going to survive and get into some type of position inside the safe zone. Wall is coming in, and they do not have much time to work with. It's going to be right on Penta's heels. They still have to contend against Dignitas as well. So it's just a counter move in every single point. It's the high ground advantage for Troglodytes, but it's a good angle that pays off for Penta. He's going to go down. Alo's still just trying to contest up against what's going on with Dignitas, and there's just nowhere for TSM to go. They're going to go out, and here are our top 4.
Yeah, they were just split. They were split on the fights they had to take. They were, yeah, it was not ideal for TSM FTX, as Trog will survive the small part of the north.
Well, while all of that was going on, Synergy did get a lot of control over the circle, as well as Zilzin, who's pretty close to center. Dignitas they've got themselves a defended point, and they know where it seems like several members are. They've been very active.
Yeah.
The question comes into play is, do they have enough terrain to make this work?
They definitely do have enough terrain to make this work, especially because they've just cleared the east side. They could wrap if they wanted to on the side of the circle. The only thing they really have to worry about is, yes, 1 member of Trog, potentially a member of Silzen, but they can also cover for that and move forward. That's exactly what they're doing. Now, this is just going to be a game of trying to find out where exactly Synergy is, and once they can ascertain at least where 1 or 2 of the members are, they can start to make their push and take control of the circle if they want to.
There's a lot of PGC dreams on the line right now for
well.
Dignitas, and you know that has to be applying some amount of pressure. If they can get this chicken dinner, it is going to be absolutely pivotal for their success moving into getting them potentially into PGC.
I really think that based on how they've been playing so far today in this game and their position, I think that's very possible they win another game.
They have the opportunity.
Synergy has a lot of control, yes, but I also don't see Synergy being active and trying to find out exactly where Dig is playing or trying to find any of these solos. I mean, look how close Jayu has gotten.
I mean,
they're all just sitting behind hills. They're literally not even peeking over. And they have the best position in the circle, which means that Dig is probably going to take control over that position, at least in the middle, and start to constrict on Synergy, because they're not active at all.
Well, since Synergy's not doing anything, Dignitas doesn't know how to make their move. They're starting to stretch to the north.
That's also true. It can be a little confusing when you're a team of 4 up and you're just...
Oh, good read. They already know where Silzen is. They're going to go ahead and throw out a little bit of utility. Should be able to spot him. The rock is going to provide cover. Now it's just a matter of... Oh, no,
Beautiful.
Wrong side of the rock. He's going to go down.
Now Dig gets to wrap this whole side. Yep.
14 kills already, and there's still a Synergy and 1 member of Troglodytes still left to work with. So, just like you're saying, more and more control as now we're getting to that stage. Everything is pushing us to the center.
The thing that's frustrating for me is like watching Synergy right now. Dig is a 3-man. Synergy has 4 up. Excuse me, they have 3 up, but still, they had so much time. Look, they're just hiding behind cars and hills. This is not how you win games.
There's no information gathering that they can do at the time. Dignitas is just strolling around right now. Last member for Troglodytes, aware of the fact that Dignitas is right next to him. Very minimal options to work with, but at least trying to put up a little bit of a fight. These firefights have been ending so fast as Dignitas is just roaming around. Synergy hasn't really done anything to counterbalance around it. It's going to be on to Troglodytes right now to see if maybe he can get somebody down on Dignitas to stop the freight train that is Dignitas today from picking up another chicken dinner. With a little bit of the throwables coming out, it's at least going to force them to step away. The smoke's being a little bit too scary. They don't want to make a move just quite yet, but with Synergy on the other side of this hillside, it's just a matter of time before either Troglodytes gets vision on one of them or they get vision on him.
Yeah, what it just blows my mind that Jayu has been more active than the entire 3-man squad of Synergy in the circle against Dignitas.
Well, he's doing a good job on surviving, and if there's just a matter of how much utility do you have left. With the distraction that's being mounted by this, though, we're getting to that stage where it's just going to become a smoke battle in the center where everybody's going to have near on no vision. Molotov, if you have one, is going to be huge, and it's just going to equalize the playing field because there's going to be so little vision for anybody to work with.
Jayu gonna find one onto Punij.
Oh, looks back onto the other side, tries to go after Synergy as well. Doesn't manage to get anything with it. Punaj now down off of the Spark. He's going to get spotted out as well. Honey Badger now the last one up for Dignitas, trying to get the res onto it. Has multiple members coming forward, does get a spray into it, but it's going to be Synergy.
And so here's
with
the thing.
8 kills.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Like, yes, Synergy won that game. I get that. But there's no way that they would have known that Gio was going to do that and he was going to get a knock, right? That was strictly by chance. And I'm sorry, that was just really wild to watch them be that passive. But, I mean, hey, you know what? I guess it worked.
The solo popped off in an important way for him and managed to.
But to count on that, like, that's.
Look at the stats for Dignitas, though.
I don't know. That was very frustrating to watch.
Especially with the stakes for Dignitas inside of that.
I mean, Dig played great. I meant that was frustrating to watch. Like, if you're watching Synergy, right? Like, they just sat there the whole time, and they got lucky in the fact that solo got a knock. That's really all that came down to.
Yeah, I mean, PUBG just do be like that sometimes, though, and that's the.
I mean, sometimes that's just PUBG, man.
I mean,
I'm just saying it. Watching that makes sense to me why SG has been struggling so hard this event.
That I got 100% account for as well. And again, I've got to go back to it. That is a big game for Dignitas. I mean, getting a chicken dinner there is really important for them for PGC, and getting so close but not getting it there. I hope that doesn't stop the morale. I hope that they keep steam rolling through it. They're having a great day. Analyst, break down everything that you saw inside that one.
I don't think anything's slowing Dignitas down, except maybe Synergy for this one game. But congratulations to them. They got themselves a big win. And before we go into talking about how they got it, whether or not it was active, let's take a look at a code that we're about to make active for you to go ahead and cash in for some esports points. VG6NJB2BWZB2. Get in there, get yourself some points. Okay, so Synergy wins through... I don't want to say proxy. Yeah, at the end of the day, it sounds like maybe they won because everyone else really worked hard. Is that fair, or is this it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, winning is winning?
No, I mean, the leaderboard doesn't care.
The leaderboard doesn't.
Like, it is going to put them in, I think, top 4, top 5 position off of that, but I am going to echo Dustin in this, that it doesn't give me a lot of confidence for SG being able to continue this run on good placements. We could be wrong in this. Maybe they're going to start. Maybe that's going to give them the confidence to actually start taking some risks. Now they're in a better position. Maybe the fear isn't going to be there, but are they always going to have Necro? Are they always going to have Jayo there as like a backup to give them that opening that they need?
Can't always count on that fifth man.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the highlights from that match and see how it is that Synergy got to the end game. I'll send you over, Clover.
Yeah, I went starting off with Synergy, right? And okay. They've been pretty comfortable taking fights against LATAM. I think we've seen it actually quite a bit, not just this weekend, but throughout the event. But as we say, again, I mean, the problem is they're really keeping their heads down and maybe a little bit too much in that late game. And so, but a lot of teams that once again needed to score big this game and take that climb on the leaderboard found that this match.
You could just start to see the struggle really unravel. I don't know if this zone was as rough to play for these teams as the previous game was, but it was like, hey, it's an El Pozo circle. Psych, get out of there. And you saw, I mean, I think that Sonics clip really just showed how that worked out for a number of different teams, but here is Dignitas still maintaining control of the edge. They're still alive. They're still active. They're dominating their position. They clear their sides, and then they focus in on the center. And here, unfortunately, again, if you commend SG for anything, it's holding down their initial position, and then once the knock happened, they sprung. So they found the opportunity, they saw the opportunity, so it's not like they're just sitting there fingers crossed hoping for the zone to win the game for them.
I mean, I think a big problem too, at least in that position, we've seen how well having the high ground has worked for Dignitas in a lot of these cases, but when they had to really split their attention onto Troglodytas, it's almost like what we saw with Sonics, right? You can't move forward because you have to worry about what's going on at your back, and so you can't pull all of your attention onto that other team. You know, we saw that not work well for Sonics. Now that same thing happening to Dignitas here because they just couldn't take care of a Necro at the very last moment. And so, unfortunately, you know, I think if Dignitas had managed to find a lucky knock out of that situation, that could have very well been their win.
I mean, we've seen Snakes and we've seen Rats take down Empires, and this is another chance where 2 games in a row, basically, we've seen that sort of backstab, that snake coming in and having a massive impact. Let's take a look at the leaderboard from that match so we see exactly how it panned out and sort of what Necro brought or took down in terms of Dignitas, because they had 14 kills, but they could not get that win, Cameron.
TSM also had 14 kills, so these are two teams that are at the very least padding their kills, padding that tiebreaker. Dignitas are going to stay in first place. They're going to probably be there for quite a while because, I mean, Fiumba are still showing face in the late game multiple times, but they don't even have a win yet. Everyone else seems to be in the late game and then fall out of it. So I think we're going to have a 7th winner if it's not Dignitas come this final game.
Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard, and I'm going to come to you here, Clover, because I think Fiumba, Cameron brings up a good point. Yet again, we see them over on that left side of the match board, but still, 7th place, they can't get a win.
Yeah, and you know, does kind of show the race right now also in terms of kills. And we talked about earlier today how it had stagnated. We had seen single digits for so long. Obviously, we've finally pushed past that. Troglodytes and Fuma right now tied at 23 apiece. TSM has found that 35, but this is also kind of in the weird place. Oath and Sonics 18 and 17 apiece, but on the flips of this, Synergy getting a win. Every team right now that's kind of in those awkward positions getting wins only further pushes Oath and Sonics from being in the money.
Yeah, you're looking at TSM, who have a good kill count. Like, they're at the top of the 0 wins. They get a win. It's going to jump them all the way up to start contending with 300 at the very least. Oath and Sonics, if they get a win, they're going to still be mingling with Wildcard and Synergy, which we're not worried for them. They're going to Korea anyway. If you want to be worried, you could start to look at the long-term impacts of this. Like, are they finally falling off? I don't think that's the case. I think it's just a bad day for both teams. It happens, right? But really, this is only playing into the narrative of Dignitas and Wildcard for their own abilities to qualify.
Exactly. So that does open up the doors, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the very first segment today, we were talking about PGC points and what would have to happen for teams to go. I don't think it really crossed anybody's mind that teams like Sonics and Oath weren't going to be soaking up kills on the leaderboard, weren't going to be in a contender for taking all the top money spots on the leaderboard. So as we get through to the end of the day, anything can happen. If you're one of those teams that really needed a miracle, this is the week to step it up, because I think we're going to see some this weekend.
So we talked about two teams, Gas Cans and TSM, that sort of were maybe in the mix today, right? TSM always. Gas Cans looking to get something done. That stat we just saw there on the bottom. There it is again. 40 kills between the two teams, but it's 35-5 in favor of TSM over the course of 13 games. Why is TSM so much better at team fighting Gas Cans in particular? Is there something about their playstyles that gives TSM an advantage in a team versus team battle?
I don't know if TSM are better at team fighting than Gas Cans. I think TSM are better than team fighting than most teams in the lobby. The struggle with TSM has always been finishing out those wins. Very routinely, ever since we've had this format change, they're always going to be up there in kills, but very, very weak in the win category, which is why I was saying at the very beginning of the day, I think we're going to start seeing them back in the conversation come the PGC format. And, I mean, we're not there yet.
Right.
But I think they're one of the teams that is probably not too worried about they don't need to learn this format anymore, because come PGC, it's going to be different.
Right. And this is a team that I think maybe when we go to that PGC format, they tend to get one chicken dinner, right? So getting to the finals is not going to be an issue.
Sure. You know, another thing as well, I mean, obviously, like, when you get to PGC, that will be a LAN. We know that teams like TSM perform so much better on LAN when they can all be together in person. They have that great synergy. And so that's another thing to start thinking of, is who's going to be performing now at that level. But, I mean, again, kind of going into the end of the day, as we've had Aaron go, we have Miramar, we're going to flip it up tomorrow. You got to kind of wonder who is going to have to really change how they're playing tomorrow, because things have to change. This is the absolute last chance.
Well, you talked about TSM Synergy. We saw Synergy win the last match. Let's go down to another duo who has incredible synergy. It is our casters for the final match, Matchroom and Godspeed.
Thank you so much, Toffees. And all this talk about synergy, it's okay, Godspeed.
Look, I don't care that they won the game. It's just that the style in which they're playing it's glaring as to why they've been struggling. I mean, that type of passive play when they had control, I mean, it's
you
just,
want to see whoever's in charge of the circle
man.
like that take charge of the circle. And it's a little annoying.
Again, I wasn't even mad because like I was rooting for Dignitas. Like I just wish they won that game in a more commanding way. Like they actually took control of the circle. They got aggressive. They were being proactive. But I mean, yeah, I'm done. I'm done talking about it.
Well, hey, look, Pinta 6 kills, Sparking Honey Badger 5 and 4 between them. Neverhor regularly showing up in our kills today, as well as Silzid back behind him for Fuba. Neverhor's been doing good today.
Neverhor has been doing well today. I have seen a little bit of a slowdown from 300, but not anything too crazy. And TSM, we talked a lot about Dignitas that last game for obvious reasons because of what a hell of a game that they played. But TSM FTX also going through Pozo did a lot of work as well.
Sparking's photo there is very intimidating. I gotta say that. Like, he is just set, looks like he's just ready to shoot you the moment like you step into the lobby.
True. But he seems like a very nice.
He's actually a very
outside
nice
of the
guy.
game, yeah.
Talked
But
to him
yeah, he's
several
an
times.
absolute killer inside the game for sure. Sparking is nuts.
Plane Pad's going to be going over the islands to the east and then going to be ending up around our favorite place in the world, Godspeed. Now I'm going to tell you, you already know, Chad already knows where Plane Pad's going to end at. Where's the best place on the face of the earth?
On the face of the entire earth, and you're picking Trailer Park in Miramar, huh?
I grew up rural Texas, boy. Trailer Park's where it's at. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow. All right.
All right. Okay, guys. So, interesting situation going on where Zealot is looking, I think, after a card, most likely. There's a wild card going to the north. Pretty standard. Other than that, I mean, Plane Path's pretty open for everybody.
Yeah, Plane Path was fairly open. A little bit of the south cut off, but nothing too crazy. That circle, though.
All right.
I say nothing too crazy as far as the Plane Path, and then we get this nice little, just absolute banger of a circle on the southeast side.
Is this what we've been waiting for? Was this the redemption for the ending of the last game to get this circle? Let's see where we're going to be headed is Impala, Los Leones, and Puerto Paraiso inside there, as well as one of the islands and half of another one.
This is a really strange and difficult to play circle as well, just because, first of all, the terrain down here to the southeast, especially like just above, like north of Puerto, it's not very vehicle friendly, right? So
it's super vertical.
You have that issue on top of the fact that there's just so much land that's not in play just because of the water as a secondary, and it just becomes. This is a fun circle to play in the sense that as a player, you're going to be mostly like fighting, like team fighting on foot and trying to work your way up. But it's also, it can be very damning when you get cut out and you don't have a vehicle path to kind of take to rotate. You kind of just have to work in by foot. So we'll see how that one plays out.
And there's a lot of trenches in this area, specifically just like around Puerto Paraiso. There's these areas that a full team can maneuver through, and you can't even see them, and they can just pop up right next to you without. If you have to have, because it's a lot more flat, but it has all these like dropped in trenches at different points to make it very difficult to traverse. Also, it should be noted, with the way that the terrain and the map is in this area, Los Leones being in several circles is highly likely.
Yeah, that's true. This could very well shift towards Leones again with all the water in play, which, I mean, Leones it's its own beast, especially when Circle does start to close towards it, because I mean, it's a city ending on top of the fact that it's Leones. So Leones tends to be more crowded as far as buildings per square inch. I don't know why I know this, but it's just it's hard to navigate all those buildings because you generally always going to run into someone, at least if it's ending there, right? Because you have all these different players. Solos get stuck in these buildings, as we've seen earlier today. So Leones is definitely not my favorite place to play in.
And there's a lot of interesting buildings in this area, like not the cookie cutter. Like
yeah, exactly. It's just, yeah, it's very densely packed with different types of buildings,
cars,
as well as you have the
wreckage.
concrete, the concretes, which are like the skyscrapers. It's just, yeah, Leones is it's wild. It's wild for sure.
You can see the migration phase sitting in, as apparently everyone is making their way down to the south, so that way they can find greener pastures and moving away from the heat that the desert provides. Thinking maybe they can move along the coastline, find something comfortable for a little while, as I wouldn't be surprised if with the way we have so much water in this circle, it might be a little bit of a vacation around Puerto Paraiso, as we might be seeing the circles not have to make the players move too much.
Surprised you actually haven't called for an island circle so far.
Look, dude, island circles, basic. Trailer park circles.
Basic, I see.
That's where it's at. That's where it's at.
Well, speaking of trailer park, gas cans are looting up there.
I know. Gas cans winning my love. real talk, I can't even. I don't even think I've ever dropped a trailer park once in my life. I just want to see it.
Oh, so you're a poser. Okay, that's good.
No, I just want to see it. I just
you grew up in one in real life, though. You know what I mean? So at least you got that going for you.
I may have lived in a trailer for a period of time. You trying to judge me? You trying to judge me?
There's actually zero wrong with growing up in or living in a trailer park.
I know.
There is something wrong, though, with someone wanting it to end in that the circle to end in that every time we see it.
I'm a man of variance, okay? I want a little bit of spice in my life. And see, this circle gives me spice, so I'm happy.
This is a good circle. I'm definitely interested to see how this one plays out, especially with all the teams coming in somewhat late on the Northwest. That should be very interesting as far as some traffic jams. I specifically see a team like SSG also probably rotating further down to the south to get around. But Sonics actually is, I think, the furthest south I've ever seen them on Miramar.
I mean, it's a venture that they're going on, to say the least. TSM starting the venture of their own, leaving Hacienda and making their way by Minas Generalis. Looks like they're going to be opting into the same path that everyone is taking, rolling by Bandita, going that direction. Don't be surprised if you see the guys in the top left corner of the map in no inherent rush to make any type of movement. Should be noted, Fiumba already getting into a good position. Dignitas already using the coastline road could find themselves in a pretty decent position as well, as I know my eyes are being drawn to Dignitas and how great that they're playing today.
Yeah.
I'm waiting with bated breath to see if they can get another chicken dinner.
So I think one thing that I've noticed that Dignitas has been doing better, at least today so far over the last couple weeks, is they are realizing when they need to rotate in early, which is what they've done this game, right? They've started to already hedge towards a position down towards the center on the coast, or they've also, on the flip side of that, know when it's better to just rotate in late like they did last game. They were the last team in the circle, I'm pretty sure, and they ended up in one of the best positions because they played off of that last shift as they were rotating in. So again, these little changes, these little micro adjustments coming out of Dignitas, at least today, have really been, for me, what's been most impressive, but also what's been helping them win these games and just get close to winning the last game that we saw.
So guys, with this circle, we've been talking about Dignitas, we've been talking about movement. We mentioned the fact that there's a ton of water. We also mentioned Los Leones, but remember, guys, people don't like to play Los Leones for all the things that we were talking about a second ago. So it's almost like Los Leones visualize it as a lake that the players do not want to go to at this point either. So it's led to the fact that really there's just the coastline in between where we see like Puerto and Leones that everybody is opting into playing at the time. And yes, we talked about it. There's trench, there's verticality, there's a lot of ways to maneuver through this area. But the problem comes into play is whenever you eventually have to move, sure, you can get into these spots and you can be that stacked. But it's just going to be a problem if we see this specifically do a hard shift away, like let's say to the west.
Yeah,
it's going to be hard.
Teams could definitely get trapped in these little ridges as well, for sure. Especially kind of where Trog is. I mean, this is kind of where teams want to play on foot because they can, because the terrain affords them that ability. But even still, especially if it's a hard shift, as you said, if you can't really rotate in a vehicle or terrain is a little difficult, you could eventually lose a member, or you could just straight up just have to take a fight you don't want to take.
While this is going on, Fiumba was one of the first teams to move into this position, and they're running a separated 2-2 split. About
this is
700 meters away from each other. Sparking's got a high ground point, but not doing him too much favors. Finally gets the beat onto one, gets the beat onto the second one, and there you go. E United, do you want to continue on this path, or you stopping?
I mean, Sparking was on the roof. I wonder, did they scout this? Did they not see him? Was he, or did they just send it to this compound? I don't know. I don't know what happened.
I was busy looking at the lineups and how people were rotating in, so this one kind of caught me off guard as well. E United is going to go ahead.
Oh, that's a knock on Waldo. And look at the aggression again. Dignitas know they have two down. That's a third knock. They're absolutely. Los is gone. He's not even on Miramar anymore.
Sparking uses the pan to finish him off. I don't even care. It doesn't matter. Pan. Again, I'm a simple man, dude. Simple man.
That's true.
You can say it. You can call me simple.
Simple Matt. That's your new name.
Hey. Wait, we already have a
close. Where are you going, buddy? Oh, it's rough. It's real not good. Real not good.
Oh, 3 health.
Do a backflip. You won't.
Looks like he's at least going to find a place to stop.
He's going to survive, which is a plus.
I mean, he's Puerto. It's center with water, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a nice little shanty house there to kind of hang out and just wait for the circle to start closing and the rest of the game to happen around him at this point.
All right. So
and it is interesting that actually you pointed out no one is going to Leonis. No one even wants to bother. And this tends to be the case. I've learned from early games with Leonis. Oh, Retaliative, that's not what you want. Oh my goodness, that's not what you want at all.
TSM has the angle on it. Retaliative is in some trouble right now. The question comes into play, is Penta in trouble? And yes, he is. Adapt deciding to lean into aggression to protect their teammates as they're going to be able to take out Penta. Luke 12 now coming in and wants to join into the party. Quick regroups coming out. New circle does pop, and it's going to keep Los Leones inside the play. Also, a lot of the banana of teams that are in between Leones and Puerto.
And this actually is not bad at all for teams rotating in late. As we said, we're watching this fight here between TSM, FTX, as well as Adapt, but
the problem with this is a lot of teams are rotating. Most notably, Oath is very close to them. Teams are going to hear this and might opt into being involved in what's going on.
I imagine Oath would just take one of either the hill or the compound to the north and try to harass. There's no reason for Oath to kind of get involved in this, but they very well could, as you were saying, do some damage here. More knocks coming from TSM from Adapt, and trades just all over the place.
I mean, now it is just Alo, last one up for his squad, and they have to be careful. 300 is harassing at range as well, so there's very minimal options for TSM to work with right now, just trying to reset away from this one, seeing if maybe some throwables might stop.
That actually might dock. Oh, it was close. 30, or it wasn't that close. 37. I thought that was a good angle.
Okay. I like this. Reposition away. See if maybe somebody steps around. You got to be careful, though. There's multiple members for Adapt on that side. So if you're leaning too far out there, you can put yourself in a firing line. Oh, got to dodge that. It's got my hand right next to you. Leans back out around. It's going to be Alo managing to get the grenade onto one, trying to get a little bit more damage. Cannot get it. This is being a very prolonged fight right now, and he wants to get Luke 12 back up, but he cannot commit into it because he knows it's a problem. Is he at least going to be able to buy a little bit more distance? Going to finally spot out Retaliative way out over there.
I've seen Alo
Gets the knock onto him. Now moving forward. Spot almost gets it. Nice. Is going to go down. Adapt managing to adapt to a bad situation in a vehicle flip to manage to somehow survive with 2.
Nicely played by Wimu, though. Very nicely played. And your reward is now Snakers. Shoot.
Congratulations, you win. Snakers as well as the rest of 300 waiting to shoot.
Taking the tires. Yep. I don't think this is going to affect them too much. This compound is pretty centered up, but I mean, even still, I like it. Take the tires. Don't give them vehicles.
Got to get those tire points, man.
Even if they. Oh, I was the worst. I used to shoot out every tire. If I saw a team crash somewhere, or if I saw a team post up somewhere, the first thing I was taking out was their tires if I couldn't see them.
Oh, you know, right now, every single time we're watching this, Poro's out there just got the hands on the face, smile every single time he sees one of these tires being popped, especially in this circle.
Sometimes it's actually not the greatest idea to shoot it because you want a team to rotate out, right? I feel like that's a mistake sometimes teams make where they make a team basically stay and they lose an opportunity to move. But yeah, that's inconsequential.
Oh, Roth tries to round the hill, does manage to get it. Sonics do defend their position right now as SSG does look like they're going to reposition to the west. And this is a very southern fight. Not too many other teams being involved in what's going on at the time. We are finally having a couple of teams lean into Los Leones. Most notably, it's going to be Gas Cans. Everybody else still playing out in the suburbs, seeing what's going on and trying their best to hope upon hope that they do not have to go into Los Leones.
And Gas Cans have actually been the only team really in Leones. They started there early. They were up in the west side, and they've slowly been migrating down towards the south. They have a very wide split. I don't think that's an issue for them right now, especially because there's no one else in Leones with them. But Systematico is really the only threat to them, I guess you could call them. But I mean, they're just on the hill, and he was just scouting for themselves anyways.
I mean, the reposition, Los Leones life, we go. All right. Grab your vehicles, send it to your compound of choice, pick your house because it's going to be a get them as fast as you can kind of situation. You can see SSG already making the move. Young Kings as well. Sonic's already hopping inside their vehicles. Everybody that's not inside the circle, and even the ones such as Oath that are going to be making commitments into where they know the strong compounds are going to be. Adapt's going to be rolling along a similar point, and it is just going to be a matter of almost luck if you're choosing to crash into a compound that has already been claimed.
And Retaliative +1 from Adapt might run into Oath here. I'm not even sure, but I was actually just, yep, they are going to run into each other. Bale taking some shots. Not going to find anything that is going to mean Adapt can move forward and avoid getting a knock here. They're just going to reposition somewhere else, and it looks like a reposition also coming out from Oath here.
this is such a strong set of compounds that Oath is getting control over, and they're going to have a good chunk of the circle that's pretty close to center that they can make something to do with. Chocolate is going to be sitting right next to Systematicos and going to end up stopping in between. They're going to have Space Station Gaming that stops along next to them. We do have Yumba that's got a high ground on the outside of this that's harassing everybody that's trying to make their approach. While this has been going on, we still also had Adapt that stopped pretty close to Oath in the positioning now as things are starting to settle down a little bit more. One member of Chocolate is fairly separated out. Casa Grande is going to go down. The rest of the Sins are now starting to come in back behind this as it looks like teams are leaning into the hillsides, most notably around where we see Fiumba playing from, because almost every team Fiumba has some vision on.
Yeah, I really like Fiumba's position, actually. Like, really, really like it. They don't have to commit to Leones. Even if it does end up shifting towards there, they do have a way down just to the south there, and they can kind of use the small buildings to make their way in. Meanwhile, they're still holding the back edge. That is a little dangerous, though, especially because it just got knocked from Dignitas. A full team could essentially push and just fracture this team off the bat.
And that seems to be Dignitas' plan at the time. Adapt's plan is to separate and hope the fact that they can survive for just a little bit longer and don't have any teams that are going to opt into crashing them. Dignitas making the send into Fiumba as it's going to be Emmy already down. DraftKings trying to get away from this. Looks like he might be able to regroup. Honey Badger has an angle to work with, but can't quite manage to get the shots. It's pretty decent range all considered, so we are going to see Fiumba get a little bit more control over the top of that hillside, but Dignitas pretty content.
Yeah, a little unfortunate they had to lose one to consolidate, but at the very least, they still have 3 up here. Fiumba still looking very strong with a good position here in the circle. Dignitas coming in now with a split. They can also kind of choose whether they want to rotate down towards the south or if they want to push up north towards 300. Or they actually have the option of pushing Fiumba. Wait a second.
He got spotted. All right. William, you on your own, buddy.
Imagine if they played that together and traded and maybe won that fight. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying the split is bad, but if you're a 2-man and Leones, I mean, you might as well just try to play together and try to win the game, because this is going to be your best chance, right? In these kind of claustrophobic city endings, I would imagine that's where a duo would play best and kind of use those angles, but, you know.
Remember where we talked about trying to leave Los Leones and it can suck? Well, what happens if you only kind of have to leave Los Leones and now everybody's going to be fighting for the positions where Adapt and Troglodytes and Systematicos are that are going to be caught in Los Leones at the time, and everybody else that's already on the hills are going to now be making a break up into the north of this point. So it's going to be a lot of leapfrog in positions as now everybody's going to be just committing into a reposition. It's going to be Fiumba rolling ahead, getting that separation away from Dignitas. Dignitas finding, taking a couple of pot shots of them as they make their escape.
Dig, yep, this is what I was talking about with Fiumba, though. They were able to get in. That was a good spot for them to play. Now Dig can also kind of follow that path, which it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. They do have to be careful of 300, though. 300 actually have a very strong position as well as Black Tiger.
So you're seeing the leapfrogs come into play now. It's at least cover. The problem comes into play is you never know when you're driving through the center of town if you're going to just run into another team. Space Station Gaming, though, doing a great job on navigating that, trying to make sure that they use as many walls to their advantage as possible and at least get the distance away from Oath. The problem with it is on a new angle, it's going to be Fiumba, and they have to stop dead in their tracks. They realize that they've got a problem, and everybody just jumps out. Oathless did at least manage to get the down on a DraftKings, and here comes the follow-through. It's going to be Wildcard on a different angle, providing some assistance. So SSG does manage to survive, but now have to be very, very scared as they have no idea where these shots are coming from.
Yeah, those shots were actually coming from a decent little distance away there to the west from Wildcard. Nice shots from Wildcard, and SSG very happy to be alive off of that crash. That did look very sketchy for them in the beginning, but Dignitas now have to deal with 300. They did opt to push a little bit more towards the north.
That was pretty bold, right up in the face. There was very few options to work with while this is going on. Systematicos is also harassing this fight at a very long range. So that's why you're seeing multiple members of Dignitas, most notably Punage laying down. Neverhor for 300 also having to make a reposition away from this because
this is a weird fight.
Shot. Systematicos actually committing onto this angle. It feels like they think that they have the advantage into it, and with as weakened as these teams are starting to get,
this is fine.
Probably do.
This is a fine play from Systematicos. I actually like this. They're playing a little more aggressive than we tend to see them. They'll probably back off once they get shot at, but the fact that they even tried some aggression and or using that fight distraction, Yeah, Systematicos using this distraction to move up as well, I like from the team, so good on them.
Now it's just a little bit of a waiting game between these two as they're kind of aware of where each other are. Oh, Punage gets spotted out. That's going to make it very difficult for Honey Badger as now he has a pretty decent problem, laid it pretty close to his position now, and then kind of their own 1v1 self-contained fight away from everything that's going on with the other 38 alive players.
Yeah, this is also a really awkward fight because you had members of both Dig and 300 on each other's mountains, and they were still kind of fighting mountain to mountain while the other two were fighting close range. It's very odd.
Yeah, especially with as aggressive as they're playing, that Honey Badger does get spotted out, so Leda ends up holding the line for 300. Now he's got to make his way to the west, as most of the teams that did commit into Los Leones feeling pretty good about themselves.
For the most part, yeah. I mean, especially if you're a team like Wildcard, Oath, or even SSG. I mean, Systematicos as well. They all have good positions. Black Tiger for the time being as well. Synergy will be able to, at the very least, have something to the north to play. While we see Sonics on the west side of the circle, they're actually not in. They're going to have to push into the warehouses.
Young Kings making their reposition right now. They do have a little bit of a building in front of them. It is presently unclaimed. They do have a Daps William that's pretty close to position as well, but I don't think that he's in any desire to fight at this stage. Looks like, 300 finally got spotted out. Alas, poor Leda.
The last member.
So, with the way we see
Spartans.
I mean, they held the ridge for quite a while.
They did what they could, and again, they got in a very, very odd fight with Dig, and 300 both kind of just really went at each other, but yeah, they couldn't go further past. Even still,
Young Kings needs to be a little bit careful, though. They do have Synergy that looks like they might be coming along a similar path back behind them and winning the compound. Gas Cans taking heart to the verticality that Los Leones can provide for themselves, but they're right along the edge of the zone, so they're going to have to be a little bit careful with this. If they make themselves too much noise, they can find themselves a focus of a lot of different teams. Oath still in that strong position we talked about beforehand.
Yep.
As it's hard to get vision on what's going on because of just so many buildings still in play.
Yeah, and I imagine Synergy is not going to leave that north side just because they don't have to. It's a good position. They have a lot of vision. They can cover quite a bit from there. So,
are we getting crates? Is that the way that we're looking, Godspeed? Are we getting a crates finish? Because
crates,
if so,
I mean, crates are kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie.
They are nutty.
I wouldn't mind seeing a crates finish just because there's so many interesting angles and there's a lot of cool ways to fight in crates. So I wouldn't hate seeing a crates ending.
I mean,
I don't even think it's bad to play in. Really, it can be a little weird, but I mean, yeah, I don't even think this is the worst ending as a player.
I think it's always very fun to watch how teams navigate.
It's definitely fun to watch.
So many,
yeah, 100%.
Like, those crates themselves have a lot of open ends to them, so it's a lot more maneuverable than it seems
Yeah, there's
like.
a lot of cover, so players can, there's a lot of room to work with. It's not a bad place to fight or for the game to end as a spectator or a player, I would say. I don't know, maybe some players hate it.
So, the calm has now settled. Still 38 alive, 11 teams up, 22 minutes in as repositions abound, and it is so quiet. I don't think that anybody has taken a shot. Oh, there we go. Finally, having Black Tigers take a couple of shots at Systematicos and SG, but that's not going to help anybody that's in Los Leones that hears nothing that's going on. Gas Cans being one of the few moving gears in the situation as they're venturing closer and closer into Oath, are going to at least spot out one of the members and force them away. New circle is going to pop, and where are we going? Is it crates? Is it hillside? And it looks like we're going crates.
Alrighty. SG getting a little active as well on that north side, trying to split, do some damage to Black Tiger. Do like to see that.
All right, this compound is very, very important now, but Oath already has 2 members down. It's going to be a good push coming out from the Gas Cans as they're getting more control around. The kick starts getting a little bit of vision.
Kick it out, nice. That was a good play. That was a very good play.
So with this now repositioning away from it, it's going to be Gas Cans getting more and more control, but Oath being funneled in the, really what we see going on in the crates position. We already have SSG that's committed down to there. Sonic's also getting into a fight on a different angle. It's going to be what's going on with Wildcard. Gas Cans going to spot out members as they move through to make sure that they're getting the flushes on everything that they've got around them.
They actually might be able to get, who's that knocked? Kick or whoever's knocked for it's Relo. They might be able to get Relo up here.
I mean, he's crawling away. They got the smokes down. They've got a little bit to play.
Oh, what
Wildcard
angle.
Goes for a sneaky angle, but gets spotted on it. Wildcard just has T-Sock up and realizes the fact that they've got a problem, but they do have a little bit of time with the fact that they were on above position on this. They should be able to at least get the res, and we're starting to see a lot of stat come into play because we have multiple teams. 3 now inside this compound from this point forward. We got Wildcard, we've got Young Kings, and we have Sonics, and Sonics are definitely the aggressors in the situation.
We're about to have Synergy, it looks like, if they get a little more aggressive. They don't necessarily need to. Like, this is a situation where I think they could wait because there's no reason for them to push into this building with the other teams. So I would like to see that. We'll probably see that from Synergy, and they should be able to clean up for the most part.
make the crates commitment. Looks like what a couple of teams are leaning into doing. Wildcards leaning into the height and trying to get a little bit more space away from what's going on. Young Kings still getting control of the area that they're playing from, just being patient and holding corners. It's going to be Sonics that are getting a little bit more antsy, stepping away from it. They have an idea on where they've got to make the play, but it is just such a tight corner. Oh! Denied comes up off of that one. This is going to be Flex. It does get caught on fire, but at least manages to close the door in the face to buy a little bit more time for themselves.
Risky, but cool. I like it. I mean, he had to, otherwise
you got to do what you got to do sometimes.
They were going to throw so many nades. It wasn't just going to be that one molly.
So this is the big key point on what we're looking at, because this gets a lot of vision about what's going on. Is Adapt's got themselves a little bit of a situation as well.
Oh my
just
God.
throws the ball down, says, "If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me." Does it get it? Does it get it?
No.
I respect the mindset behind it.
Yeah, he went for the spray. He tried to pre-fire the spray. I saw what he did there. It's just it's really wild.
Well, Sonics can't make any move because they don't want to leave what's going on right next to them. Young Kings very uncomfortable but content in where they're playing at right now because they feel like they've got the time for it. So are they trying to set up a little bit of a co-op play there as we go?
He's going to cook it, and then he's going to pop it open right when he needs to. There it is.
Toss. Shimsy takes a couple of bullets, no knock. So close the door, reset,
no,
try
we've had
again.
enough. Yep, no thanks. And this has straight up shifted onto the crates.
I love to see it because we're going to get a lot of fun. We're getting a little bit of an idea. This is a much more awkward fight whenever we get into the crates. There we go. Shrimsy finally connects onto Flux. This is just going to be a matter of time. Young Kings don't have very many options on how they can really handle what's being thrown at them. But Oath making use of the construction point.
Yes.
A lot of vision.
And this is actually very common from Oath. I feel like whenever we do find ourselves in these Leona's Zennies, which isn't too often, Oath is generally going to be in one of those concrete towers. And it's a good play. I mean, they have so much vision. The only problem is when, Circle starts to cut them out and they have to come down, but that is not the case here. The Circle is very favorable for them to play this, and they can absolutely abuse this high ground on the other teams.
Well, what's got me with going on here is we're seeing a lot of utility being spent by all the teams that are actually making it to crates. A lot of smokes that are going out, Molotovs. Those are the things that you want to have in a crates fight. So that way you can block out these different entrances and all that other stuff. See, the Sonics are just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this point. Even running shotguns.
They're probably pissed. Like, how are they still alive in this building?
I mean... You got to respect the rat play at a certain level. I mean, they're doing a good job on figuring out how to survive here, and it's just denying Sonics the capability to do anything. Again, another Molotov. Look at how much utility has been expended at this point, and only one death.
I mean, at the very least, yeah.
Actually, they leave.
Young Keys is like, nope, we're done. Or no, I think it's just a reposition here. Shrimsy's on it. Shrimsy's on it. He knows.
All right, okay. Gets the down onto one. Got the shotgun out. Come on, step around. Step around, Flux. You know you want to. You want to taste the pellets, taste the rainbow.
Quinn doesn't.
He doesn't even care. He's like,
he doesn't give a hoot.
He's
like, move aside, Shrimsy. I'll take care of this. And with a Groza, it just absolutely melts. He's had enough. He had enough of Young Kings at that point.
So now we are 6 teams. We still have a little bit of like the wreckage hanging out over here, but it's going to be mostly this walled-in, burnt-out compound area. It's difficult to say the least, but Oath still having a fairly centralized point with the vision that they have is going to be very, very problematic for every other team that's about to have to move.
Yeah, Oath is about to do a lot of damage. I say that, and that's going to be a knock onto Quinn of the Sonics. So it's going to be just 2 members left up to the northwest still. Oath is going to find themselves in, and now even in the southwest, it's going to be a little difficult and tricky for gas cans to potentially get in with the position that Oath has found themselves in.
So with this, a lot of focus coming into Sonic's direction. Oath sitting at 8 kills right now, finally getting a little bit of bullets thrown their way to where they have to step away from it. Synergy trying to get a little bit more of reposition capability. He does perfectly fine with using distractions that other teams are providing. Sharpshot is close enough to the circle that he can just kind of creep in whenever he needs to, depending on how Synergy opts into making their move. Sonic's now getting a little bit more bold as they're stepping across. Looks like Tickleton should be able to get into a position as it's going to be the big moving factors right now are going to be Synergy, Sonics, and gas cans, and 2 of those are converging on Oath's positioning.
Gas cans, at the very least, I don't know what other angles are being held by the other 2 Oath members. Obviously, we're just watching Kick, but gas cans might be able to kind of sneak underneath Oath here.
especially if Sonics keep providing this much of a distraction. Tig has gone down. Shrimzy's going for a peek. He's going to have to move. The Blue's coming in right back behind him. I wouldn't be surprised if he just maybe...
He does have a few smokes. I mean, he still could have... Oh, whoa.
That was almost scary right there. There is a chance maybe he could make it around to roughly where Tig is. We'll have to see as it goes. Nope, never mind. Never mind. Just a nice grenade toss. Over the Synergy. Fisher lines up on the kickstart. Fisher. That's what everybody in this lobby needed. Synergy. This is the time to go. You have the opportunity. You have the guy that has the angle. Add the knock onto it. You can move forward now, but you have got to do it soon.
This nade from Nikos, I'm watching it. That could be good.
Ho, 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 ho! That is a beautiful throw. Relo's just having to get out of that point, and God,
shout out to the observers, by the way, for recognizing that and then holding on to that. That was sick.
All right, okay, Synergy inside the circle. Gas cans now fought to get into their point. I think that we're going to see a res on a Relo as well. And now everything goes into the center, where oddly enough, Troglodytes are the closest.
Yeah, and Trog, at least from my understanding,
Sharp.
Oh,
that Molotov.
Gonna be okay. But Trog haven't really had to do much. I mean, they've been pretty uncontested and unbothered on that south side once they initially got in. But 3 members of Synergy just struggling against 1 member of SSG. I mean, I'm just getting flashbacks of last game.
Oh, Sharp Shot. What are you going to do? Do you have the capabilities here? I mean, we know the fact that Sharp Shot can pop off.
That nade.
Oh, 1 health! Narrowly surviving it.
The Blue's going to catch him. You got to move. Yep.
Okay.
Get up, get up.
Oh!
Nice try. Nice
Good toss coming out from Synergy, though. Now Synergy gets control over the north, so they're going to have to make their own break play into this. Troglodytes now being very aware of what's going on. Gaskins, Nikos gets vision on how Oath is going to be making their play through it. It's just going to be a battle for this center point and who can get the best cover, with Oath now having to make a commitment and what's going on to the south that is going to allow Synergy to potentially creep up and find a new angle. Oath, though, are having a big problem in getting into this point. As you can see, it's just going to be Snakers that's playing off on that. Gaskins now very aware of where Troglodytes are, and depending on how this goes, this could open up the opportunity for Synergy to find some type of play to work with as well. Synergy now getting a side angle into this, harassing into Gaskins, but Troglodytes still finding a way to make this wall work for as long as they possibly can.
Synergy doing their best. They're taking as much time as they possibly can, getting some knocks in. That's going to be Rusty Zero taking down Fisher. Now, Molly, he is on fire. He should still... No, I was going to say he should still... He might still be resable.
At this stage, though, I don't know if they want to risk the commitment into it.
If they do it fast, they can.
Troglodytes bringing out a vehicle to reposition in such a small circle. We'll have to see how this goes. I think that they're just trying to set it up to provide themselves a new cover point because it's too dangerous. And yes, they do manage to get into it with the distraction. There's so much smoke down right now. Nobody can see anything. You can see it is so difficult to even get an idea on where anybody's moving, but you can just toss out grenades, and with the amount of people still alive, high likelihood that you're going to hit something. Troglodytes still knows Gascan's positioning and knows the fact they have to move. Molotov's being thrown between the two of them, and you're on nowhere to move. Greg Shot going to get caught on fire. Nico's going to get caught on fire. They step out in the blue. They take a ton of damage. They're both going to go down. Gascan inside the blue zone, and fire between them. Oath still alive. Snakers clinging to life on this angle. We have Synergy trying to flank now around into Troglodytes' position, but he goes out in the blue. He's taking a lot of damage. Snakers has no idea where they're at. There's no vision. He's just taking shots. And now we are down to 3 members of Troglodytes still alive, as it's going to be Snakers seeing if we can hear anything move. Not going to be able to get it. And there we go. Troglodytes. 10 kills in a very chaotic ending.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much, I think, what we expected early from a trailer park ending. Lots of smokes, trying to run in, and that's exactly what we got. But Oath still managing to do so much damage and get still 11 kills. But Trog, 10 kills, got the W. They played it really well. Again, they didn't really have to deal with too much of the scuffle, especially because they were off towards the southeast, so they didn't have to deal with all that nonsense that was going on in Leonis. But, man, not a bad day at all.
They played
for the Trog.
Yeah, I really like how they navigated that. There were some
agreed. That was well played.
Risky choices, to say the least. Like moving that car at that stage.
I like that, actually.
I like it, but I had this moment of, I don't know, Latin America on an international stage, hopping inside of a vehicle before and got a little nervous there for just a second, but they still managed to make it work, get into a covered point, and actually got them away from the hellfire that was being dropped in between them and Gas.
Yeah, there's so many mollies. I mean, you saw that... Snakers couldn't move. Nobody could move. SG was trapped. So yeah, it was a good game. It was a good game to end on.
I mean, I'm looking forward to tomorrow because, man, there's so much. We're looking at the build up to PGC. There's going to be a ton of action to look forward to, guys. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to the analyst desk, and we will see you tomorrow.
Welcome back. Congratulations to Dignitas as they take the first win of the week. But before we talk about it, let's talk about some codes. Get those fingers ready. Here it comes. Last one of the day. 76CA5DDJDZ P9. I got stuck on the P, but you didn't, and I know you got the points. All right. Dignitas did not get stuck on the rotation. They had to fight that one out, and it was a crazy final circle, Clover. I don't think I've seen that much smoke. Well, since I left a hotel in California. It was absolutely wild, though, trying to figure out how to fight that endgame.
It was, and I think for a brief moment even thought to myself, Snakers wins these, but the shotgun is MVP today. We've seen so many shotgun plays, especially coming from LATAM.
Highlights, shall we?
Ready? Yeah, let's do it.
Highlights. Let's take a look back at that match, the one that wraps up the first day of play. Cameron?
Oh my god, like this sort of gave me vibes of Game 6 scrims where everything just goes hats up. Really, like, a lot of fighting, a lot of action. Los Leones is never an easy place to play around, even if you're playing the ridges outside. But then once you got into the city itself, once you got into the constant buildings, constant hard cover, it was not a fun time. Holding the spray there, maybe a bit of a questionable play, but this sort of I'm going down, but I'm taking you with me was the right play.
Yeah, and you do as well. So many teams kind of holding and pushing that building. I think there was a little bit of excitement in the kill feed as teams thought, well, you know what, it's the last game of the game. Like you said, that kind of almost scrims mentality going into it. But so many smokes, you had a little tiny bit of coverage. That repositioning in the split that Dignitas did here was so paramount, and being able to thin out what was less of gas cans, kind of bully them into the blue, and then focus on the solos, focusing on Snakers. And I mean, synergy. You got to give them credit too. We kind of, I think, gave them some criticism earlier in the day, saying that they were sitting back, they weren't picking the fights we wanted to see them. That was very proactive. And for a moment, I thought there was a good chance that they could get another chicken dinner.
They did good in the last game, and we all were like, oh, they didn't do anything. And this time they tried. It didn't work out, though. Dignitas comes out with the win. Let's take a look at the winner's screen, exactly what they had to do to get there. I'm curious how many of those smokes were theirs, Cameron. Oh, it doesn't matter.
I'm assuming it's most of them, but we'll get there in a second. Yeah, Dignitas come out with 10 kills. I mean, they got the kills to get the win. This was never a team that won off of macro plays. This is the team that, I mean, just look at their icon, look at their mascot. They're going to run at you and beat you in the face. And this time around, because of the lack of dominance that any one team could gain from a city ending, they weren't as punished as they usually are for just being, you know, cavemen.
Underrated detail, the fact that the club is a chicken leg, which is one of my favorite parts of their logo.
This is true. A pterodactyl leg.
They'll beat you for that chicken.
I don't know how big chickens are, but I'm sure it's a pterodactyl.
I mean, isn't a pterodactyl just a prehistoric chicken?
You are true point.
At the end of the day, I'm sure.
I bet it tastes like chicken.
I'll bet they tasted delicious. Probably dark meat. Oath comes in second, 11th place, but they still haven't been able to put up a win. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard, where Dignitas is still getting a lot of action. 300 with a huge kill count.
Yeah, okay. Not the best way you want to see Dignitas end the day, but 55 kills. The only person right now who's really close and chasing them is 300 in terms of kills, but going into tomorrow, seeing TSM FTX with 36, Oath finally closing in a little bit, 29, both having a slow start on Erangel earlier today. You got to wonder what's going to look like going in.
Cameron, you're making funny faces.
It's just weird seeing the top 5 here because it was always like this from the beginning, but we always said, like, oh, it's just the first two games, first 3 games. But I'm pretty sure that all 5 of those teams at the top with wins we're used to seeing below 8th place on the right side of the leaderboard. So now that it is not just one team, 2 teams of like, you know, underdogs finally showing up, it's just this is weird.
So as I take a look at this, I see Wildcard Gaming in 4th place. When we started today, we talked about our 3-horse race. Wildcard was kind of like it's a very long shot. So give me the real talk, Clover. What has to happen? What's the win condition for them to matter?
I had to write this down because there are a couple of points, but the thing is, it's doable. And I think at the start of the day, we actually thought that it was such a long shot to even be here. That's why we didn't really discuss it. So if Wildcard gets first this weekend, Sonics just need to get 3rd or lower. Oath and Dignitas stay above SSG. Wildcard gets to go to PGC. If Wildcard takes second place this weekend, Dignitas wins, Oath or Fiumba get 4th or lower, Sonic's 5th and or lower, and SSG 8th or lower, then they win as well. And the thing too here is that right now when we look at these stats, I know it sounds confusing, that's where we are. We're there right now. So if this trend continues tomorrow, Wildcard goes to PGC.
Well, we need to see Wildcard get up to that 1st or 2nd place.
Yes. Right.
But everything else on those first 2 positions, yeah, look at this. That is what we're looking at right now. Honestly, Wildcard just needs to start going for kills.
Right.
We've commended their ability to have that snap fire decision making, pulling the trigger on those rotations to get a strong position in the circle. I was really hoping that they could defend that compound the previous game, because looking at all of those things that you had just said, Clover, with 2 wins, they just need to just lean on the kills, lean on the kills.
And two, Sonic's 9th place on the right-hand side of the leaderboard, SSG 12th place on the right side of the leaderboard. That's insane. When have we seen that at any PCS? Like,
imagine.
Sonic's completely out of the top 8 after a first day.
I mean, who voted for Sonics to win this weekend? What?
I want to know who voted for Dignitas to win this weekend. This guy. And we talked about weird scenarios. Let's talk about Dignitas, because they are killing it today. 2 wins out of 6, plus some close games where they got 2nd or in the top 5 easily. And we've invited Honey Badger. We talked earlier to another member from this team, but you guys have been so dominant, we had to get another one in here. So congratulations on a heck of a day of play, Honey Badger.
Thank you very much.
That's all. That's all you have to say. Thank you.
Yeah.
Clover, do you have a question for this man about why they're killing everyone?
Well, actually, I have a sub-question before we start. Did you tell the rest of your teammates y'all had to place 3rd or higher in order to go to PGC? Because that's what Sparking sounded like he said, but I mean, you guys actually have a little more breathing room than that.
To be honest, it's more like a mantra we have on the team. Like, I feel like our roster is really good, and I felt that for a long time, and I feel like it goes without saying we've been underperforming for a long time, and 1 week doesn't change that, but I definitely feel like we're playing a bit more to our standard, you know? So we all, going into every tournament, we always say top 3. We haven't really been able to do it, right? So that's really what it is.
Well, what changed though? Because this is a completely different look. I guess, we're kind of used to seeing Dignitas struggling on the leaderboard come to these PCS events at least. What changed? Like, you're at the top of the leaderboard now. It's a total 180.
Yeah, I think week 2 we played the same style we are now. To be honest with you, week 1 was so bad. God, week 1 was horrendous. Like, at least for me as an IGL, like, I felt like nothing stuck. And I think Sparking mentioned it in his interview. I'm a really big fan and advocate of like edge and playing like really slow and playing similar to teams like Gas Cans or even like E United. But my teammates and I sat down and we kind of agreed that there needs to be more of a balance. So this week I've been trying to adapt to some of the other regions' lead strategies. There's too many to name, but I think doing like VOD review is really important and looking at teams that are winning in this format and realizing what they're all doing consistently. So that's kind of like the big change. You know what I mean? Just stealing ideas, coming up with some of our own. I think it's really important.
Now, obviously, the last time that there was an international event, PGIS, your roster was kind of split between multiple different teams that had presence. If you guys do get to go to PGC and you get to have that LAN experience, what is going to be, in your mind, the team dynamic going forward to maybe find the improvements that y'all maybe fell short on at PGIS?
That's an interesting question. I think I can't really speak for it. I'm pretty inexperienced in terms of like, big tournaments and international play, but my teammates tell me that it plays very differently. So I think I'm just looking forward to learning something new. I don't think there's anything that really compares to it. And, we might show up and do terrible. We don't plan on it. We plan on putting it all into it. But, win or lose, I think I'm going to learn a lot. And my teammates, our mentality at the moment is, it means even if we lose, we're going to come out winning, with information.
Listen, I love that mindset, but I have one final question that I need to ask you. Poonage with the sniper rifles. Did you put him up to that? Is that something that he wanted to do himself? Because the SRs, the bolt actions aren't exactly coming back into the meta full force, but his use of it, his numbers are like way over the top of
Do you know what his numbers are right now?
Are you even aware of his numbers?
He has over 2,000 damage so far with the sniper rifle, and he leads and knocks and kills fourfold.
Like, by an
Really?
extreme margin.
It is a lot, yeah.
Holy, I don't
should
think
be
he
very
knows.
proud.
I'll be honest with you. I might seem a little composed. I might not, but I'm really not. Today's been a really nerve-wracking experience. I haven't been anxious, but I'll be honest with you. We've had no time to breathe. Like, when you do well on a day, the gaps between games are so short that you're like, oh, really good game, guys. Oh, game 2. Oh, really good game, guys. Oh, game 3. And I haven't had time to sit back and even talk to my teammates really about what we're doing today. So we're going to have a big post-day discussion, I'm sure, and, work out what we liked. But man, like, my hands haven't stopped trembling the whole day. It's been crazy.
Well, congratulations to you, because there's nothing better than a post-day mortem when it's a positive and you get to be like, guys, we killed it. I'm proud of you and your performance. Any shout-outs you want to give before we let you go to that team meeting?
No, just the fans, Dignitas, my teammates, just the usual stuff, really. We're only halfway. The leaderboard could change very, very dramatically by the end of tomorrow. So just for now, I feel great,
Awesome.
So just thanks, everyone.
Well, we feel great about seeing what you guys did, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Tell the rest of the team congratulations, and tell Punij he is absolutely obliterating
insane
the Bolts. We love seeing it.
That's crazy, right? He's nuts.
He is.
Yeah.
Have a great night, guys. Y'all are nuts.
Thank you. You too.
All right, let's talk about Alienware.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or let's learn about them right now. Let's go take a look at how you can get in the game. Any way you want. Welcome back. Let's check out our top 5 stats powered by Alienware. Who's performing and stepping up? You can guarantee performance to Alienware. What can you guarantee?
Okay.
Top 5 kills, Cameron.
I was expecting to see yellow throughout the entire thing, but no, 300, they're still going to be in the mix. I admit, we sort of haven't been talking about them as much because unlike Wildcard, their opportunities to qualify is like an incredibly small margin. But no, they've been really putting up these numbers. It's kind of unfortunate for them that it's taken this long before that to happen. But this makes us really excited to see the future of this roster. I remember, I think it was PCS1 that they actually came out with like a really big performance, but then they unfortunately hit a little bit of a slump. But hey, they're back, right? 2022 is the year of 300.
Yeah, let's check out damage because I think it's probably going to be very reflective of what we saw here.
Oh, there's your yellow.
There's the yellow.
But Neferhor's still on top. And again, I mean, yeah, during the early game, the mid game, even the intro into the late game, you see his name all over the kill feed. And that is where this damage is coming from, these kills, this engagement. But to see all 4 players up there, I mean, you heard Honey Badger say our focus right now is just always to get top 3. We're trying to win as many engagements as we can. We're getting the kills we can, and you're seeing everybody breaking 2,000 damage today.
I mean, that's something you're going to see from Punij in particular. Maybe not on the kill lead every time, but his damage is going to be ridiculous. Top 5 knocks. Neferhor again, Cameron.
Again, but also Pretty Curdy slipping on into the mix. This just sort of kind of proves me right, if I just say so myself, about how TSM, they are really good at fighting. It's just about that sort of those final finishes that seems to elude them. But hey, if there's any team that we're used to talking about consistently that I expect to still talk about tomorrow, I don't know if it's going to be Sonic. Oh, but hey, it's going to be TSM.
It's not uncommon for me to see TSM show up on day 2. Let's talk about top 5 assists. A little bit different, but still the usual suspects.
Good to see the work Shinboy's put on. I mean, consistently through every single week here in PCS5, Shinboy has been a player that has been up here in the top stats. But Alo, also a team player that's been putting in work for TSM. Obviously, with Punij, we saw that bolt action going to work today. But Neff and Vox, again, just two scary players for 300. And I mean, I just kind of want to say, if Neff keeps this up tomorrow, maybe another non-Sonics laptop victory. I haven't seen a single member of Sonics up here yet.
That's true. That's a good point. It'd be nice to see the laptops spread around. Also, though, I think this is great news for 300. As we come to the end of sort of this year's league play, if you will, teams are going to have that discussion. Do we stay together? Do we break up? Do we examine our rosters? So for a team like 300, having a really good day maybe opens the door to we can spend the offseason training together and coming back stronger next year.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, unfortunately, it's going to be a long offseason for a number of different teams. You already saw teams that didn't even qualify for this event say, like, it's a long offseason. We don't know what we're going to do. They're going to keep scrimming and everything, and obviously it's a holiday season and stuff. But to your point about roster moves and roster changes, I think this is good for a number of different teams that, even if they don't qualify to PGC, on a last-ditch effort, their performance at the 11th hour does give them something to think about.
So before we close, I love final thoughts. I got to get them from you guys before we wrap up. So Clover, final thoughts as we head into the last day of PCS5.
This is the week of underdogs, but you cannot discount TSM, who does their homework, and Oath that always comes out strong at the end of a tournament, especially when we end on Erangel. So they have the potential to really shake up things on the leaderboard. So for the teams that have the lead, they need to make sure they maintain it going in tomorrow.
Cameron, final thoughts?
That Sonics and Oath are still some of the best teams, and they're just sandbagging going into PGC because they don't want to be considered a threat.
Nice. They're keeping it low-key. All right, guys, that is it for today. Before we go, I want to remind you of the schedule. We are back again tomorrow. First, it'll be APAC wrapping up their PCS5 first thing during the day. Then we will wrap up ours, and then we'll kick the ball over to Asia and Europe to wrap out all of the PCS5 series. And by the end of this weekend, we're going to know who's going to PGC. That is exciting, and is going to be absolutely crazy. Guys, we appreciate you spending the day with us. From all of us here at the studio, myself, Clover, Cameron, and of course, Godspeed Matchup and everyone else on the team, thank you so much for spending your evening with us. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and until we do, play more PUBG.
Of this end game. Zill going to come around. Nice knock. He's going to find two.
Dylan coming up big right now. A little bit of play of their own. Looks like they're just going to go for a little bit of flushes, and they got to be careful. I think they might. As well as a couple of new toys to play. No. SSG already having to read onto it. Kick starts going for a little bit of meds, but it might be the wrong time. Reload gets spotted out. He goes down. Backside to the line. He goes down as well. Good read coming out from Draven, and he just dismantles Oath.
South of those.
Okay.
Had some damage in Poon.
Of course.
Nice shot.
To play with, but there are still, look at this, 11 kills on Dignitas.
My goodness.
Like, he knows where the position is and knows exactly where Sparking is, but cannot do anything about it. Sparking just destroyed SSG.
I'm watching it. That could be good.
Ho, 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 ho.